Hello, everybody. Want to give you a warm welcome because another day, another match when it comes down to the collegiate scene. And, well, you're going to be able to sit down and be ready no matter the time, day, or when you're watching this broadcast. I use it until you're a play-by-play caster here, joined by ManofClass. We're here to give you one exciting match. And I got to say, I am really excited for this first one.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be definitely a contested one. Both these teams, of course, they played each other during the regular season. It was a very close 3-2 victory at that stage. And, of course, we're talking about the game, which is Hood College versus Alvernia University. This is Immersion Yellow, so you know what's coming up. We're going to see some wacky stuff. We're also going to see fairly organized play already from these teams.
I think it's going to be definitely wacky, especially just talking about these players. You may recognize some of the names, you may not, but some of these players give off I think wacky style. They just have fun no matter what character that they're playing sometimes.
Mm-hmm. No, for sure. And when we look at the lineups of both of these teams, starting with Hood College over here. I mean, coming in with I don't know if you want to do the Latin pronunciation of this, but otherwise you're going to go with Fushi, which is what they want. We also have Young Snail, Creed Light 01, The Plague, Skyfire, and Kaijin. Kaijin, not exactly spelled the same way as we know from the Godzilla movies, but they're still there. It's a good name. Chemistry Sophomore coming in here on the DPS, and kind of expecting a little bit of Kaijin, to be honest.
Ooh, I could definitely that means my eye will be paid attention on to Kaijin more than anything. I think Young Snail for me is going to be one of those players that has my sights, but on the other hand, when it goes down to their opponents and how that's going to work, I think they'll have just as many interesting players to give that sight. However, I think at least when it goes down here, Young Snail, Skyfire, Kaijin, those are the players at least on my eyes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, they got opponents they got to play against. This is how it works. There's always two teams. Otherwise, it would be a very, very quick game. They're playing against Alvernia University today. So their lineup today consisting of, they have it minus, Sololess, Diva Devin, Fusion, Piftel, and a Mech Fluff. I mean, again, very interesting lineup. They don't have as much. They have one fewer member on their team, so they don't have a double substitute, which means will have to have a very flexible, substitute if they even need it. Still playing with 6 players. We're not in Overwatch 2 just yet, so definitely always helpful to have those extra players for those extra roles that you might need. Looking at this lineup, though, it's a little bit more of a fresher lineup in terms of where they are at. But also a very different lineup in terms of what their academic backgrounds are. So you have a couple of nursing students here, accounting, forensic science, criminal justice, business management. Not really any of these really hard sciences, as we call it sometimes. No really math, computer science, chemistry, physics. Nothing of that. Which is, of course, also a hallmark of Alvernia University itself. But it's still interesting to note that a team like that exists in the esports space.
I mean, with it being so vast, I'm not too surprised, but yet I'm so interested to want to get to know more of why they chose it, what they're doing in it, and what other kind of organization, not organizations, but how they work and who's playing who. I think that's just always going to be great for these lineups, especially since they're always going to be prepared. But I mean, let's look at the bracket when it comes down to it, Mano. They have set themselves up to look on how they want to be able to move forward, because right now we're looking at the quarterfinals, and they'll be able, whoever wins this, move over to semis and then championships. And I still worry, though, because, I mean, look at these quarterfinals, who's already here. It's kind of scary.
Right, and I mean, obviously, you kind of go straight into the quarterfinals, because that's kind of how it works, because of the amount of teams you have. But yeah, they're coming in here with 4th and 5th seed. This should be, on paper, therefore, of course, the closest matchup. And when they played each other last, it was a 3-2. But that doesn't mean that it's going to necessarily not roll the other way. I mean, I know that both of us predicted Alvernia to win this one, even though they're coming in on the 5th seed. But it doesn't, it's no guarantee for success for either of these teams. When you look at the results they've had against their other opponents, because they played pretty much the same teams through these 9 weeks, then yeah, it's very back and forth to who you would give the edge in terms of who they played, what their results were. And I think that's like the interesting thing about something like the NECC, like these longer format games, is because it happens over a long span of time. Consistency is often way more important than anything else. But you also have teams that have been, mildly consistent, have just not won a lot, not lost a lot, kind of middle of the pack, which both these teams kind of are. And then they come out all of a sudden in playoffs and they're in like top form, or they completely fall apart. And any team that can really happen with. So you talk about the season form and then the playoffs form. And we know from Overwatch League, from contenders, from like all these other divisions, playoff form is a genuine thing. You can just be okay the entire season and all of a sudden just pop off at the end.
Hey, you're absolutely right. And I wonder if that's just because players tend to, their adrenaline or something, some type of chemical inside their body just tends to pop up. And it's when you feel things are most important. First map being Lijiang Tower, definitely going to have to prove if they're going to have that in them. And I think this is one of the popular maps that you can debatably say one team wins, and then yet the other team will manage to kind of bring themselves rope and map 2 and then kind of sweep through.
Yeah, for sure. And talking about this, we were doing a bit of a different system than we did during the regular season. Regular season was very much, here's the maps, you just got to play these. This time around, these teams actually get to play and even to pick and actually even ban maps. So Hood College got to pick this map, but Alvernia did ban out another control map. And whichever team wins this one, they will get to ban the next map type. So, which means that next map would be hybrid, and they ban a hybrid map, and then the other team would pick one of the remaining hybrid maps. So that brings another dynamic as well in the playoffs that we haven't had during the regular season. Might bring up some interesting developments during these matches.
You're not wrong, especially with, I think map pick by far is becoming the most important thing when it goes down to Overwatch. With the amount of time you scrim, and your teams perfect their competition on specific maps, and when you're able to kind of ban one out, deny someone to be able to play on what they're comfortable on, that could just ruin their day. So going out on Lijiang Tower, we're going to see how they're working. I'm liking what Hood College are working for. It's going to be that Pharah. They do have the teleport on side of Alternia, as you see. They just move in. It seems Skyfire, while going in for that initial poke, same with the Reinhardt, are going to fall very quickly before the Pharah can get set up. Not going to be able to just prepare for this one, it seems.
It's always one of the tricky ones, right? Because a lot of teams will go for this Symmetra strat nowadays, and then you gotta wonder what is the rest of the team you pick with it. And because Hood College chooses to go with Kaijin on this Pharah, and then also Plague on the Mercy, you're immediately looking from the outside looking in, because Pharah doesn't really thrive fighting on that point itself. She's very susceptible to damage there, and that means Alvernia has a way stronger position on the objective, and that's why they took it so quick.
Now, though, they really just want to try and make up for that lost time. We already see Kaijin making a lot of poke, just hoping to find at least one person down. Fusion, though, has this room set up like her microwave. It's really hard for them to push in. I mean, you see the immortality get used, but by the time that they are committed into the fight, it's gone. They do manage to take out the Reinhardt, but now there is one big, tall Sim wall being as that Reinhardt with the Sim damage there. It's basically a good, even trade. Still, though, Hood are looking to find the advantage when it comes to this fight, taking their time, building up to the Shatter, now backing out the Barrage, gonna be shut down the moment that the High Noon gets used. It seems that their slow and patient game is not working out.
It really is not. I mean, they tried to get in there, and getting that early pick on the pistol is definitely a huge thing, especially because you've got that Junkrat, does a lot of damage, there's no barrier in the way, and in that small room, you can get a lot of splash damage off from both the Junkrat and the Pharah. Problem is that because the Symmetra's in the way and because the wall came out, there was just more sustain and more potential for sustain as well from the side of Alvernia. Now, of course, with a third fight coming up, that means that Hood should be able to have at least even, if not an advantageous ultimate position. But if Kaijin goes down that early, you're going to already give that advantage away.
they do have the ultimates if they want to engage, but it's not really the brightest choice. Creed is already like showing an idea of just walking through the white room. They do pop out the window, but it is going to be in the chance they get that. And Solo's just using this high noon to give themselves a bit more time. I give a bit more respect to Kaiju even peeking while it's up. That could have gone really bad. Now this is where the fight's going to commence. We see as the Riptide goes through, not going to land the shatter. Oh no! It seems Hood College a little too late. No touch on the point. They aren't going to be able to win this point of Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, I mean, at least you can't feel too bad about the ultimates that you used, because at least you used them all, so you got your attempt to try and get in. But it really felt like every single time they tried to engage, they lost something on the way, or they couldn't quite put their own stamp on the fight. They were always just one step behind. And it really feels like Alvernia just had their number with that. We'll see if that changes in these fights, in these next points, because of course there is the opportunity for them to just switch a lot of things around, play different heroes. And I do think that right now, if they're going to go with this Metra Mei, they're already set up way more for success than they were in the previous map, because they're actually going to be fighting all on the objective. They'll teleport there together, and the Mei is a way better tool to keeping things out, but also managing the space on the objective itself. So if they're able to pull this off, they can put Alvernia on the back foot from the get-go.
I'm absolutely terrified. You talked about space. I mean, now I'm getting claustrophobic. Just look as immediately we see Piff try to charge in. Creed is going to fall first, interestingly, even though Hood were paying a lot of attention to their opponents. Reinhardt, now as you see, Hood are looking to back up. They've lost that point so quickly.
They had the quicker teleport, but they didn't use the Mei wall effectively to actually secure their position or create space or split the other team up. And it really quickly goes back there because Sololess is able to do a lot more with their utility and their damage as a result. And yeah, this becomes a problem. Like, the Mei cannot frontline on her own. You need to do something a little bit more interesting with it. They can re-engage with the Mei quite effectively, like they should be able to. The Symmetra maybe not so much.
I see what you mean, especially when they're taking their time looking to see what they can even use the Symmetra teleporter for. They will be going into that poke as Skyfire uses the wall just to block off an angle, but it's not going to give them any entry. That immortality, a big ultimate to use. Though they land the shatter, it does get counter hit, and it seems Alvernia are going to get much more value out of it as they just continue to push forward.
It was a very nice attempt there. Again, Skyfire actually executing the Mei quite well in this situation. Getting the right freezes off. They did a lot of damage. Even able to use the amplification matrix quite effectively, I might add. But unfortunately, if you get shattered that way, then it just falls apart pretty quickly. And the high noon from Sololess just to clean that up, or at least threaten them even more. It's a very big problem to deal with. It's only 57%, so there is plenty of time to work with. And you've got some ultimates up, especially that Blizzard. It can only really be countered by that... by the defense matrix from McFluff. But if McFluff is not ready for it, or is ready for it, then it is gone all of a sudden. So you got to be careful.
Yeah, I mean, McFluff seems not going to have the chance. Throws out that bomb. Well, Remek's not going to be able to come back in. That Blizzard does absolute work, though, taking out both of the DPS. We see as Piff is not in the best position, and unfortunately, the rest of the team is going to fall, but they brought this to 86%, a little bit over. I mean, that's absolutely beautiful. It's a really good win condition.
Yeah, it's beautiful. They got him. You know, Blizzard really just cleaning up. I mean, I'm a Mei simp. That's just who I am. I love playing Mei. Love talking about Mei. Love looking at people playing Mei pretty well. Skyfire so far after that first fight definitely recovering from that. Harder to come back into this, and I'm actually curious to see how Fusion is going to solve this problem, because Kaijin didn't really have a lot of solutions for trying to come back in as a Symmetra.
Wouldn't be surprised if Fusion just hits W with the Reinhardt. I mean, they go in, they land a very nice shatter, though it lately it's counteracted. The high noon plus the window, that's not a scenario you want to be sitting in front of. The wall, though, will be forcing them to place themselves back. The bomb not going to be able to work, and look at that, the healing gets blocked off. It's why it works out so well. So once more, Hood College, they're going to be able to bring that back in their favor and hold the point.
Very nicely done, especially that wall just coming out at the exact right time from Kaijin. It's really testament to how quickly they're able to charge that, because I think that was like 20% before the fight even started. Fusion will have it for this fight though, so that's going to be something for them to work with. But you're looking at this Graviton, almost a Blizzard. They got an amplification matrix. There should be plenty to counter this, or even stop them before they come in with that wall.
wall, I think the wall's going to be the big make or break, especially with Hood having 2 really big ultimates to set. It's going to bring in that pace. So now they are going to take their time. They really don't want to walk into that window. 100% respect it as they just wait to give in that poke. This is now where we'll see that engagement. Look at that, using the wall to split them up. We'll play on that left side, but the Blizzard, it's not going to be eaten. The rest of the team now caught inside of it. Immortality is going to fall, even seems, with this wall, giving them a second. That Graviton Surge is still going to be able to land. Caught in, not feeling good. Not enough healing to go around one last fight, but they're going to have to rush onto it.
Yes, 86% is usually the cutoff. Like, that's when you still make it to the objective. And with 96 on the clock, it's really hard to make it there for anybody. And I don't think they're going to be able to. That's round 2 gained by Hood College. After a rough start in this match, they are definitely coming back into it now. And especially that Mei play is very instrumental. I will say, though, those Blizzards, first of all, they were relatively just telegraphed and also not that, like, short range. Especially that first one, like, I felt like McFluff could have maybe eaten 1 or 2 of those. And the Graviton also wasn't that, out of nowhere, so to speak. So maybe there's an opportunity for more D.Va counter here for McFluff. And if you're going to play the D.Va, that's definitely an advantage or a utility that you should be abusing a bit more. Otherwise, you might as well try and match them on that Zarya.
I can agree to that. But on a point like this, I wonder how that's going to affect. I mean, with both of the teams making it into the middle of the point, middle of the servers, it does seem the Hood going on to that Zarya, they're able to at least have a tiny bit more damage, but McFluff is eating up just as much. Now we see as they start to push forward, looking to take in that room. However, Hood is going to get control of that servers, even take out Piff while they scuffle out. That's just not going good. A small snowball as Skyfire has free range to get kills.
It's going to be Hood College taking control of this objective first. And it's actually, I was thinking maybe they're just going to go with the Mei Junkrat or like Mei Reaper, even Symmetra Mei can work sometimes. But I'm not minding this, Junkrat just does a lot of damage. That's how it works. Sololess is keeping pace, as well as Kaijin with Fusion. But they do swap over to McFluff for that Zarya as well now. They just want to make more use of that damage of those bubbles, give their Reinhardt more of a fighting chance, I guess.
And they even went on just to try and go to this server room. They really have this window as the kind of big condition. It's going to be that big factor. Unfortunately, though, losing out on your Lucio, you're not going to have much of a rotation. 5v6, not the worst thing in the world, but with your Reinhardt and the rest of your team looking to disengage, I mean, more of that time is just going in for your opponents, especially when minus peaks. Not what you're looking for.
It's a little bit of an unfortunate situation, but I guess what they were going for. I just want to get back to my team in one piece, make sure we can push this unit. But Baptiste has extra boots. He can jump around the outside. It's not that far to jump even, but it's okay. Alvernia has some time to work with. They got some ultimates coming up, but they're still not in a position where they're really overwhelmingly an ultimate advantage, and they haven't really drawn any out of Hood at this stage.
But they're now starting, well, I would say they were starting to find the difference in, but, it seemed they weren't able to kind of break through not only Skyfire, but, I mean, the Reinhardt Creed walking in. And look at the ultimates comparison. Hood, they are freely able to just hit all 4 and then, well, recharge them. But I don't think that's the best idea.
Well, they got 5 ultimates in the bank on the defense. Alvernia's coming in with about 5 of their own, but they got to be quick about it, and they've only got 1 fight to do it.
This is now going to be one big one. That Sound Bear able to help, but the Riptire going to be finding more on the side of Hood. They're feeling confident. I mean, the Shatter just used easily for the cleanup. The Grab is the only ultimate left, and it doesn't need to catch anybody. There's nobody to touch. Hood College, though they had a little bit of an iffy start first point, it seems that they are going to take control, bring this back, and take the lead when it goes down for Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, sometimes you can call it a back and forth, but this went back and then just kept on going forth. They just never really gave it up anymore after they got control of the point on night market. They just kept on winning fight after fight after fight. And a lot of that, again, is Alvernia is not able to drain any resources away from Hood in most of these situations. So they can't really put them in a position where they can get a more convincing victory or in a very advantageous position. Now, again, it's control. Hood got to pick the map. So we are in a bit of a position where Alvernia can now get a lot of advantage out of their own map pick. If Hood really, really has done their research and they know what map Alvernia prefers, they could potentially ban it out now. But going to hybrid, it's all anyone's choice. Like I don't really know these teams. These teams aren't like playing to a specific style or degree where I think this is definitely
Hmm.
what they're going to go for. If I'm going to make an educated guess, I would say, well, if you like playing the diva, if you like, not getting your Reinhardt smashed all the time, maybe go to like something like Numbani where you can actually play dive a bit better. So that might be an option for them. But in the end, it's up to them. If that's not their style, if they don't want to play that, and they think they can actually win with these Reinhardt compositions, maybe King's Row. If that gets banned, you can go to Eichenwalde, you can go to Blizzard World. There's so many options.
Oh, that's going to be the bright side, though. King's Row gets banned. I'll be a little bit shocked. I think a lot of teams, no matter what
I wouldn't
composition they're
be.
used to playing, uh, yeah, you're right. Uh, I, I think forcing teams not to be able to play that brawl, denying them that safety of a composition that everybody's used to doing. I think it's going to be the bright side. If you can force them to play dive
Yeah.
when they're not used to doing it, I mean, that could cause a lot of issues.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the ban that came out was Eichenwalde, so that one's not going to be able to be played, which still leaves both the hardcore Kings Row angle open, where it's just you're pretty much just playing Reinhardt, like period, or it's all the other angles. You go Hollywood, Eichenwalde, not Eichenwalde, Hollywood, Blizzard World, and I'm forgetting the fourth the fourth one. I know there's another one.
Uh,
Yeah, Kings Row. Yeah,
yeah,
oh, Kings Row, but that Numbani, that's the one. That one's the one I'm thinking of. So Blizzard World, Hollywood, Numbani, and Kings Row are the options. But they're discussing underneath themselves. Obviously, they gotta pick the map, and that is a discussion. So it all depends on what they feel like their strengths are, what they feel like they can deal with. I do think that Solo was doing very well on the hit scan. So if you're gonna be able to play something more with like a Cassidy working out, or maybe even an Asher or Widowmaker, Soldier 76 could be an option in that situation too. Maybe they can find something like that that can work on any of these maps, really, depending on what you prefer. I'd argue probably best on Blizzard Worlds, but there's options.
Yeah, I could see that. I think more than anything, at least for Hood, they were doing a really good job of just keeping that momentum in their favor. And if they can keep up the speed or at least play fast, I think that works. And with Eichenwald being gone is one of those maps where you can really take your time on because double shield is a factor. I would like Blizzard World. I think that would work good. Though, yes, you could say it works the same. You can still throw in a monkey. You can still throw in a Reinhardt. And I would like to see Hood just try to
Yeah.
go as fast as possible.
Exactly, and since we are going to Blizzard World now, it's been confirmed by Alvernia. We are going to be seeing some more flexible possibility. I think both of these teams are going to be able to play into their strengths, no matter what they think those are. And with Blizzard World being a hybrid map, I mean, we're going to see a longer format, both teams attacking and defending. So that just does mean that we're getting a little bit more flexibility out of both of these teams. We're going to get a substitution as well from Hood as a reaction to this map choice. We're going to get Percival in for Kaijin. To me, that sort of screams, oh, we're going to do something that is not Symmetra or Junkrat or, something like that. So probably a bit more of a hit scan specialist potentially coming out here for Percival. And yeah, it's possible. It's possible that's what they want to go for, and this would be a map to do it on. Even a Hanzo could be fairly useful.
Hanzo is just really strong in general on this point. Though it's a small thing with the storm arrows. They have that knockback little feature now, even though nobody necessarily uses it. I think that could be a good play. There's a lot of corners that you can maybe snipe. You never know when it comes down to these teams. They've always practiced some different things, and that's just something that I always want to hope. But I agree. Blizzard World of all points at least gives room to flexibility and different styles when they walk out. That's when we'll be able to see and say, oh, Hood is more of this, their opponents are more of that, and you kind of get to see who's going to be those shining points. My question is, when it goes down to that first point, man, of it can be very challenging. How do you stabilize on a map like that when the point isn't necessarily close in comparison to maybe King's Row?
Yeah, for sure. And looking at what they have been running again, a little bit in a in in a position where we're coming out for wow, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, like looking at what these teams have been playing, essentially what we're coming out with is most likely some more, bunker, well, not bunker, but like bulkier defense, especially from Hood, but also from attack, because they're going to be starting on attack. And Alvernia might go a little bit more in the open space. They might make a bit more use of their TPS in that sense. And especially if you play hit scan, you can't just bunker up. Like you have to make a little bit more space because the hit scan need to be able to shoot them at range and not wait until they're already there. Because then usually it's already too late. Even when you play a Cassidy, that mid range is still what you wanna maintain most of the time.
Yeah, and well, now with the teams moving in, this beautiful point will set the seed for if Hood can kind of confirm that they are being able to adapt and push forward, while their opponents, they need to bring some momentum in their favor. They want more than anything just to kind of set themselves up. And I think more than anything, that's going to be placed onto Fusion's shoulder, especially solo list. They were doing good, but not truly able to execute what they were looking for. Both sides looking similar in Brawl, but what are the big differences that will kind of go into that first point?
So it's always a little bit of a tussle, right, between attack and defense. Usually the defense wants to set up as flexible as possible. You can kind of deal with whatever they throw at you. Not saying they have necessarily not done that, but I do think that if you set yourself up with both the Cassidy and the Soldier, you're leaving yourself open to a little bit more of a projectile attack that is problematic. If something like a strong Doomfist comes out, you really only have your Cassidy to sort of deal with that. But that's not what Hood is playing. They're coming in with the Ashe and the Echo at this stage. Going to be a lot of pocketing from Plague, though. That will definitely be a one to watch out for, how they manage those beams. And then we have Fushu on the on the Baptiste, just mostly deal with the ground units.
They're going to be feeling safe on that high ground. And honestly, for a little bit longer than we are expecting, Hood aren't deciding to try and go up top and face that. They're staying by the statue, and they're getting it with a lot of poke while the rest of the team look for those seconds to re-engage. Although eventually they are going to decide solely just to go on that point. They want to take that brawl straight forward. Hood uses that immortality very early, the beam. Nobody that have help, interesting choice just to try and melt down those who aren't really going to be there, and yet Hood still inside this brawl. They're going to be first to build up that window. Unfortunately, they've lost Greed. The big plan they had falls short.
Yeah, Creed was having some excellent shield management right there. Just making sure that their shield broke later, able to do more damage, take more damage, and therefore charge their Baptiste up a little bit faster. But in the end, you still need to win that battle in order to make optimal use of that window. Couldn't quite do that, and now you're going to run into double hit scan ultimates. Baptiste will have his window, Pifto will have the shatter, McFluff's close to a Graviton, and on the other side, you have Plague now switching over to the Ana, because they apparently want to help their Reinhardt out a little bit more, but that will leave Skyfire a little bit more vulnerable, especially against the High Noon and the Attack Visor.
High Noon being used the moment they try to take that rotation. The poor souls that are split. Even if the High Noon doesn't necessarily confirm it, that's delaying in their time. They're being caught out. Sleep Dart does hit the Soldier, then the Dynamite opening it up, but they're having to play inside very small coveys, and it seems that Alvernia really don't want to even test it, especially when Skyfire lands on the Reinhardt, gets immortality to stay up a little longer. And they found solace in that scuffle. Though the shatter, it lands, and it's beautiful to quickly end it out. The Bob is still there inside the backline while the D.Va is able to push them inside, meaning they are getting enough of this poke to bring this back in their favor.
That's what you'll see often. Just keep using ultimate after ultimate, but staggering them out in the right way. There is a sound barrier. I don't think they'll use it here, but Soloist is coming back in. It's going to help out Devin, and this is going to be one of those, skirmish type of fights where both teams are going to keep trickling in members, and the attacking spawn is closer. So they'll usually get the advantage out of that. I just don't know if the fight paced that way in this situation.
Seeming like they might want to get overturned. That Shadow Lines, oh no! Beamsoul did not hold that shield. The immortality kept them up for a little bit, but it's not going to be lasting forever. McFluff decides to use that grab solely just to stop them from even getting off. Look at this. College, they don't care. They're just committing.
The responsibility of the Lucio to not get shattered there. I mean, you can't always prevent it. I'm not going to blame D.Va Devin for that, but it's one of those situations, right, where if the sound barrier goes off, then Pifto doesn't die, Minus doesn't die. You can just keep on going right there. But yeah, need to cap the point here. 3 minutes 15 on the clock still by the time the card's actually out. And 3:15 is a decent time for B, but he can be halted for a long time here. And they already did a decent job of defending A. I mean, oftentimes we see A just fall in one fight.
They want to take this high ground, though, so we'll have to see. What does Altaria really try to do to stop it? With them being on the low ground, their Lucio just absolutely gets demolished. There's not much that they can do against it. And, well, their opponents just decide, hey, 1-2 losses, and this is a 5v6. You don't have that sound barrier protection. We're going to take this directly to you. Force you to use that window, then back up a little. Now they've popped out the visor. They're fully behind that pillar. And it seems... Wait, Piffle? Are you the one that's going to fall when engaging out? You've left your team with no shield.
I understand the logic. You want to push them away from that pillar because you know they're all behind it, but then in the end you just give up your own life. Ooh, Flashbang does hit there onto Fusion, but doesn't quite manage to find the elimination. And now the High Noon comes out. There's the Plague. Young Snail will also go down. Fusion just rolling around on the cart, being able to clean it up. I thought Sololess was going to be the hits kind of watch out for, but it turns out that Fusion, fairly decent Cassidy themselves.
Said it very early on, we would be needing to be seeing more out of Fusions, and this was exactly what I was talking about, especially playing that Cassidy character. Solo's just doing an amazing job of getting that chip damage, but confirming the kill, just what you've got to do. Hood, though, Young Snail needs to just be giving a bit more respect to their opponents. Look at that, they have so many ultimates, 6 ultimates, and they can have a choice in the way that they want to engage in, but they're taking their time. They don't have a Lucio to walk in, so with Skyfire popping out on the Riptire against 2 hit scans who have long range, it's absolutely risky. Look at that, they move in.
No.
Will they find 2? Fusion had dropped trying to help, but it doesn't work. Then Percival comes onto the backline, able to use that High Noon. The Immortality may save the Baptiste, but it's just a cleanup at that point.
Such a destructible tire as well. It kind of came exactly at them on that high ground. Could see it coming from a mile away, and they still just couldn't manage to destroy it. And with 2 hit scan, it's just one of those mistakes that's going to keep haunting you. So I hope that Solus and Fusion are able to just like reset, pick themselves up from that, because that was definitely one of those where you're gonna hear them say in their head like, "Oh, I should really have destroyed that. That's my bad. Sorry guys. Sorry guys."
Wait, they're continuing to move in. That sound barrier had to be used to defend them. The visor is trying to be that counter tool just to mess with them. Unfortunately, while it does find Skyfire, it doesn't necessarily stop this fight. It's taking out Young Snail's mech that 100% moves us into a different pace. And yet, we see them pushing in. That shatter is going to be blocked. Piffle looking to just play back, find an opportunity. The Nano goes on to the Baby Diva. Not going to be the brightest side. Oh no, the anti-lands! They've just got to back up. They've got to retreat. When you throw the Fire Strike, you get hit with a little bit of poke. Now, they're not really going to be holding this for too long, and even that grab was used in vain.
Yeah, that Graviton was not necessary there. There wasn't anyone to really follow up, especially when the Reinhardt is already down. You just can't have someone swing. You can't give your team space and protection to actually fire into it. And now they're already close to that last point. This is usually that snowbally moment. You got to stop, and these anti-nature keep hitting onto Piftle. Piftle's got to find an opening here, but the tire is out. The shatter is ready. Are you going to be actually able to step on the point and use it, though?
I mean, you have
Answer's
to.
Yes.
They throw themselves. They try to Hail Mary it, but Hood College built up the speed, managed to snowball that. And, well, they've caught that point with a minute and 13 seconds. That's pretty good for Blizzard World.
It's fairly decent. I mean, especially because they got halted a little bit on A, but they kind of just sort of cruised through B, and especially just sped all their way through C there. So Hood College on a pretty good position here to take a 2-0 lead in this series, but Alvernia is not down and out just yet. But they do have to complete this map with time left, otherwise they will be left with a maximum option of a draw. That's not what you like to see here on a map like Blizzard World.
I mean, I don't think it's quite common either. Have you ever seen one? I don't think, at least when my memory comes in. I think it's
a draw on Blizzard World?
Yeah,
for sure. Oh no, I definitely have.
I've seen it like very rarely.
I mean, it's mostly because that first fight is usually where teams already take the first point. But because we've already seen that between these teams, there's a possibility that that doesn't happen. If both of them have like a minute roughly to attack point A, there's a very good chance that they might not be able to make it, and then it just turns into a draw. So I'm not ruling it out, but we do need to see a solid attack from Alvernia here.
I'll give them, the benefit of the doubt. I'm liking their composition. They're even running out on the Hanzo we so theorize. Don't know what Plague is doing. Definitely making some interesting choices. But they're going to have the room, especially the Hanzo, with that one-shot potential. With the high ground being the area that we're going to be paying attention to, I wonder how much that's going to impact. Percival's already down to half health. Will get that healing to stay alive. But look at this, Solus just stays back. It's able to get in some free poke. Wow, we see it turning out. They just go on top of the high ground. They say they are a threat. They're like, hey, you can stay up here, but look, we are here now, and you have a risk. Be hit by the Hanzo or be hit by Yush. You really don't have a choice in the end. You just drop.
Pistol is losing barriers fairly early normally, but this time it's Creed Light that draws the shorter end of that stick, which on the defense is understandable. But now that high ground's been taken over, the Hanzo's got this free range from Sololess, so this is the time to attack, and they're going to go through the left side as well.
I like the left side. Big open spot. You got some boxes, natural cover. It's not too claustrophobic for the Junkrat. However, what I don't like is how much shield pressure it allows their opponents. I mean, just look at Piffle right now. 390, 0. It is just so quick. The immortality, though they have it, they need to save it for the Riptire. Unfortunately, Minus is going to be picked up from it. So the rest of the team, they just reset. They are out of here.
Very quick Riptire, Skyfire, if they're going to keep being able to charge these up that quickly, this is going to be a very hard map to take. Once again, both teams not able to take it on the first attack, taking a very long time to set up, so we're already almost down to half their time bank. But they do have some ultimates charged, and especially Pistol being slightly ahead, or at least even with Creed Light in that Shatter charge is a huge deal.
I would really like to see them, though, attempt it. They have a lot of value in the chances when it comes to those abilities, but they're not really being opportunistic. I mean, finding out that Mercy, you've got to be very opportunistic. Solus is going to be a little late, but that doesn't matter. Look how they're set up. They have to use an ultimate or two just to stall this out. You just need to give your Reinhardt a bit more healing, a bit more value. Fusions, though, on the flank. Look at this high noon. Lands it, pokes them out. The Dragon that's going to give them a bit more room. Unfortunately, they really only find the Baptiste out of the entire scuffle.
Good Dragon. The Immortality Field was in the way. Same thing with the High Noon. And it's great if you use those ultimates, but one of them can draw the Immortality Field. The other one, it needs to be destroyed by the time that one hits. There could have been at least 2 or 3 deaths there just from those 2 ultimates. And Hood College only really needed to use the 2. It's the Valkyrie and the Amplification Matrix. And they're, again, just ahead in the ult charge. We've seen this being a theme throughout the last 2 maps, this map included, which is just ult economy management, or at least ult availability is just higher for Hood College.
Now they're set up, they run in, they land the Shatter, it's beautiful, instantly killed, but the 3K! You can't kill their hopes like that, at least the bomb is able to find 2, but the bomb, more than anything, is still there. And that's practically all you need, not the Widowmaker, oh no.
Oh, they do get the shot into Percival there. It's probably going to be rezzed up fairly quickly by Plague, but Sololess is showing off their hit scan prowess now. That's what we love to see. Especially Widowmaker, just long sidelines on this map do account for that. I don't think anyone knows that Sololess is behind them, so they could pen out. Unfortunately, no. Percival has found their head.
Bit of scouting, and look at that. The Shatter lands was already a 5v6, but now it's even less. 30 seconds on the clock. You had to use that sounder that you've been saving. Unfortunately, it's looking like it's going to be a full hold. They don't have anybody who can even touch. I mean, the Lucio trying to live up to the name, speeding around. You get the touch, but what are you going to have?
Well, the answer is not so much. 10 seconds. That's what they're going to have to work with. Sololess is going to be able to show them where everybody is so that they can touch in the most effective way possible, not to run into anybody. But Skyfire is just in the way with that Junkrat. They get too much damage on them with Fushu. Getting 2 is just going to tickle down. And Hood College going up 2-0 in the series.
I gotta say, Hood improving drastically in between those sets of just waiting for their attack and then seeing their defense, and I can't put my finger on it, and I need a little help. I don't know if it's just the immortality usage where they're using it very well to protect their team, or is it the fact that their Reinhardt has the will to engage?
It is always a lot of factors that go into this, but a lot of that damage going onto the shield, especially from a Junkrat, that's really what pushes it over the edge. I mean, you have to play so much safer as a Reinhardt in that situation where your team will be able to do more targeted damage, but that Junkrat with all the explosiveness, just make sure that you don't have a shield most of the time. And you have to be either very quick and overwhelm them, which they're not capable of doing, it seems, or you have to move to a situation where somehow you manage to pick off the Junkrat before the fight even starts. And neither of those things really happened all the time. Like, there were some attempts, but never really the opportunity to actually overwhelm the other side of Hood. So good job on Hood for actually realizing that and just saying, well, if you want to win, you're going to have to find a way around a Junkrat, because that's essentially what it's come down to in these past few maps.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, Alvernia's got to try, and luckily we're going to give them a little bit of a break. We're going to give them a couple minutes just to recuperate and try and figure out what their next map pick is, how they're going to work on that. It's escort, of course, so no more of this static defense going on, and we'll see what they're going to do after the break.
Oh, it is getting very hot in here. A little too steamy for my own personal liking. Things at the halftime, it doesn't seem like it's going to be any form of tie. Right now, ManofClass, not Mono, but we're looking at a match point already, and I'm very scared because Hood have just been kind of continuing to show vast improvement. And our map, we know it's gonna be Rialto, Havana of all points, not the safest choice.
Havana is one of those choices where at least you kind of know the third point is going to be defendable. If they get there, of course, Hood's attacking first, so there is an opportunity for it. But it also provides a lot more longer sightlines. Snipers very popular on the map like this, and when we saw the picks they were trying to set up earlier on in Blizzard World, it's definitely understandable why they would go for this. I mean, you might have wanted to go for Dorado as well. Same story, even Rialto, but I think Havana, even more than all those other two maps, lends itself to snipers very well. Not so much to Junkrat. And when it comes to that dynamic, I do think that this is out of all these... it's like out of all these maps that they could have gone for, which Gibraltar was also an option, would might have even been better. This might actually be the best one to go with. Big difference here being, of course, that high ground is less of a factor in Havana for the whole team, much more so for like the snipers, than it would have been on something like Gibraltar, where often you do really want to hold those high grounds a little bit more consistently.
You're right. At first, I kind of looked at this, and my big worry was they're not shutting down the supports at times. They're not, doing X, Y, Z, and that was a big worry. But you're absolutely right. This is kind of going to go more into their strengths, especially fusions and solo, who we saw tease a little bit more of those type of characters. Obviously, the Widowmaker from last round, they have full chances to use it. I think the biggest thing you have to worry about is the fact that Hood are attacking first, meaning you kind of want to get that full hold. I think that's the best momentum stopper just to do right now.
Yeah, and the way they're gonna do this, looking so far, they're gonna just stand very close to that spawn, hold there with the Mei, the Reinhardt, the D.Va, even the Baptiste and the Lucio. I do think that Soloist will be a little further back on that Widowmaker, and that will provide Soloist with so much space. That's gonna be a very fun time for that Widowmaker.
Oh, but my question is this not counterintuitive, but one side is close holding. They're not going to have that Widowmaker there, but they are set to get those shots in. Is that going to hurt them at all?
We'll see. There's a lot of opportunities here for it to go either way. I don't like what Piftal's doing here, because they're essentially fighting very close, where there's no sidelines for the Widowmaker just yet. He's just trying to have to fire through this. Somehow it's an immortality field, by the way, but like, it's very hard to shoot through those trees, so you kind of want to lure them a little bit further to the cart in the open, and then Solus is going to be able to shoot a few down.
I mean, Solos is trying to hit, trying to do the best that they can, and though they find the Baby Diva, that's just it, the Baby Diva. Not the biggest pick that you're looking for in this type of scenario when you've lost your frontliners. You even drop and then be taken out by Percival is not going to be the best thing to put on a resume.
It's exactly because they're kind of misplayed it themselves. Like, they put Hood College into a situation where they didn't have to worry about the Widow sidelines, because the Widow was nowhere to be seen. And then Solus has to come closer. You see Solus actually having done a lot of damage closest to their ultimate on the entire team. But they had to put themselves in really awkward positions to get those shots off. So if you're going to play like this, you're going to have to figure out a way in order to give your DPS the best sidelines possible and find a position that supports that.
The fight for the high ground, though, it's not going to be as important, and similar to what you said. Still able to get Solus a bit more room just to take out Percival, who's trying to go a little bit on the flank. And as we see, Hood are having a lot of issues trying to break through. They need to stay more together. They are able to win that frontline fight, which helps. And that shatter, though it lands, I mean, Minus is able to block it out for a bit, and Solus is uncontested freely until the Diva dives in. I mean, that was a lot of resources just to kind of win that fight.
Yeah, there was a couple of kills coming out from Solus, though, and like, now you see why they want to play that Widowmaker, and it was getting value. It's for sure was. It's just the rest of the team in the front line doesn't have to worry enough about either other damage or that Widowmaker in order to really defend. So it's hard for them to get something off. You see Piftal now jumping in here. Does get the shatter off. It's a huge one.
It is, and though that charge is going to give a slight split, we do see Fusions getting a lot of value, throwing in the Bob in the midst of them. That's going to ruin their push, because look at that. The Diva copy, who's just hoping to go and build up to that bomb, doesn't even have a chance. They've lost their Reinhardt, and now, I mean, Skyfire doesn't really have the best chance of escaping.
Oh, they really do not. I think Skyfire's going to get out. No, they're definitely not. And now you're in an optimal position, because there's a long run back from the attack. You have both your Widowmaker and your Ashe kind of staggering their ultimates. So you're going to have wall hacks, then you're going to have Bob, then you're going to have wall hacks, then you're going to have Bob. And they're just going to be able to perpetually keep that dynamic going back and forth. So that's very nice. And now McFluff will have their self-destruct, so they're going to be able to do that off. They're in a much better position ultimate-wise and just generally geographically on the map than they've been so far in this match.
And that using the window, it seems Minus got a little too eager. Same with Fusions. Don't ever want to peek that, but the bomb is able to help, especially with the Rhine. Solus, ooh! Soloist managing to find that shot is just beautiful. I mean, Hood, they are having a lot of issues trying to find the way to be able to break through these chokes.
So I don't know if their name means that they want to solo less. So, you know, they want to make sure that they play less on their own and ego maniac, etc. Or whether they're telling the other team you should solo less, because otherwise they'll just pick you off. In this situation, I'm definitely thinking it's the latter. But yeah, like, again, I totally understand why Escort definitely would be a better map type for them, because they're almost all these maps are so good for Widowmakers.
Look at this, though. They have switched over their dive. I mean, now they go in, put pressure onto Solo, and that, well, Sound Barrier isn't going to be lasting too long. Now they have to try and shield away from this bomb, but they sacrifice their shield in the meanwhile. It's a really good shatter, though, helping to take out the monkey, giving advice or really the winning condition for the rest of your team. But still, I mean, Skyfire is free onto the shot line, going to be able to help. Oh, no, almost take out Fusions. The Bob is the one that's doing all the work, but look at this. They're able to consistently stand there and delay this as long as they want, even if McFluff is going to fall right now.
Bob and the Diva just able to be there almost perpetually on. Almost the entire team can now come back from the side of Alvernia. They've got Sololess on the Cassidy now. Will be able to come back in, do more consistent damage in the front line in the team against that Winston. And it's a logical choice. If you try and perpetuate yourself against the Winston that's going to chase you down, you don't want to be on Widowmaker anymore.
Look at that. They are just using the visor, and they're able to cleanly sweep through from what came close to a full hole. Now quickly ends, and I definitely feel not having the snipers, not having Sololess on it may hurt them a little, but hey, second points now coming out. Hood had to switch. I think that's a statement you've already made.
Yeah, I mean, you're having to making them having to switch up. They do have an ult economy going already, though. They didn't have to expend everything they had. Well, they did, but they almost got like a lot back. But you'll have fusion on the Reaper now. Will be able to peel a little bit better. And Soloist is just as good on the Cassidy as they are on the Widowmaker. So I'm not worried at all. Gotta be a little bit careful at Percival on the backline on the Tracer.
They do take this brawl somewhat split. We see as Fusions goes onto the flank, as Hood are on top of the high ground, but it seems that you're not really going to be able to do too much. The rest of your team are going to need you, but Sololess is going to be able to pick it up. That Shatter, that was a risky one. Jumped in the air, though that landed. You are at 10 HP and you still managed to fall. It almost went down, but look at that Hood. They are bringing this point back slightly. They may disengage just to be able to kind of put this more in their favor, but now they're finding the picks. They're able to collapse on top, and one mistake caused into two. It's now not looking good.
It just really hurts because you see Pistol be in the perfect position to shatter, and then they just jump in the air. Like, there's no reason to jump as Reinhardt about like 90% of the time. And it's really something that you see people learn. Like, don't shield jump, don't jump charge, don't do all these things because it costs you time that they can use to react to you.
Now they're using that sound barrier. They take out the Rhino. That bomb is one big deterrent. Who wants to walk out in that? I mean, you've already seen how it's happening. The Visor making sure that they don't even have a chance of losing this fight. Hood and College are taking this 120% seriously as they are looking to push this on to the third point, but that gives room back to the Sniper. Are we going to be expecting Solo to go back on this, or is that casting so necessary right now?
The Cassidy is not necessary, but I think the Widowmaker is too vulnerable with the way that Hood is playing. Solus is gonna try it because there is a lot more room to run away to hide from, to peel for a Widowmaker in the situation. But if these pulse bombs keep hitting, the Widowmaker might not be able to carry hard enough.
Well, they're gonna need some type of change, and it seems Solo feels that Widowmaker has to be it as well. We move on to the big castle. The rest of the team are slowly being staggered. The poor Reinhardt is just barely getting healing. And the Hood College decide fully not to engage off of it, even though they built off the Primal. They still have the ultimates. They have the Nano. They have every reason to find who they want to go after. That window gives them a bit of room, and the sound barrier saves them, but they're not able to fully engage. There is a Reinhardt, not the Reinhardt, the Monkey, who is sitting there ruining your day. The Blossom, though, is going to be able to make the difference. You can't stop it when the Diva's not there to try and DM it.
I think that fight in particular, like just that charge in from Pistol, just kind of shows what the problem is that Alveria is having. Alveria doesn't get to engage on their own terms. They don't really get to fight heroes, especially that Reinhardt. He just can't get to anybody to fight them. And then you get into a problem where if Hood College can just dodge you and run away from your Reinhardt, what's your Reinhardt really doing anymore at that stage? Because there's not that much damage that they're blocking even.
They're looking to pop out this Shatter. I think that's the biggest thing. Oh, not into the monkey bubble! You shot into the monkey bubble! That's not very good. They need to get hit with the anti as well, slowing them down. They do have the remake, and well, look at that, able to take out Skyfire. It's looking pretty good. That's now a free zone for the Widowmaker to continue getting fixed. They ended up throwing the resources actually on top of Solo, interestingly enough, but the problem is that they do not have the team to make that up. The sound barrier was used way too late, not going to be able to save the Monkey. It's really just huge for the DPS and tank to try to do the best that they can, as Skyfire, using the Visor, has to engage in, but playing on the left side, not going to be the best when there is a Shatter and a Fire Strike to help take you out. Though it's not a full hold, they have still stopped the possibility of that third point being an issue.
Havana third, the classic. You don't get through this castle hold. It is. We've seen every team struggle with taking that last point. Unless you get it on that first go, you stop them from getting out of spawn as a group. It's just Sololess is able to every single fight pick off one, maybe two heroes. And that attack becomes almost impossible in the situation. It's very much like an assault map in that situation where you just cannot do it with less heroes. You need all of them. You need to consistently kill a lot of Alvernia very quickly in order to be able to get in there. Now, Alvernia still has a mountain to climb. Like, they do need to get up to that fort, and their last attack on Blizzard World really wasn't that successful at all. But it is their map choice. It is definitely a map that's more favored to them. So if Sololess is able to once again pop off on that Widowmaker, they might have a very successful attack here. But we're gonna see Skyfire and Percival return on their DPS of choice, which are the projectile spammers And Solus and Fusion might have a very big problem if they kind of hit that Mercy, that Pharah Mercy or that Junkrat.
Oh, that stresses me out when you have to pay attention to that Pharah. I never like watching the Pharah's POV because the possibility of just being shot in the face always scares me. But I don't feel they're gonna be too happy with the
it's not the same, and it's not the same in the situation because this is the classic. I'm gonna fly above your spawn hold, so getting an angle on this Pharah Mercy is gonna be nigh impossible.
I agree. Though they do take the long sight, so this is lightly going a bit more into their good gracious. It's still a big problem as Minus still does fall. Fusion's not really getting set up. Solus even switched over to the Cassidy. I was hoping having a bit more room to shoot could have been a good sign, but it does not look like it's going to be fully complete.
Does take out the Mercy though, so it's going to be a lot more care that has to be taken here by Percival. You see them immediately back out. They're like, yeah, we cannot have this Pharah above the spawn because like it takes one shot and she's just gone, and there will not be a Mercy to res her, not be a Mercy to pocket her. They just want to get her back in the fight as soon as possible. Taxi her back. That doesn't mean that Sololess switching over to the Cassidy was the right call there.
That was a nice shot coming in. A little bit embarrassing falling for that trap, but at least Fusion's going to be able to pick anything up before something happens. Hood slowly collapsing underneath it, but they do find not only the res, but that pick. This is still holdable, but you really don't want to peek against both of those snipers. That's why it gives me anxiety. I mean, just look at Solo managing to pick those off trying to escape.
This is going to be a very fast attack coming out of this, unless there's a full team re-engage, which looks very unlikely to be the case with the way that they staggered themselves dying on that point. The Shatter is even ready as well from Piftel, so if Creed comes out and blocks, that would be huge, but they're not even going to try. So this is a first point, very quick take from Avernia. And remember, Hood did pretty much everything in overtime.
Now we get an opportunity to see what they do on second point. This is going to be a bit more favorable. I mean, look at that Riptire already coming out, walks into the Reinhardt, finds Fusion, who was just on the sidelines. They were innocent. You're not meant to do it. But at least Hood gained full control of how they want to take the next fight. They definitely are going to be feeling a lot more confident.
Yeah, it's the hardcore hit scan versus the power of projectiles. We do see Solus now go over to the Hanzo as well. Fusion still on the Ashe, of course, very close to the Bob, so understandable. And Solus already winning out against Percival on that Hanzo. So Hanzo 1v1 domination, not yet established, but definitely started.
But they're now jumping in with the Bob in the air. They land the Shatter. Hood just weren't ready for it. I don't know if it was the angles or just the pure confidence, but I mean, I'm a little intimidated.
I mean, I would be too. You know, it's how that goes. And right now, Piftel's definitely having the better end of this Reinhardt duel, which has been a long time coming, and Piftel has been in a bit of trouble. And especially if they're not on the Winston on the other side, you can actually have that proper shield duel, which was a troubling reality in the last round, of course. Going to be a left entry here, and the bomb is ready, so might as well try and stop it. But the Dragon's more expensive in that situation. Oh, no. Oh, you hate to see that if you are Hood.
Ooh, I mean, Solo must be feeling themselves. I've got to wonder,
Yeah.
what do you practice to be able to land these shots so cleanly? We're even seeing the switch over to the Widowmaker.
There is this there is this game mode which I discovered recently, which is called Drown the Hanzo. Sounds very macabre, but it's actually, so it's just Hanzos jumping in the air on the workshop island, and then if you shoot someone with an arrow, you like boost them away. So it's just trying to get environmentals on Hanzos, and that's how you get really good Hanzo shots.
Hey, well, props to him. That's something I definitely have to check out, especially when Solo switches over to the Widow, so there's got to be something new. You lose that fight, the Riptire is going to be cleaning it up. 4 minutes in a time bank. They're not going to be going over to the point, rather dropping down, but you did force out the Nano. A lot of ultimates coming from Hood, but they do get the hold.
Especially because they get the right pick on the right heroes, right? Like Fusion also going down there. They tried to sort of recuperate with that sound barrier from Devin, but it came in a little bit late. Solus is not cooling down anytime soon, though, so there's still a good chance they could just go on. Ooh, you gotta be careful there, Skyfire. You know it's coming for you. You know exactly where you are.
I mean, like,
nice
now,
block.
Yep, it's a very good block. We see as they win that fight in Plague, not protected. The Widow has these triangles. They are so close to the choke point, and that spawn is not looking any favorable for them. As we see Piff able to just to stay on the front lines, has his shadow for anybody who wants to walk in, just waiting for at least 2 people to be cleared, but safe and sound. The Ash falling through, and that Monkey being the last person who can stay there, giving time for the young Snail to be there. It's not working too well, but it does give enough of a time bank. However, with this Alvernia, they have the ultimates to be able to subside. The Wrecking Ball can only do as much as they can, but not even able to get the boop onto the environmental kill, as Solus able to hit those shots. It looks like we're going to be looking at a tougher series because they managed to win when it comes down to Havana.
I wouldn't say a comeback. It's not a comeback yet, but definitely a very convincing map win coming out there for Alvernia. It kind of felt already that on the defense they were doing a lot, and Hood kind of by the skin of their teeth was managing to get through a few things on momentum after that first overtime cap. But yeah, their own attack, especially when Solo is just able to pop off like that, you're getting so much value. I mean, that dragon through the corridor, very well timed, very well placed, because they all have to go through there. You saw them with a Sonic and just capitalize it straight away. I mean, that's the hallmark of a good DPS and the hallmark of a team that also knows how to play around it. If they're able to do that on the future maps, we might still get a map 5, but you can't do this in every map, unfortunately. So if this is where their power comes from Solus popping off, you got to find maps, and there have to be maps where that's a possibility. And I mean, because we're going back to, you know, another map that we've already played, gonna be fewer maps available for this to be working.
I remember distinctively, I said if they manage to get a full hold, that's going to kill the momentum. While yes, they didn't necessarily get the full hold that they were looking for, they still stopped that momentum pretty quickly, and they managed to kind of put more in their favor. I mean, Solo's got to be feeling great, but so does their Reinhardt, being able to freely walk forward without too much to worry about. That's going to be helping a lot, and now I think it's scarier for the side of Hood. I mean, you got to be moving back in. And now, more than anything, what map do you try to pick? I mean, you got to do something to stop DPS.
So, Eichenwald and Blizzard World are out. So, you're left with Kings Row, Hollywood, and Numbani. If I were a Hood, I would really hope that Kings Row doesn't get banned. But obviously, if I'm Avernus, yeah, you just that's just the Alvernia has to ban Kings Row. Like, I don't see a way in which they don't. Because that's just Junkrat Central, I guess, in that situation. Out of those 3 maps, that would be the worst one. And if I then have to pick between Numbani and Hollywood, it's a toss-up. Like, it's tricky. I would personally prefer Numbani because I just like the map more. But I also can see some arguments to be made for Hollywood potentially, because it is a nasty map with some high grounds. It just gets a bit tricky in that last point, but that goes for Numbani equally so. So I think there might be some more opportunities on Numbani, but also some more opportunities, especially for the Junkrat defense there. So it's about what they practice more, I guess, and what they like to play more. If you don't want to be out Winstoned, I'd say go Hollywood for the safety purposes.
I want to think about this carefully. Like, I see the math in my brain trying to pick the pieces together with like every factor. I'm seeing it in slow motion and everything. Sure. I'd have to say Numbani, I think, would be the best format. And then the reason why I say that is not only since of just first point, but I think second point is a very big statement to make. It's nothing like the rest of the maps, and it is incredibly hard to continue that snowball going into it, but it's definitely possible if you have those snipers to set up, if you have the room, and, well, you have the characters who are going to be able to counter against it. Even just a Torbjorn, if you're feeling a little classy, has a turret to be able to make that distraction. I think Numbani comes to a beautiful way, not only for Hood to find counter play, but for their opponents, you know, especially Solo, to set up and work for both areas. But
they're digging their own grave. They ban Hollywood and they pick Kings Row. That is, it's like the one map where it's like they should not pick it. I will say, first point and third point are pretty good for snipers, But there's so much Junkrat potential here that I'm so worried about here, because the Junkrat has been a thorn in their sides all day.
Junkrat, not even just the Junkrat, but let's say that they go on to a composition that just fully enables them to rush in. And what do I mean by that? I mean, let's say they decide to run out with a Zarya and a Doomfist. Do you know how much room they have to take these angles and just immediately go in? I'm not gonna lie, I'm absolutely shocked that they're gonna be going into King's Row, because it's just the long-term ideas that you're going with it. Yes, it's Brawl, but that Junkrat still works. The Diva DM can only last so much, and let's say they run out with a Mei. Who are you prioritizing?
Yeah, it's hard. I think at that point, you might not even want to prioritize the DPS. You just want to prioritize getting rid of their utility and then going after the tanks or the supports. Like, it all depends on what you play yourself. It's almost inconceivable that they're not going to play Reinhardt. But are we going to get Reinhardt Diva, Reinhardt Zarya? Yeah, it's all up to them. I do think that we're going to have to see another stellar performance out of Sololess. And I do think that Fusion was actually holding on really well in terms of keeping pace. Being like the secondary DPS, but also very much like weaving into where Sololess was like not necessarily dropping targets, but like leaving openings so that they both working in tandem, so to speak.
I think this is going to be the point where we have to see team synergy working together, making the point. We've seen a lot of individual plays, and we've called out these players on on the singular scale to see how well they've done. I really just want to see, when it goes down to a map like this, which is the team that is better synergized. I don't think this is the type of map where we can sit there and say this is a good point for a solo to help.
No, of course not. And we get some more like spiciness coming out of here, right? Like Kaijin is coming back in for Skyfire, which is like a bigger swap up. Skyfire has been the one that's been playing these Junkrat, Pharah, Symmetra heroes, Mame heroes even. So not having that player on a map like King's Row kind of feels like a bit of an odd choice, but like, it depends. Sometimes you just have something up your sleeve. They've practiced something, maybe with a Bastion strat, who knows? They can just be very, very helpful. I mean, we always have the attack Bastion top hat strat that just, you gotta be wary of it. It might happen. That being said, Alvernia is starting on the attack, and I don't think they're a team to really pull that out. But it might happen on the other side. We'll see.
You're right, at least when it goes down to the switch. I wonder what differences that makes. Maybe they are just fully going to coordinate, but at least when it goes down to how they've been working as a team, it's been really solid. And I would want to give that solely due to Plague, who's been mostly onto the Lucio and Mercy, as you've been seeing, just doing a good job of staying with the team, not really looking to Reddit or just try to get those initial picks. And I like Lucios that are team players. I think that's a really good way to play the game rather than needing to go in for those, small things. But they're on defense first, meaning that their composition is the easiest to pay attention to. And I'm not used to seeing a Brigida of all things.
It makes sense if you're expecting them to do more, either like a Wrecking Ball, Doomfist, or even a Tracer type of gameplay, then Brigitte makes a lot of sense. It's generally just good peel, also for the Junkrat, even if you want to keep him in the back line. So it definitely is more of a protective composition like that. Whether it will be enough is another question. Just an extra barrier in the way, the Widow shots are another logical way to do it. Because I'm no way that Sololess isn't pulling out the Widowmaker or the Hanzo later on.
Well, the Hanzo seems to be the more favorable pick. Not even going for the early peak shot. My heart feels hurt. But, I mean, what are Hood going to be doing against it? We see as the fight is going to be taken at this show. A nice wall being able to split off Creed, but the charge is not going to land. That immortality keeps them up for a little longer. They do have the Junkrat, so you can already see the damage coming in, but McFluff is not really at the best percentage, around half, and they've lost Creed during this pick. That is going to be the big opening, no matter the damage that they have built up. The wall does help the Baptista's case, but poor Percival is caught out.
Yeah, very nicely done. Good quick attack, and once again just able to capitalize on the pressure that they provide. And the Lucio is a really big part of that. I mean, Devin being on that Lucio just provides them with the extra punch and speed that is very hard to deal with for a team like Hood College that don't have that speed on their side. And then with the extra added damage and the wall from the Mei in the way, you just put yourself up for a victory.
We do see as this Junkrat's been working as well. We very much theorized, and I mean, look at this Riptire just speeding in, ignores the Rhine, and then gets taken out. You really should have taken it while you had the chance. You even get traded out, helping the dragons get built. I mean, yes, you've lost your own Reinhardt, but Solo, if you just decide to throw it out, it could be massive, it could be dirty, but it seems that you're wanting to be a little nice. Give them the chance, you know?
Yeah, you don't want to take the risk of taking that fight without your Reinhardt. I think like missing something like your Lucio or maybe even your Mei, you can still try and do it. But missing that Reinhardt just provides you with too much risk of dying while you're trying to get into it. You see Kaijin switching over to the Pharah now. Without a Mercy, so that will be very tricky to work with. But there is no hit scan.
The dragons helping protect as they were prepared. There was a wall blocking their line of sight, and they get caught with inside of it. It's not often you see the Pharah actually be picked off, and I don't know how well you want it to be onto that pick, because what is it really supposed to do when Plague sacrifices not getting the rally for the Ana?
Pistol doing the very aggressive move here, just throwing out the Shatter into nothing. Well, maybe that was a fat finger, but that kind of felt like a bit of a problematic accidental ult there.
They're still freely able to capture the point. They're even going in for that charge, and I'm liking it. It's going in for that aggression, but the Blizzard has caught them out. And, well, Young Snail is going to pay for it. Had a really good amount of charge, and Creed, I don't think, is going to be able to escape. Even with that Pharah freely shooting, they'll have to invest that Bob if they want a chance, and you can already see that being committed as Creed safely is going to survive while the rest of the opponents, they are retreating.
It's looking like a Alvernia University quick attack on AMD, but finally they've been halted. And now the question is, can they start that momentum back up? Can they now win a fight after being defeated once? And the ultimates support both teams winning this fight potentially. But the one thing that is true is that it's very close to a Grab Dragon combo here from Solus and McFluff.
You see the Graviton Surge managed to land, and that wall beautifully used to be able to protect him. Didn't even need the immortality, but hey, it's good to have. However, that Shatter, still the big move as well, then leads into the Nano Barrage, and it just worked out beautifully. Still though, that was a lot of ultimates they used. I don't know
it's a lot.
How confident we gotta feel.
They used everything they had, and on the other side they used the sound barrier, but then they had the Mei wall and the immortality field, so that Graviton got nothing done. And it's smart on Hood College, honestly, to wait until the all utility was gone and then go in with the Nano Barrage, because otherwise it might have gotten like 10% of what it had.
It just felt like a beautiful idea in the definition of the dry fight now. As you see, there's just nothing a Hood can really do against it. They lose two very quickly. They just hold the shield and allow the DPS to do their job. Solo is just continuing, staying with fusions to get these headshots, which are just killing them so quickly.
Is again the momentum being started back up, and they still have the Blizzard to slow them down even more and to freeze them in place. This is going to be a very hard one. Young Snail has to eat this one, but they're already out of mech.
You use the Blizzard, and look at this. It's going to be really hard for them to stay on that point. I mean, Plague is on there, leaving the Baptiste as the sacrifice his first bolt's quickly going to be picked off. Biff is just freely just using the hammer to be able to take them out, as the Forest not going to be able to touch. That's around 3 minutes and 25 seconds. That is scary on King's Row.
Score.
This is looking like Alvernia University unleashed, and that is a scary proposition, because of course Hood College was doing very well on these maps with the Reinhardts, but ever since Solo started to hit some shots, since Fusion started to hit some shots, and then they've just been playing a little bit better, and especially with that speed boost advantage, Hood College is just not able to put their own momentum back. Their pressure is gone, and it's all because of the speed and the direct impact of all these shots that are coming out. They've discovered that Hanzo is OP, and they're not letting it go.
I would say you just stick with it. Work with the flow. That's how I like to live life. I'm more interested on Hood's plan. How do they bring this back into their favor? Because I would say that they ran a lot of counterintuitive ideas, though may not be using that word per the definition. I think you get the idea. They ran a Pharah, but they didn't have a Mercy to necessarily pocket, and a lot of focus was being put onto the tank. That Ana Baptiste. They swapped out the Junkrat, though I didn't think the Junkrat was necessarily doing terrible.
This is a defense that I get, because they're obviously they've been playing this on attack. It was working really well. They're able to reposition effectively. They're able to speed into the wall when Fusion puts a good one down. They're still going to have Kaijin on this Pharah, and Percival's going to go over to the Widowmaker, but they'll have Plague on the Mercy this time around, which is a very big difference. Might actually help them out to get that going. And if some good anti-nades from Fushi hit, that would be the most important instigator.
I do love that bug, though. It's very funny, especially when, look at this, they're able to find the pick off of it. It seems Kaijin really loves playing this far, or just any type of character with this massive burst damage, helping to take out fusions. You can try and rotate off to the corner while Percival is the sacrifice. You still pretty much not having the room to save yourself on this point. Even if you manage to find out the Ana, your backline is completely open.
Looking for Kaijin to just keep on trucking forward, keep on pushing, and with Percival on this Widowmaker also making a pretty big difference in terms of, you know, providing space, because Alvernia is just avoiding sight lines. They're putting themselves in a pretty good position to also start speeding through this map, and they're trying to match the pace that Alvernia had, which was a high pace, so we might go into extra rounds if they keep this up.
They're pushing in very early. I'm more curious about the Widowmaker rather than liking. It is set on the point rather than on top, looking just to be able to peek over the shield. It's looking more of wanting to punish, while Creed saves up, hoping to just use this shatter. They don't have the shield to fully commit into it, but they did find the mech. That's better than anything, as we see them already backing up, wanting to give a little bit of space. The Blizzard from Fusion is going to land, helping to take out Snail. Kaijin way too out in the open, and Play had to use the Valk just to try to help. It's a good ultimate, but it is going to be falling a little bit short.
And will be Alvernia University holding their first defense here on B, and now they can hold on this choke, which is very helpful, especially against that Pharah and that Widowmaker, who are going to have so much more trouble finding the angles now. Might actually have to switch off of that, but they're going to use their ultimates first. Kaijin also ready with that barrage.
They will have the tools to be able to move in, but if that Lucio is able to survive on Alvernia, it's going to be a problem. The barrage, though, does make a statement, especially Nano, instantly taking out the Cassidy, who was trying to use the High Noon. The rest of the team don't know what to do in that miss. They will fall, but it was incredibly close to the choke, so we should have another fight pretty easily.
It was a ridiculous amount of damage, even with that sound barrier out, that just took them out very quickly. Like, you'd expect it to be a little more durable, but that Nano Barrage is really nasty. It's something you don't see every day, and for good reason. Pharah has not played that often, but when it's played like this, you're gonna have a very hard time fighting against it. Soloist immediately switching over to the Widowmaker. Fusion now on the Cassidy, so they're really putting their eggs in the basket of countering the DPS in more effectively way.
They now want to take this fight. Creed uses the shatter and it lands! Hoping to make the play. Oh, you forgot about the counter rind! Oh, that was a bit of whiplash for me at least, as we don't see Hood somewhat bring this back. They are just immediately going to retreat, and I like that idea. You need to rind.
Yeah, you really want it in this situation, especially because the other team has got so much range potential. Like Solus and Fusion on that Cassidy Widowmaker is just something you do not want to mess with without a shield. And they are getting into the territory where their pace is just naturally already going to be slower than Alvernia's. But if they can win a fight or two and just keep on pushing to third, they might still make it.
Still though, Solo being on the Widowmaker is quite funny because, I mean, just look as Kaijin has to play back, is looking to set. Solo went into the back line, manages to take out the D.Va, and that helped. But now Kaijin's freely safe to use the barrage, help to take out two. And, well, it's just an open field for the rest of Hood to continue moving forward with.
Definitely not a free fight win, though. They have to expend quite a few ultimates again, and that's kind of the problem that Hood College is running into naturally. Because they have to use certain ultimate combos to win fights every single time, they're always going to be in a position where they cannot effectively keep up the same pace that Alvernia did, because they have to wait for those ultimates to charge again. That's always going to be a time sink.
Managed to win that with a 1v1, and they even throw in the bomb. The bubble can help you manage to build up the damage, but you're not in a safe place. You use that Graviton Surge, but you still commit. You still pop it out. We even see the charge. The bubble managing to keep them alive for a little bit longer, but I don't know how much you really wanted to invest. I mean, they are just so close to the choke. Well, the point
Percival is now dominating in the Widow matchup as well. 2 times in a row, Solus just comes out of spawn, immediately taken out on that Widow. And who are you even going to have left to touch at this stage when Kaijin is just barraging the spawn, gets a 5k. They're going to close out the round. It was a little bit slower, but they're both going to be above 2 minutes, which means it's going to get reduced to 2 minutes for Hood College and 2:28 for Alvernia.
I still feel Hood College did a better job when it came to adapting, figure out what they wanted to do and how they wanted to engage in, while Alvernia were kind of slowing down of trying to play against it. And once it wasn't working and they got caught off guard, we saw them try and go over to the Widowmaker and the DPSs that truly shine. Unfortunately, they just weren't in the position to do so.
Now looking at these extra rounds, so we're going to get Hood College attacking first again. They haven't really been given a reason to change up what they were doing. They're probably going to run out with this because it was working and that a real answer wasn't really found by Alvernia. But if Alvernia is now, they've had some more time to think about it, they can now run out with this, which is going to be the Soldier and the Ashe. No Mercy to damage boost, no Ana. They're actually going to focus on trying to keep their frontline alive a bit more, provide the space, provide the speed boost, the Immortality field. And I think that's a wise choice. I think they're fine. They're not overly committing onto the Pharah pick, but they're still putting things in place to deal with it when it comes out, which is sort of an inevitable truth. The one thing they have to be careful about, though, is Percival's sidelines, because there's not really anything to properly contest Percival here unless Fusion is in non-drop of damage range.
You just gotta shut him down. The word said, but never truly followed. As look at that, looking for a quick scope. Not gonna land, but they're still set. The main fight is gonna be taking place at these various angles, and for Fusions is being threatened. The same with Solo, who tried to be able to move in, have some room, still has the angles, but not necessarily the ones you wanted. It's a lot of damage. Solo can't even walk up top of the high ground, has to play underneath as Hood. Walk forward, look to play. You're able to get that poke. The Ana nearly falling down. That's really good damage, but they've now opened themselves up. As you see, Kaijin is going to fall in. They just immediately engage off of it. They're not going to give them a second to rest. It was Hood College, though they bombed out the Reinhardt. Do they have enough to move in? I mean, Greed is already getting hit with every damage in the book, and well, it's not looking too well. Young Snail is going to be losing their mech. They have the Nano, might be forced to engage with it. Yes, look onto the far, able to burst down the damage, and that's going to be close to a one-shot as Percival is able to clean that up. It's going to go into overtime when they start moving that point, but that barrage makes sure that they're going to have a bit more percentage when they start going into streets.
Yeah, they're already able to grab that first point, which took them a little bit longer than the first time around, but still practically first fight. We do see Percival now on the Genji instead of on the Widowmaker. It's a conscious choice that you make because there isn't really anything to counter a Genji necessarily, other than, of course, the ultimates that are there on the defense. And Alvernia have pretty much everything in the bank ready, which cannot be said again for Hood College. One fight win is all it takes, and it's looking like it's going to be a one-fight win here for the side of Alvernia. They're going to probably be stopping this card in the next, 20 seconds.
They will be set with the ultimates that they prepared, but you really don't want to be in front of that window, though. Finding out that Ryan was magnificent. They used the sound barrier, which does not save everybody, but it does help give a bit more damage. Fusion throws in the bomb, hoping to make the difference, try to poke them out. The Valk is going to be keeping them up. The Diva's the one staying on to the point and is actually having a lot of success, just consistently staying on while the far ways to build up another barrage, but they pop in with the Shatter. Is going to be landing onto 2, and they don't have anybody who can stay there and touch the point. They do throw the bomb, and they manage to get the remake, but look, the barrage is used in vain. Was prepared for them to walk in, but they disengage.
Yeah, they definitely do. We're going to be seeing now whether or not they can actually try and find a re-engage opportunity. They do have that Shatter ready here for Piftel, and Piftel could be landing another big one. They have been doing so all day, but they have to be so careful about this fire. And then Percival takes down Solus as well. They're just going to be staggered time and time again. Can't even get away from this fire anymore. It is a good run here for Hood College. They just want to take this home. They want to go on to the semifinals, and they're putting a very good case in their way.
It's not the best feeling at this moment. And that's mostly because you slightly were snowballed and they managed to capture 2 points. That's already an amazing condition. But now they have the Nano Blade. I'm ready for the montage music to hit because Percival could land something beautiful or it could fall. That's what's going to matter. We already see as the shatter makes the difference, Creed is going to fall. Percival looking for an opportunity to be able to use it, manages to land it out. The Immortality is going to keep them up for a little bit, but finds 2, is able to push through. That's more than enough of what they needed. They are still in this fight.
Yeah, you can just see that the complex ability is starting to work in Hood's favor. Even though they have these hit scan specialists on the side of Alvernia, they're not able to deal with Kaijin and with Percival on this Genji and this Pharah. The Plague and Fushi are just enabling them too much, and Piftel cannot even just regroup with their team. They just keep being staggered out. Oh?
That's a good pick, though. Solo's freely in the back line, just managing to hit. A little bit of scuffness is going to go out as Kaijin looking to help take them out. But the Bob is now there to help. They have to flick themselves off and on the point. And with 2 people left, the Mercy slightly in and Solo having the high noon. I think it's time for this to end. Not going to be able to solidify on that last point. It is going to fall, but Hood have made a statement.
This is... It's a good push here from Hood, but from both teams, there weren't a lot of fights that they lost before they got to this point. So there is definitely an opportunity for Alvernia to still win this out. It is just... It always feels like such a task. You have 228 that gets you, at best, if you go like full speed, maybe to second. So you're going to be in overtime regardless of how fast you push. And that is always daunting because you know that's going to be the case. You know there's a point at which you cannot lose fights anymore. And that means that Hood College can set themselves up for that win condition where they just save 6 ultimates and win before that even happens. And that is the advantage of getting to attack first in the second round.
I still feel that this is a very intimidating task to kind of put themselves in. I still think Alvernia, they did really good on their own attack, but I think when it goes down to like overtime and the stress that leads, I think it could be a big problem for them just to try to figure out how they want to engage in. I mean, the Solo really want to spend a lot of time onto the Widowmaker and onto those long-range hit scan while the rest of the team push in, because Hood, they've spent their time adapting, and I think they finally figured out the key to break through.
5, 4, 3,
Yeah, they might have, but it might still be tough for them to do. I mean, Fire on the defense is generally better on the attack. Then again, it's also easier for Soloists to find angles on this Pharah being on the attack. The first wall is already good, at least, on the May of Fusion, but they don't get through, and Creed Light falls early. This is a good start to this attack.
Hey, you're absolutely right. I mean, it's even better than what I could have hoped for. Hood have no reason to continue moving in, and the poor Diva, who's looking to fight this, does have to disengage, manages to save their mech. They do have a re-engage, but definitely not during this point.
Yeah, they might be able to try and still go in, but if you charge in as a Reinhardt now, you're just going to die. So they're not going to do that. The May wall, once again, from Percival, not netting anything. It's just, I mean, Percival and the May, I like the May again, but you need to be able to land those walls correctly and play around as a team. And so far, they've not been able to do that. That's where the Lucio really helps out for Diva Devon.
Look at that, Solo is going to fall. They still have a good tie-in bank, so they don't need to stress about anything too much, but this is still an anxiety inducer. I mean, Hood are already contesting on the point. Piff really just wants to look to maybe land that shatter, but with that anti slowing you down, it's just a backup type of scenario. Your shield's at half, you're not able to break through, and Kaijin's doing an amazing job of stopping them from moving forward. Now they have the Nano online. This could be an early loss for them if, you know, we see the Nano Barrage come out.
Yeah, but you'll be okay with them using it now, because then you get another re-engage. But you're not okay with just losing these fights now, or winning these fights now, and then using it in the next one. This is okay. You're okay with losing this, because it doesn't matter. Because you're going to be in overtime anyways. You'd rather lose this fight, again, because you have another chance to engage. Problem is when you start using ultimates, and then Hood College doesn't. And they can lose one more fight now, and then get a desperate recontest. But this is probably where it's going to start mattering if you lose one.
The Blizzard is going to be landing on both sides. We see the charge, and it doesn't look like both sides are really able to follow up. Still, though, Arvania, they're the ones who are going to get value off of it, especially with Hood being so split. One ultimate's on both sides, freely invested, but this is going to be into overtime.
Yeah, and especially if you're able to keep that Farah down right now so she doesn't get the opportunity to build up that barrage. That's what you want. You want this to be a situation that you can always win without having to worry about that barrage. They're going to assume it's there most of the time anyways. Like, they're going to assume that Kaijin has been doing a lot of damage because Kaijin usually does. But it doesn't mean they'll always have it. Its self-destruct might be well placed. It does only get rid of the immortality fields.
I mean, Solo, look at this. Going incognito manages to use that high noon. Though it is being slightly DM'd, you're saving it, you're trying to hold. But the bomb is able to find the second big. You still need to help out your team. You're at 1 HP and you are going to fall. This isn't looking good anymore. ManofClass, and it seems that school is no longer going to be moving forward. Hood College, they managed to take the victory. And what looked to be Alvernia's own comeback potential.
It's unfortunate for Alvernia that they have to be stranding here, but many a team have fallen to a pharmacy, and they are not the first, and they will definitely not be the last. It has consistently been one of those combos that is just very hard to deal with. And if Kaijin gets plays like this, then yeah, you're not going to be able to recontest. I was really hoping they'd have another chance there on that third point on their first defense, but unfortunately, it's just too strong a combo from Hood to really deal with. And yeah, that means that Hood is moving on here to the semifinals. And when we look at the bracket that they're working with, I mean, we have a couple of other teams in this bracket, of course, as well. We already know that New England College has moved on to the other semifinal, and they're going to have to play here Hood College versus the winner of the Howard CC Dragons versus Clark Gray, first and 8th seed, respectively. Looking fairly comfortable for the Howard CC Dragons, of course, to try and work with. But there's always an upset potential.
I agree. That looked like it was going to be going to the map 5. I definitely felt like it was going to, but that's just why you never say anything is 100%. These players know how to break it through, and, well, they know how to shut it down. Regardless, we are going to be going over to a break interview. Maybe not, maybe so, but you'll have to stay tuned just to make sure if that's a possibility, so don't you go anywhere. We'll see you, because we'll be right back. Hey, welcome back, everybody. That was definitely an exciting match, one to make sure that you had to see because it could have gone any way at any point. But we are here with Percival from Hood College for the interview. And I got to say, you guys did absolutely amazing. How are you feeling after the victory?
We're feeling good. Not just me, the entire team really popped off at the end. The first point was a little bit of a struggle for us actually, because their other Alvernia's defense is pretty solid, so we were struggling to get on that first point on Lee Jung, but really turned things around and all came together at the end. I feel like so. Yeah, we're pretty ecstatic right now to have our first win in playoffs.
Yeah, time for semifinals. Do you have a preference who you're going to go up against? Because it's in Dragons and the other one. Let's have it open. Or Clark Gray.
Oh, I didn't even know we had a preference of who we're playing next.
No, you don't get to
No,
choose,
dude.
but they're playing each other. So who would you rather play if your
Oh,
desires are met?
I see. That's my bad. Honestly, based off of what I understand, I'd probably rather play dragons, honestly. I don't know if they're gonna come out on top, but I think we have scrimmed against them a couple of times, and we did play them obviously before. So yeah, I think it would be really fun to play them again. They're a fun opponent, and I think
Mm.
if the game's still going on, we're definitely all gonna go watch to see the outcome of that game because we were just talking about how I think one of the other teams got a 3-0. They beat the second seed. I'm not sure which team, but we were
Yeah,
all paying
that was
attention.
Mary New England College was that one,
Yeah,
and then there's still King's College and soon Sony Odiota, of course. They're in the other one, but yeah, that's a grand finals worry potentially. Let's not
yeah.
get ahead of ourselves. But yeah, I mean, like you said, you were struggling a little bit on that first round on the first map. Then obviously you still came out on top of it. They did grab back Havana.
Yeah.
Were you guys like? What was there something specifically you were struggling with on Havana?
Yeah, so that map is super open. When we were kind of struggling to kill the Widowmaker there,
Hmm.
their DPS did a fantastic job on that map. Not gonna lie, we were having a hard time contesting them, trying to get at them at long range. So we were trying to dive them our best of our ability. But yeah, they did end up having a little bit of a comeback there, which they gave us a run for our money for sure. Um,
Yeah,
and
kind of perpetuated into King's Row as well. They just
Mhm.
kept on going with the flow.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely had like a little bit of a hot streak going there. I'd say they really played well on Havana, but then we kind of played to our strengths on Kings Row at the last map there, because we were like, okay, we're pretty confident on Kings Row, Nambani. So when they banned Hollywood, we were like, all right, we got two solid options. Our team's pretty confident on those two maps, and we went into the pharmacy, which is our go-to. And yeah, we took things back. They still did well in Kings Row too. It was pretty solid 3 games.
Yeah, I know we were kind of surprised when they banned Hollywood over King's Row. We are like, well, King's Row is probably the
Yeah,
least logical option to go here. But
right.
yeah, it's what it is. Sometimes just it's King's Row. Everyone feels comfortable there, so it's
Mhm.
kind of always an option. I'd say.
No, yeah, we were talking. We were like, "There's no way that they're gonna ban Kings Row because I mean, I feel like it's one of like the most fan favorite maps, most solid choice.
Yeah,
You can't go wrong with Kings Row. So we were pretty feeling pretty well that they wouldn't ban it. But
mhm.
yeah, honestly, a lot of
They
fun.
did. Mhm.
Yeah, playing Alvernia was a great experience for us, and we're gonna take that into finals.
Yeah, did you at all like call back to the last time you played them in terms of preparation?
Yeah, we did. We mentioned that during our pep talk for the game, and we are like, okay, like it was. I think our last game we played them, I think it was 3-2, and
Yeah.
so like, all right, we beat this team before. They gave us a run for their money then, but we're gonna come back out on top. And I think it's been like 3 or 4 weeks since we played them last, and we have grown so much as a team before then. So we're like, I felt pretty confident going into this game based off the 3 to 4 weeks we've been practicing leading up to playoffs. So we did feel pretty confident. We were nervous, but we played pretty confidently at the end there. So pretty proud of my team.
I gotta say, he definitely deserved to. And, I'm curious, who's been helping you guys at least stay confident? Because I feel at least in one of those moments, lesser teams would have collapsed underneath that pressure, especially the quick first round. So, how or who was able
Mhm.
to help?
Yeah, I would like to say it's a team effort. We have moments where we didn't play to our best ability or we get picked off really quick. And, there's a lot of validation on the team's behalf saying like, oh, I shouldn't have went in there. Like, that's my bad. Like, I'm playing that shit right now. Like, I'm sorry. And, we all do a good job of patting each other in the back, saying like, no worries, no worries, we got next, we got next. And it's a team effort, really, truly. But
Hmm.
we also have Coach Cole, who is helping us out too. He's a huge confidence boost to the team, I'd say. But yeah, I'd have to say, everybody does a pretty well-rounded effort on staying positive, staying confident, so we're able to go into these games without folding under the pressure.
Mm. And I gotta say, I'm absolutely excited to see how Hood it does in the future, especially going in later into the brackets. I think you guys have a very good chance of continuing forward. You just got to keep up those mentals because, well, you
Right.
guys are doing a great job. Never want it to fall.
Definitely, yeah. No, I'm looking forward to these upcoming games and seeing how the where the other teams fall in the bracket. So it's gonna be really, really interesting to see.
Yep. So I just want to thank you so much for coming in with the interview, letting us get that personal one-on-one. I think it was very informative.
Yeah, thank you. You guys asked great questions, and appreciate being here.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Now,
course. If there's anything you wanna leave the audience with, or the team, or maybe people you want to thank.
Yeah, big shout out to Coach Cole for coming in, doing hours and hours of being in the arena for not just Overwatch, but for the team. And huge shout out to Atif, who couldn't be here tonight. He really popped off tonight. But again, the team effort, and we look forward to playing the other teams if you guys are listening. So thank you.
now, man of class, we have reached more of the beginning rather than the end of this broadcast because there is still so much more that is going to be happening when it goes down to Overwatch. Though my crown will be given over to the true king to be able to continue this broadcast. But what are we looking to more in the future right now?
Yeah, so we're gonna be going over to the Legends division. Gonna be UTD Esports versus the GV or the Grandview Vikings Black. Of course, a barn burner if you've ever seen one. And then afterwards, gonna be moving all the way to Challengers White. Gonna be Cumberland Phoenix versus Morningside Esports. So I think that's wrong. I think that's a different match they were going to. It doesn't matter. We're going to have 2 more games after this. That's all you need to know. Going to be back in just a couple minutes because this match went on long enough that we're just almost at the next one ready. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you right after the break. Welcome, everybody, to game number 2 tonight of the first week of the playoffs here at NECC. And we got another doozy coming up for you. But first, let me introduce the man to my left or right, depending on where you're looking at and how the screen is mirrored. It is Soph Danham. I'm, of course, still ManofClass. And after this first game that we had, we're going to go into the Legends division. It's going to be UTD versus the Grandview Vikings Black. So, Soph, what are your thoughts?
I mean, how do you improve upon the last game? You bring in the heavy hitters, you bring in a close match in the 4th and 5th seed, and you bring in some names you might even recognize. I mean, that's how you make it better. And this game there's got to be some big hits for this one, because when you're looking at these two seeds, this is probably the closest it's going to be. We saw them previously I believe it was last week, where it was a little bit of a 3-0, but now you've got a week to play against them. Now you've got some footage to review, and now you've got all your team at its peak form going into this playoffs, and everybody's focused. So you are ready for this, and this is going to be the time you need to throw those punches pretty hard to keep yourself alive.
Yeah, you are. So let's not dilly dally. Let's go straight over to those lineups, see who these teams are bringing out, and of course we're going to be restarting with the UTD Comets. Louis, Jukebox, Petal, Cashier, Non-Type, and OO coming out. OO playing on the account of Soba today, if you are confused about why you don't see them on the lineup. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously the one elephant in the room that I, as a veteran tier 2 follower and employee, have been following for years, which is Petal coming out here as a computer engineering freshman. First year, of course, in the actual collegiate scene, but already obviously lighting up the scene. This is how it works. It's a great player. It's the reason why they were in contenders, but it doesn't mean the team around them isn't just following suit. I mean, they are building each other up as much as possible. Did great in the collegiate championship series, the official Blizzard championship, which they got to, I mean, I'd say about the top 8 roughly.
I think it was 8. Yeah.
They went out against the SCAD Bees. Coincidentally, so did their opponents, Grandview Vikings.
Yeah, and over for the Vikings, we've got Max, we've got Opa, we've got Ashton, Darkrai, Lion, Lion, and Blue Sandwich coming out. No big names per se, but these guys and gals and people do know what they're doing. Like, obviously you've made it to this far and you're in this division. You have the mechanics, you have the skill to be here. So I mean, the question is kind of, in my eyes, are they going to be blinded by the star power in front of them, you think? Because that is something to kind of look at Goliath on the other side of you and be like, there's no way we're going to be able to do this, right? But now is the time to do it. Now is the time to load up that sling and let it fly and see if you can fell the giant here.
Yeah, I mean, they have been playing against teams of this caliber, and they are a team of that caliber themselves just this entire season already. They've been doing in a championship series, in some other competitions they've been in. Like, they are in that upper echelon of the contender scene. So there's nothing for them to be necessarily scared of, because they're used to this at this stage. The only thing is, when you think about what they've done in the past when they've played against UTD, it was a 3-0. So
it was, yeah.
I haven't seen the footage of that, so it might have been a close 3-0. Might not have been. Like, that's always a bit of the question mark in those situations. But it was a 3-0 nonetheless. So there's a lot of room of improvement between a 3-0 and winning. So UTD obviously didn't sit still. You didn't sit still. How big or small is that gap that still exists, and which way is it leaning? That's a question, because it's been a fair few weeks, been like a month almost since they played each other in this particular competition. So we'll see how Grandview is going to do today. I know we all made our predictions, and I think we have a fairly confident call here that we're likely going to see UTD win. We do have, sometimes we get the odd one out, where someone's like, I'm just going to pick the other team because no one else picked them. But I do think in this situation, all of us are fairly confident that we're going to see UTD come out on top. Wouldn't be out of the realm of possibilities. That being said, it is still collegiate Overwatch. It's still a higher echelon of teams, and there's still a possibility that Vikings are breaking into this lower end of the high tier, of the highest of teams.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, I love a good underdog, but there's still this is still a pretty big ask, all things considered. And I mean, let's check into what's ahead here for the winner of these teams, because we got to see, like, you can look at this game and you still look ahead to what else is happening here, because the winner of this team is going to go on to play
In a different bracket, for sure.
In a different bracket. I'm sorry. Yeah,
We're in the Legends, of course.
This is Challengers White. This is not the right one.
Challengers
Sorry.
White.
We'll,
yeah, no,
sorry.
it's fine. I have the bracket open, so
yeah.
I can just tell you anyways. It's fine.
Please, I
So
insist.
basically, we are already in the quarterfinals here. So there were only 6 teams in this division that made it to playoffs. This is one of the matches that's being played in the quarterfinals. UTD versus Vikings Black. Winner of this will have to go up against Northwood Esports, the number 2 of those collegiate championship series. The other team, the other match that's going on tonight at the same time is Converse Valkyries versus Kennesaw State. And whoever wins that one's going to go up against Bay State College. Bay State, also one of those teams considered to be one of the top tier. Definitely in this division they have been.
Absolutely.
But recent results have also pointed out that there might be some vulnerability there. So we'll see how this bracket develops as time goes on. This week we're getting the quarterfinals. And right now we're going to go indeed into UTD versus the Vikings Black. And because we're in playoffs, we have a tiny little bit of a different system. So instead of us having pre-selected a map for every single round, the teams have been doing that themselves. So the higher seed coming into this, which is UTD Esports, they were able to pick their map, which is Control Ilios, but the Vikings banned out a map, so they couldn't go to Lijiang. And that's going to be relevant for the rest of the series. If they get back to Control, those 2 maps will already be out.
Yep, and I mean, if you were probably one of these teams, Lijiang was probably one of your first choices. With Ilios probably being a number 2, like a pretty good choice of a number 2, and this may change some footings here, because you might have been wanting or expecting that we're just going to play, where we scrimmed, where most people want to play. But, now that you're at Ilios, we're starting in well, as you can see, and suddenly you got to look at those different changes. You got to look at waters, maybe we're bringing out our poke comp here. Ball is still a menace in this, and, maybe we're going to see some different things, and we sure will. UTD is going to open up, probably not, maybe possibly staying on this. They're looking double bubble. Pedal over on that Widowmaker can be a monster if left uncontested. So we'll need to keep an eye on that. And this poke comp can aim to do that. So I think that is going to be a key for them. They swapped to the Genji. All right. But still, like, Pedal on those heroes is going to have to be someone you have to keep an eye out for. But this poke comp and this versus this kind of double bubble comp is going to be a very interesting matchup.
I mean, they're both going to be pokey to a degree, but there's going to be way more burst coming out here for UTD, unless Darkrai really hits a lot of those shots. It's tough to be... I mean, Echo Without a Mercy is a possibility, but they don't have a lot of healing as a whole, so they have to be careful about that.
Yeah, for sure. The teleport does come in, though, and they do look good, but that's an early pick on a Pedal, and that's a go button.
Yeah, Pedal going out is a pretty big loss, but then again, you do put it back with the Doomfist. Both teams losing a Brigitte, so a lot more work to be done. A non-type on that Ana can be a menace in terms of healing, anti-nade, utility. The problem is, if you can't see your enemies because or your teammates because there's a bubble in the way or a shield in the way, your Ana is going to get very little done. So we'll see if non-type's going to stick on this, because if there's always a Sigma shield in the way, if there's always something in the way that blocks your healing or your utility, then what are you playing the Ana for? Like that's kind of the question you got to be asking yourself.
Not to mention where they take these fights is going to be super important, and now Ashton over and that Tracer are going to try to make some space too, but where you take these fights are going to be important for the Ana too, and if they keep contesting into this room, it's going to be tough.
Ultimates are charging relatively slowly because there's these bursty comps, these bursty fights. You'll very rarely see ultimates charge within one fight because it just doesn't happen. We've seen Opia and Ashen having them up, but Opia going ridiculously low as they have to use the ult to potentially escape a little bit, but doesn't quite get a lot of value out of that one.
No, does fine too though. Ashen will come up big for that, and the Pulse Bomb will find that third is just on a tear, man. ManofClass, what is he's on a tear?
Yeah, he is on a tear. I mean, I guess you're waiting until you can potentially use a Blade here on Petal, but you could also just consider potentially going to a Cassidy or something like that. Problem is that they want to play with this mobility. They want to play with the space. Non-type going over to the Moira is a very telling sign of that, and Soba over now on the Lucio. So we'll definitely get some more mobility out of them, and also supports and that can be more in the fight rather than having to sort of stay away and peel for each other.
I agree. If they're just gonna not stay in the open, the Moira is just the better choice there. But they are behind. Jukebox's grab is gonna have to be a key part for this. So let's see where it lands.
Very split attack there. As a result, Ashen just gets to take out Jukebox on the side, but they do lose Max. It's an even trade in terms of tank value. This Echo just in the way has their ultimate ready. That's going to be a nasty duplicate.
It is. I mean, and 3 ultimates on the board, but the clock's kicking down, and that's going to be mines out just to try to buy this space, so they need to make a contest here.
They'll be able to do so with the Sombra. Almost got the EMP ready. That will be done, but I mean, who you're going to even hack at this stage? Now, who's going to follow up? This is a better question.
Yeah. Oh no, just short on that dive. That's so unfortunate. Isn't able to make the touch, and map 1 going over to Vikings.
Yeah, Vikings very convincingly getting that one. It is one of the harder points to really like strategize on, and once you lose that first fight, it's very hard to come back into. So there will definitely be more opportunity on a map like Ruins and even like Lighthouse to get something going. But UTD starting off on the back foot a little bit. Gonna have Pedal go over to the Tracer. Louis now again on the Winston Jukebox on the Diva, so they're definitely gonna go more full dive. Don't really care about the Zarya anymore. It was already hard for her to find value in the first place.
Yeah.
Because there was so much like everyone running around and away from themselves. But now you're gonna get a proper duel coming out between those 2 Tracers most likely. I don't think Ashton will stay away from that one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably just going to be to get that out, and Ashton will take that. So pretty similar, but a little more pokey and a little more self-sustained. We'll get control of that pack.
They both want it.
There it is. There it is. They both want it. Finally falls to the Vikings, and they'll control that. So that's an important part of this fight. The dive comes in, and they'll finally start to get in, bothering that Lucio, not finding much though. And just finally the first fall on Darkrai, and that's a big pick. That's a lot of control lost for the side of the Vikings there.
Max able to get out and get the health back, was very slowly rolling because like the Somber like
yeah.
Oh, fine, I'll go.
That's just very defeated rolls.
Yeah, but here you see the snowball that a dive provides, right? They get that first pick, there's no hack, you can go full in with all those tanks, the Tracer and everything. Just make sure you don't, because you're not going to get hacked, and it just becomes that snowball potential that you really just expect from these compositions. They find that opening and they just bite down, don't let go.
Yeah, but I mean, look at the difference in the EMPs there. Karkashan already at 90 and growing, and Petal already has that pulse bomb. That's going to be the difference maker. So if they can pair those 2 together, that's just a one fight on itself. But is it going to be a contest? Is it going to be an uncontested?
Yeah,
I guess it'll be uncontested.
No,
there it is. There it is.
Right?
There's finally get noticed, but ooh, that's really close. No, it finally gets contested.
Yeah, they do, and they again lose Darkrai, which kind of means that they're still not on the EMP charge.
Yeah.
They're really not getting much of this. And that's what we often talk about when you see these Sombra compositions. Are you effectively charging them and then using them? And this is definitely effective usage of an EMP.
Oh, that's already a one fight. Throw in the Coalescence for good measure just to kind of put some cleanup, and that's a one fight on 2 ultimate pairs, though. It'll get a little bit drawn out, and they're still continuing to push. They're just pushing aggressively. Petal looking for a target, trying to see if they can find anybody for that pulse bomb. Just can't really find anything. So with those ultimates spent and some new ones in, UTD looks to be a pretty dominant force on this map.
UTD already showing off why they are the favorite coming into this match in the first place. It's not over just yet, of course. These mines are going to put a very big obstacle in the way of the Vikings, or of UTD itself, never mind. But Darkrai still up on the EMP, and they will be getting it before this map ends, I'm pretty sure. It's still going to be a very tough one, especially if Kashir just charges it up almost as quickly. They're almost lapping this ultimate now.
They are, but the dive still there. The point did flip in the meantime, so now the Vikings have control. But the question is, how long will they hold on to it as they can slowly continue to do that? They have 4 ultimates. Darkrai finally getting that EMP. Will they choose to commit it here? They are gonna commit it. We'll catch 3, but there's nothing there. Petal finally unleashing that pulse bomb, and the ultimates will come out. But I think that the damage is done, class. I think it's too late to contest this.
Very nicely done, especially from Sobai, just hiding away from the EMP. Knew it was eventually going to be up, which they were correct about. And a sound barrier saving most of that team. That pulse bomb onto Louis did absolutely nothing. Because, well, that was like one of the things. We can just delete the Winston, and it just wasn't happening. We'll see whether or not Kashir will throw the EMP here. I think they will, but they are hacked right now, so they can't.
Yeah, that will be a couple more ultimates coming out, though, including that rally, so that'll be gone for when the EMP does hit. Petal already coming into another pulse bomb. The contest finally coming through to the point, just in the nick of overtime, but is there too late? It's still ticking down. Max is able to tusk and keep the contest there. Will Blue Sandwich have to commit this? There it is. It's going to be the Transcendence forced out early, so all it's going to take is the EMP over the top of this to do anything, but it's not available. So no ultimates. The points are finally starting to come back from the Vikings as they stick in. The stick comes in, gets 2. Moira ran into Lucio, and they will get control back here for the Vikings.
What a... yeah, I mean... great
That's a good
way
fortune.
to
That
come
was just
back
great
into
fortune.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you're going to have the minefield coming back into it. Yes, there will be an ultimate advantage for UTD. They're going to have an earlier EMP, earlier pulse bomb, self-destruct. They're going to have the primal. There will have a lot more coming into this, especially the support ultimates will be hitting sooner. But it depends if the map will last long enough for that. It does look like it, but it might just be over fairly quickly if not.
No, but there are the mines. The Hammond will get hacked there, and they're keeping this aggressive stance, knowing they can't let this fight fall. So if they're trying to contest these out, it's looking good.
Oh, these EMP charges are so close together. I do still think that Kashir will get it a little bit sooner. Oh, they go down. That's going to be Darkrai getting the EMPs first, and might be able to use it already. There it comes out straight away.
There it is, and the fall and the rest of it will come for UTD. Pulse Bomb out also just to try to put some more damage in. Louis does eventually fall, fall very low, but the rest of the ults are there, and Oppa does come up with 2. So fight's still live here. Hammond pile drives in, trying to clear up some space for the rest of the team. Kashir probably going to commit this EMP, just trying to find a good target. We'll throw it out there and catch 2. That's 2 big targets in Ashton, and finally we'll fall to that. Manual Hack comes up short, but the pick's still out there. Max coming in, just feeding that ult back in. Ashton looking for a target. Can't find anything. Self-destruct comes out, will find one, and suddenly it swings back in the direction of UTD. And no, the time is up. They will cake map 2.
Unfortunate for Vikings, they couldn't quite clutch it back, and that's just a little bit of value here and there. That's just a little bit lower, right? Like a couple of manual hacks, definitely those EMPs that were a bit bigger, but also just that sound barrier makes such a big difference. Like Soba being able to have that sound barrier online in the exact situations where they were is just not the same as a Transcendence. It's not the same as even a Rally. And that sustain, that extra burst health you ever get on top of it, especially after you've been hit by an EMP, is just the big difference maker. It's like a direct counter to that ability. So UTD currently with their composition just putting themselves in a bit more of a winnable position. But Vikings are going to go back to the comp that worked so well for them on that map of Well. And that could throw a wrench in the plans of UTD Esports.
Especially because they will be able to contest a little bit more freely here, and that will force that recall early on that engage, trying to go in and find some value deep, and they'll play this a little bit closer to the spawns, just trying to keep them away from that point before it unlocks. No picks falling yet, but there it is, just as I say, a blue sandwich unfortunately found out, and that is a good chunk of the healing to keep the Hammond up. And the rest of the picks will fall around, opening the point up for UTD before it even unlocks.
And it looks like UTD is trying to go for this style of play where they're just going to go in. They're going to play very aggressive, very fast, because if you look at what Vikings have, setting up things with a ball, setting up things with a Sigma takes a little bit more time. And you just have to actually try and throw a rock, or try and roll in, and then roll back and do a slam. It just takes too long, and by the time you do that, the Tracer's already on your back line.
And Tracer is quite literally in the back line there. Almost touched the spawn door challenge. No, but it's gonna get gonna push him off there, and that's it. They're at the spawn door. They've made the space they wanted to.
Yeah, I think space is a bit of an overstatement, but of course, especially after the first round, you want to show your dominance here at UTD, and they're doing just exactly that, playing aggressive, playing fast. And kind of just too fast to keep up with. It's another pulse bomb. Doesn't quite get anything, but OP and Blue Sandwich are already out of it. They do find Louis as a trade, but there is not really sustain left. That rally will have to come out on time, but they're just not even going to be able to use it. That's another just fight win here for UTD. They do have to back off a little bit because they did lose their main tank, but they'll be able to fight pretty soon again. I mean, it's dive after all. They can just even taxi it back if they want to.
They can, and I mean, it'll be a quick taxi because they will, like you said, they're playing aggressively. But those aggressive ults there coming in.
Support time.
Because, well, they didn't get their support ultimates out.
Neither did. Neither of those supports were there in a location where they were either hacked or potentially hacked. I think Darkrai hacked Kashir while they were casting their EMP. It was like a split-second difference.
Yeah.
Which means Kashir got hacked mid-EMP cast, and it never went off. And as a result, OP, of course, had the full utility to just throw out the Graphitic Flux and get them all. But there will be all of the support ultimates left now for both teams. So 56% for UTD. And the Vikings are trying to get back into this.
They are rushing that point down, and there will be the contest. Pulse Bomb flies, doesn't catch anybody though, so that's one off the board. And both of those support ultimates for the Vikings, not yet committed, one out, and Blue Sandwich will start the picks, and they will continue to fall for the Vikings. Probably not needing to throw much else at this, but it is important that they maintain this because it is almost ticking down, and unfortunately Jukebox is just going to have a nice fall, and they'll be back soon. But I mean, they've got control. They've still managed to save this without a lot of the ultimates there, and that ball just going to keep everybody, well, keep none healed up.
A hacked mega health back plus that orb. You're not gonna get that Moira. This is not happening unless you one-shot her with like a Widowmaker or something. It's very hard to do. Gonna be seeing the Vikings on the defense. They're not trying to make as much space of their defense. They really want UTD to come to them because they feel like they figured it out. But let's see if that's the case.
Ooh, both ultimates coming out on either side to initiate this. Just trying to buy that, but Lion will fall, and that is the start of the dominoes to fall there. Looking for more. Ashton holding on his Pulse Bomb does not find anything, but is coming. Petal on the other side, on the counterpart, is coming up huge. No Pulse Bomb needed, and suddenly it's swinging back to UTD.
UTD are going to be able to get away with that one. Sound Barrier, honestly, usually a little bit more useful than that Transcendence. For the pure fact that you can keep using your space when you have a Sound Barrier on you. Like, the big difference between that is that both of them grant a certain amount of invulnerability, but that EMP just takes all the invulnerability away straight away from Blue Sandwich.
Oh man, and it's such a far back EMP. They will finally get their test, and will be some mines try to pressure that flip out. Will eventually get hacked, and Max will fall, but I mean, it's going to be a tough ask because there's so much there. Darkrai doesn't find anything on that duplicate, and Louis is just going in on that Winston, trying to buy the rest of those spaces in that tight corners. They've gotten the space back here and controlled it back, and Kashir is going to find one more, and the picks continue to fall. Pulse Bomb coming up short there. Petal still holding one of their own. Doesn't need it, though. Knows that they've already got this kind of looking there. There it is. Will come out, not finding anybody, but it falls back, and that will be map 1 going to UTD Esports.
Not over until it's over, but no one's going to be able to touch. Indeed, UTD taking the 1-0. Definitely sort of like we expected, but aside from Ruin, those were very close rounds. Yeah. Those were rounds that always just felt like, you know, it wasn't quite predictable. UTD looking like the more dominant team when they were winning fights. Definitely less clean fight wins from Vikings all around, but that doesn't mean that those type of fights cannot connect to map wins or to series wins even.
No, it's all about the control of the game, right? UTD just kept it constantly upbeat. They were constantly playing aggressively, forced them on the back foot all the time, and that kind of play is really that's what helped them succeed, right? You caught an EMP on 4 or 5 people when you weren't expecting it, and hey, you already won the fight just on the fact that they didn't see it coming, quite literally. Yeah,
it's exactly what happened, and now we're going to get into the strategy of this, because both teams, they're playing very similar styles. We do see a little bit more Wrecking Ball and Sigma come out, of course, and some other picks than the Sombra from Vikings. So it does look like they kind of want to play something a little bit different, and they could maybe fudge that a little bit in their map picks. UTD now gets to ban one of the hybrid maps, and then the Vikings, they have to pick one of the hybrid maps to play on, the one that's not banned, of course. And then we'll see where they actually are going to take us. Between these two teams, I don't think there's a lot of maps that will really throw them for a loop. I think they're going to be flexible enough and skilled enough to be able to make something work. But there is always going to be preference. So we'll see where they go when we actually do get the map bans, because I'm quite curious. Does look like we're going to go to Numbani. So Iconwall was banned by UTD. And as a result, we're going to go to Numbani. And I mean, if you see them play dive like this, if you see them like playing these mobility compositions, logical choice. I keep coming back to it. It's like the ultimate dive map on hybrid, I'd say.
I would agree with that. And I mean, again, do you think they're going to stick with this? Like, do you think there's going to be this poke comp still, this Hammond Diva? Do you think they might try to just fold into this like whole thing? Because that's kind of been the thing that I might consider, is that you might want to push to something that favors your Hammond and your Wrecking Ball over that Winston. So like, I think this is a good choice, but it also does favor the Winston in a lot of ways too.
I think the most interesting part about this is that we've seen this attempt to play the Echo come out from the Vikings, and that is the one that I'm looking forward to most, seeing more coming out of that Echo. Petal can also play the Genji here again. We could see some hit scan defense. The Winstons and the Wrecking Balls are definitely going to find their place here. But we have seen teams also opt for these more static, or at least more brawly defenses with like Reinhardt's or Aristas, even with double barrier you could go for. That was obviously a little bit more, especially double barrier was more popular during the time when Bastion and Baptiste were like a very big meta thing. So you had Mei, Bastion, Baptiste, double barrier, and like a Mercy or an Ana with it, just depending on what you wanted to do. And that just is a lot of barrier breaking. But you do see the echoes come out right now for both teams.
Oh,
I definitely
man,
think it makes a lot of sense for UTD and for Vikings both to do. But I mean, Vikings still have the option to swap. Like UTD is kind of locked into this, and then we're going to see the double bubble from Vikings with the Tracer Echo potentially. But I do like this. I mean, it's a classic setup.
Yeah.
Ana and Brigitte in Blue Hall, ready for the Winston D, but it keeps jumping up and down the high grounds. There's a lot to deal with here, and a lot to try and circumvent. But Vikings will come in with a very similar composition. The only thing they potentially don't have is that Diva.
No, and they clearly value that kind of this. Maybe it's a comfort pick. Maybe it's just a thought of maybe they're expecting maybe that Genji or something to be back. Maybe there's a reason for it. But I do think there is a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of value for it, and that dive is going to come up. Max going to come in and immediately fall to a bunch of damage. Will take a moment to get picked up, but that will be the aggressive play there. Petal falling dangerously though also, but Louis will find Opa on that first pick, and that's going to force them to back off here.
It's looking so far like Vikings gonna potentially struggle a little bit with this attack. They do get the bubble, of course, do it as Max from their Zarya, but the bubble is not always going to be enough.
No, it's not enough. There's a sleep. Darkrai going to take a quick nap, and that will force the counter dive. And there's 2 picks to profit off of that grape sleep, leading to this again a quick hold with 3 minutes on the clock.
3 minutes is still plenty of time. It's basically like a fight and a half, which it kind of was. But Vikings definitely might have to reevaluate a little bit how they want to approach this. I don't think there's necessarily a lot wrong with their approach. It's just the execution at the stage. And UTD knows exactly what they want to do, so they're going to be ready for it.
And there is what they want to do. There is the Nano Winston coming down. Louis going in pretty deep. Knows they've got that comfort. Looking for anybody. Can't really find anything. And Kashir will fall in the meantime. Going to give up that space and just buy back. It's an even trade, but you know, this still, at least they got the Nano out of the side of UTD. Ashton looking to pressure in there a little bit more. Jukebox going to send out that self-destruct. See what comes up. Doesn't find anybody. Pulse bomb onto the shield. Doesn't connect either, but the dive is there, and they are fighting deep here trying to find more. Rally comes out from Soba, and we'll try to get that. Meanwhile, Max falling dangerously low, trying to get deep. The pressure on the point. Still coming through. Petal will connect onto the Ana, and that is the opening moment for this. We'll get traded out. And again, now we have 2 Winstons on the field. Kashir also taking that, and will just begin to bat this rallying Brigitte around. Trying to find anything. Will eventually get punished, but point still contested this whole way through. Louis again back, has another primal of their own, built that so quick, willing to commit it again, and is just going to try and get this Brigitte out. Will eventually do so, but the picks coming through. Louis coming up for a second on that primal, coming in huge. Finally, the Angry Monkey is getting reined in, and the hold will suffice, but the pressure is still there. Pulse bomb in, will find 2, and Ashton coming back big. Pressure slowly grinding. That'll be the first third capture, and I think there's a moment where this is going to be a regroup.
They're going to re-engage. They're going to be able to re-engage. I don't know if they're going to, but they're definitely going to be able to. This Diva is ready to fly in, and they do indeed make it. There's the Echo. Nano Echo onto Kashir. Kashir trying to get something done, but there's just too much healing and peeling in the way. 2 supports and a Diva. You're not going to be able to do that alone. The rest of the team does get the space to move into the objective, though, but there is the self-destruct. Does get Petal out of the way while Lion falls. They step on the point just too long.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
That is really unfortunate. That's tragic. It'll keep the map going. So not tragic for us because we get some more Overwatch, but that'll force the reset. And I mean, that was the fight that never ended, class. They continued to never get that up.
It was the well-played defense from UTD. They played it in a very classic way because Numbani always used to be this dive map, and then it changed a bit, but it's kind of back now between these teams. And all they did was they fell back into the streets to where their spawn. And then the Vikings had to make that choice. Do we chase? Do we go for the objective? Do we chase? Do we go to the objective? And the more they doubt, the more damage they'll take. And eventually you can just go for that recontest, which almost happened. But then the Vikings were able to just pull through, get the proper stall out.
And that space being bought there, self-destruct does find the 1, and suddenly the space that was taken, looking like it's going to get taken right back as UTD comes in, and continuously every member from the team just finding a pick will finally contest this cart about halfway through to B, and it will be there to stall this out.
I didn't even see that melee from Petal. Like, that's how fast these players sometimes are. Like, it was just a melee into the blink back or the recall, just before you could even blink yourself.
The Ana, wow.
Stellar laser play right there. I think that might have been a misclick, but it doesn't matter in the end if you get those 2 kills with Kashir and Petal. It's just a double elimination right there. And that does mean that UTD might have to fall back a little bit. But they did buy themselves a lot of counter space. So Street Space not looking as lost just yet.
No, and UTD will. They want to commit into this. They will commit
they're not done.
even everything else into this. Ooh, wow. They're going to commit further into this. Louis just trying to buy some space there. We'll hold that. But the car's going to get moving. Do you think that was a mistake? Do you think they went a little too deep there?
No, I think with the chaos and the poking that they're able to do, I think they're going to be able to recontest even without the Winston. They're not really having any ultimates to work with, and the Vikings do have plenty. But if you have this D.Va just flying in there, the Winston comes after with the Primal, there you go. You already got some more seconds bought.
Yeah, but Jukebox falls, they lose that mech, and that's pretty crucial. There is going to be the copy onto the D.Va, so 3rd tank on the field, and the Vikings starting to turn this back a little bit more. Darkrai will have this self-destruct and just throw it out there to try to get some value by the rest of that space, but Dark has done that with the rest of it. 3 minutes on the clock, sending that self-destruct in. Does it find anybody? No, it was a good effort, though. Hole in one in the door, though.
Yeah, they could have found someone, but they were just already dead before even got there.
Yeah.
Yeah, Darkrai on this Echo has been a menace for sure. We're going to see the Vikings Black versus UTD Esports going into a culmination of Numbani in the first round. 2.5 minutes left still, though, so there could be a couple of fights to this, and third is hard to take. But UTD still needs to refine their momentum because they were doing really well on first, and they've kind of been letting it go since.
They have let it go like that pulse bomb, just unfortunately missed, but the 3 ultimates for the Vikings looking very strong here. Self-destruct coming out, looking for anybody, does find one in non-type, and that's 2 supports down for UTD, and suddenly this card is going to continue to roll a little further. Do they need to contest any more in? I don't think they will, but Max is going to push them right back to the spawn door and try to buy that space. There is the Nano Winston going to come in, and the cart still a little contested. Just buy that space. No, they're going to keep rolling, but can they keep this pressure up to prevent the stall?
Petal's putting on their backpack though. They're getting some kills in the back line, and then Soba also finds Max together with non-type, so they're able to get back into this. And that's like that's the value you get out of a player like Petal. Like, all these players are really good mechanically. They're really good at playing the game, but Petal has that experience in high pressure situations to get these clutch moments out in a competitive environment that a lot of these players do not yet have. And that's the value you get right there in that fight.
The copy Brigitte going and feel maybe it was a miss, maybe it was what we wanted, but either way, we're looking at an extra rally here. We might as well commit it, so they are defending hard here. That'll force the back off, and I think you're fine with that. Like, that's probably that's fine. The armor's not going to stay, but you've at least stalled the fight, and you've bought yourself some picks there as you can press forward and just clean this up.
I love you see the constant worry, or like, is there someone coming from the window? Is there someone coming from the window? Yeah. And that's not because they necessarily believe it might be someone from Vikings Black, but it's because it's something that they might do. So it's like, because I would do this, they probably also would do this.
Oh, beautifully done by Petal.
Didn't even stick it. Just threw it on the ground.
Didn't even stick it, just threw it in front. Yeah. Didn't even need to. That's the real flex. Just, I don't even need to stick it. I can just put it near you, you're done. It's over.
I'm going to purposely miss this giant gorilla target, and you'll deal with it. Yep.
Yeah. That's the flex there, but you know the other flex is the 30 seconds left on the clock, right? They will finally get the touchdown. There is a pulse bomb. Oh, but it lands on someone taking out Rally. That's going to be so important for UTD to hold this back, and that's out of the picture now. Suddenly the picks coming in for the Vikings. Sheer finding one of their own, but trading that out, and Darkrai on this D.Va going to send this. Oh, didn't send it in. Just is going to drop it there. Try to buy the rest of that space before the ends, and they're going to push here. 17 seconds on the clock. Can they get to the end?
Always going to be tough to do so. A couple of meters left, but there is the respawns coming in from UTD as we see Soba using the rally. Keeps everyone sustained throughout the rest of that fight. They immediately just focus on this tank, Max. They're going to be able to get that. Oh, got booped away. That's unfortunate, but they do get the Ana on the other side. Petal once again with that pickoff on the Ana, which has been so crucial the entire fight, but they can't get back to the cart in time. And that is Petal. Even though they got both supports, it's a little bit too late. And in overtime, they complete it. That does mean there's a potential for extra rounds. But there's also the potential for UTD now to just get a very strong attack and deny the Vikings another attempt.
And they had a strong defense at that start. They looked good. There were moments where they could put their foot down and just make picks, make plays. You said it too. Petal absolutely just put on, the backpack and just put it all together to try to get some picks. It has been a menace to the back line of the Vikings. For having the Brigitte there, who's supposed to counter the Tracer and supposed to be that kind of backline defender. Really, they've just been picked apart by Petal on that Tracer.
Yeah, and like I almost wonder if in that last fight it was almost a strategy to leave Blue Sandwich a little bit too far away from the fight to fight against Petal, so that everything else in Viking Black just didn't have to worry about it, and they just could get the sustain from Lion, feeling like, oh, that's all they needed. UTD, I don't know if like I don't know if they were tricked, if that was a bit a thing that was done on purpose, but you know what? I'm willing to believe. I'm willing to believe it was a 500 IQ play. You know, I'm willing to be that guy.
I would pretend. You know, I would buy that. Listen, me over here in gold, I'd buy that. They're way better at this game than I am, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a little bit of a weird strategy to like give up one of your heroes, especially an Ana in that situation. It has so much potential for the long range healing. But then again, if you know Petal's gonna come anyways, do you want to put resources into protecting the Ana, or do you want to put resources to try and win the rest of the fight? And they potentially chose for option B. We're gonna see the attack now from UTD. Let's see if they get a quicker time out of this, or even cap the first point over Grandview Viking.
They're having a better luck getting this high ground, though, already. As you can see, they're just trying to fight it. The corner's still kind of being held off, and that's a big anti-nade coming in, catching 3. Will force them back a little bit, but the re-attack will come in. And there they are. They are going deep on it. They found the Brigitte. Will not fortunately finish the kill, but Jukebox is falling dangerously low. Will eventually get demeched, and that is the start of things to come, as Louis just going to get out, and the picks will continue to fall for the side of UTD for a solid defense for the Vikings to start it off.
Looking like a little bit of a tricky attack, but of course you're also going to look at like who's going to be able to put up some ult charge. And Petal hiding in the back line, as we are used to. Yeah, that's going to be they're going to be trying to find someone that drops down, because that's the thing, right? Like if you get a good high ground attack, they're going to be dropping down from that high ground into the street space, and that's where Petal can start to like catch them when they fall down.
Yep, and that is the start of that Nano Winston coming in, just trying to find the value. We'll force him into the trap. There's Petal, just like you called it, looking for that trap. Meanwhile, the point is going to get contested, and Petal trying to draw the attention that way. They don't take the bait, though, and they will push it off. No point gained. So a great defense and a great call from the Vikings, but also good awareness from UTD to pull it back a little bit. Kashir will find one, and that will force out rally from Soba. Thinking they can win it, Petal will come up big with theirs as well, and the copy Winston coming out just to try to buy a little bit more space. The team has got full armor, though, and they are looking very, very good. No copy from the side of UTD needed, and again, the first third will come through. There is the copy. The extra Winston immediately slept, but Darkrai on their own Winston, unfortunately, falling apart too. And the Vikings going to get pushed back even deeper towards their spawn. Second part finally captured, and they just do not really have the ability to contest on point here. That sleep coming in, and all of the ultimates coming through for the side of UTD. The Nano Brig trying to make it work. Not really anything there. Pulse Bomb will come out, and Petal will just clean up the rest of these kills, and the point will eventually fall to UTD.
A little bit slower of an faster of an attack, but not by much. So still a very similar pace. It all depends on how the streets face and the last point transpire, because UTD can now start using this momentum, can now have Petal truly stretch their legs and use this space forward to try and get some more eliminations. Have the Pulse Bomb ready as well. They can immediately just open up a fight and just keep the momentum going that way. And we're looking as well as at like maybe the Primal Rage from Max, but that's just about it. Like there's not much else coming online anytime soon.
Oh, so sneaky. Already knows. He's already looking. The steps. There it is. They spotted the Ana. Petal's looking. He can see him hunting. He knows it's there. He knows it's coming. Where are they? There it is. Misses. Throws the bomb. Does miss. But the damage is done. The space is made, and the Brigitte falls dangerously low there. Will eventually fall to Petal, but the picks coming through on the other side on the front line for the Vikings. All that pressure into the back, unfortunately, didn't find much value. Max does get pushed back, and that primal ends, but they will give up some cart space for this. There is the copy coming in. Kashir going in on the Winston, pushing again, taking that space a little bit further. Will eventually find 2, and Petal and Louis again coming up and teaming up for those kills. This UTD esports team looking like a well-oiled machine right now.
Behind the first Winston, we were secretly hiding the second Winston, and we just make sure that everyone dies as a result. That's exactly how that play works. And Umbani, of course, I mean, it's a great place for Winston in general. I mean, there's so many beautiful plays have been made here by Winstons in the past, and even in the recent past. Gotta get a very aggressive posture from Jukebox, just trying to get their ultimate online. Won't have to have it just yet because the point has already been captured. But now you can see the Darkrai just once they get rid of that Tracer, it's not gonna be able to do it. In fact, loses their own life to Kashir. And this fight's well and truly on the way, but might already be over.
It is, just as you say that, it's a regular barrel of monkeys, and We haven't had any copies yet, but the copies are there if they need to. Ashton looking to try to buy some space, can't really get out. And yeah, the cart's going to move here with, look at 4 ultimates for UTD. They have all the tools ready to take this and bring this home.
Yeah, it is good that there's a duplicate, the rally, and the pulse bomb. Pulse bomb just to open it up, and rally and duplicate are like just gigantic stall tools.
Yep, that will be the rally, followed by several other ultimates from that flank. Not finding anybody, though. And there is the duplicate coming out. Does take yet another Winston, but the pressure is out there. Petal looking, will eventually lure in. Try to find a place for the pulse bomb, and there it goes. Goes a little bit wide, doesn't miss and catch, unfortunately. But the damage was done, and Kashir in the chaos will find it, too. The value's still there, and the cart's still rolling the whole way through. They are there. Kashir with a third. Coming up, Louis finally punished for getting so close to playing too close to the sun. But again, the cart's still rolling this whole way through. There has to be a contest. Ashton will throw the post bomb. Nothing there, but will eventually get the contest with a little under 3 minutes on the clock. Trying to buy the rest of this time for the team to come back, and they will fall back for now.
It's looking like UTD in a good spot to finish out this map, but they do have to do it eventually. And this is a holdable point. 2 minute 30, not a gigantic time bank. Good sleep onto Max there. No one waking it up. Hallmark of a well-coordinated team, don't wake up the sleeping monkey, especially when he's primaling. But Kashir, ready with that duplicate now, looking for who to duplicate, and it's probably going to be the Winston or the D.Va again.
I have to assume it's going to be Winston, but Nuntype will find Ashton, and that's a go button. Will take the Zarya, actually. Going to try to get that quick Graviton surge up. So, building, trying to find some bubbles, anything here. Can they build it up in time? Petal will throw that pulse bomb out. Nothing gained from it, though. And there is a Graviton surge from Opa. And we'll slowly kind of buy that up, but the picks still falling for UTD. And Kashir just finding value from this flank on that. Look at that. You see that kill streak. And this is basically done here. UTD is going to bring it home with a little under 2 minutes to spare.
Yeah, and especially when you look at one of those situations where you can duplicate the Zarya, know you can potentially get a quick grab out of it and lock down targets that are trying as hard as they can to dodge you. That's just a brilliant duplicate. I mean, you think it's going to be the Winston, but the Winston doesn't have a whole lot of like direct kill potential, especially on those points where you need to, where they're slowly trickling back in. It's hard to really make that work with a Winston. So the Zarya with the graph makes total sense. I like the duplicate, and it worked out really well as well. And of course, because they completed it with over a minute left, Grandview Vikings Black not getting another opportunity to attack. So the best they can hope for is a draw, which with this time bank is potentially realistic. But we got to remember that those first 2 ticks, or at least the first tick, was already taken within this time last time around.
Yeah, you were right. This is going to be that crunch time, so they are going to pull out whatever they need to, and it looks like they want to try to basically just run it back. It's comfortable, it's knowledgeable, and it's worked for the most part here, and I see nothing wrong with that in the Vikings. And I want to go back to that Zarya really quickly, because I think your assessment's right here. It's the difference between a team that knows when they need to take space by copying a Winston and a team that needs to output damage by copying the Zarya, right? Like, that's a sign of a great Echo player to me.
Oh, do the main thing on the off tank. That's kind of what it comes down to, right? So do you want to have the more direct burst and finishing power of like a self-destruct or a graviton, gravitic flux? Sometimes even a whole hog, but that rarely happens nowadays.
Yeah.
Or do you just indeed want to go for that space make, like you say? And in this situation, I mean, both teams are going to run with the Winston D.Va, so it's going to be either or. But Duplicate would potentially go for the D.Va in this situation.
In theory, but the skies are open, and there is the monkey flying into the sky. They will hit this and find, but the picks fall early for UTD. And just as we say this, it's one time and it's over. Class, it's over. We blinked and it was done.
Yep. Well executed high ground dive. The retreat to the low ground couldn't happen in time, and even if it would have, Petal was just ready for it. And they know that Vikings weren't holding that far back, because like the other option, of course, is that you put your Ana and your Brigitte in the blue hall, but then you just get pincered. So they know their only option is to stand on this further forward of the high ground, so they can retreat into more open space, and then just use that to sort of kite away. But if the dive comes in that effectively and they're able to focus down that Ana especially that quickly, then you're very, very likely to just lose that fight in a very rapid fashion. And that's what happened. So UTD recognize the win condition, find the right targets, and they already recognize that this is how they defended it last time. They're just going to do that again, because that's how you defend this, and we're just going to win. I mean, it would have been really fun if they just from the other high ground, just like, hey, there's no one here. Nice of you to jump, but we're not here.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was not the case, because then you don't really have anywhere to go. So that makes sense as well. But hey, 2-0 for UTD.
I mean, you can't be happier if you're UTD. You're looking to close this out. The only thing you regret is that, well, I mean, it's not your map pick, so I guess that's kind of a sad thing.
Right.
Suffering from success, I suppose, in some ways. But I guess if that's like the only loss you really have, that's not the worst thing, because you're looking like a pretty dominant force, and the coordination from UTD looks so good. Are we sure this is like a number 4 team? Because I would have thought this was close to the top. But then again, like, we looked at the bracket. We know who's here. We know who's here.
It's always been like sort of the curse of collegiate, right? Where it's so hard to find that balance across the board in these higher tier teams. Like if you then see UTD play versus a team like Northwood or Maryville, then it's all of a sudden it's like the other way around again. So it's one of those situations where it's not surprising, and it's not like they're doing a terrible job on the other side. They did still complete Numbani, they'd still get around on Ilios, they'd still make it close relatively. But there's just that little bit of a difference, a little bit of a caliber that is slightly there on UTD that's sort of missing from Grandview. That being said, Grandview will have the opportunity to, of course, try and mount a comeback, and they get some extra time to prepare that as well before map 3. Gonna throw it to a quick break, and when we come back, it's going to be the escort map between these two teams.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here at NECC 2. It is the University of Texas at Dallas versus Granby University. Dallas up 2-0, and class, you've been here all day. Where are we going next? Take us on our world journey. Where are we going next?
We're going to the land down under. We're going to Australia, mate. No, we're going to Junkertown. It's going to be the map choice, obviously, from Grandview. The map ban was Dorado, so Dorado's not going to be played. I'm actually curious to see whether or not we're going to see the famous Petal Widowmaker, or at least something of the sniper aisle. Obviously, Petal also a very strong Hanzo player. But the same goes on the other side. I mean, Ashton we've seen do an amazing tracer. Darkrai's been doing mostly things on, like, you know, the Sombra, on the Echo. And I think both those picks, especially the Echo, is a little bit of a question mark here. So I wonder where we're going and what they're going to be picking. I do understand the Ashton tracer pick. And Darkrai is going to have to try and challenge potentially this Widowmaker from Petal, because it's coming out. It's happening.
That's a big ask, yeah. I mean, I think I like this pick just because, you know, UTD is they're winning against you in the dive game, right? So like banning Dorado makes sense to me. And going here, like you can kind of run your ball poke comps. Like you can get away with that here, but you can't really run the Winston Diva as like effectively as this kind of moving mobile poke comp. So the double shield might not come as too much of a surprise when you come out the gate, but I think this is going to be a big interesting ask for a Darkrai here.
Yeah, and especially because we finally see Louis and Jukebox, something that's not on the Winston Diva. You know, they're trying to have to be a little more static here, which is always a bit of a wrench. I think that's also a reason why Vikings potentially chose this. As much as you can do like an aggressive dive defense, not a usual pick.
Yeah, not usually here, but Max just kind of scouting it out and trying to find some space. We'll eventually see what's going on. We'll roll through, and there it is, trying to set up that Baptiste for that slam dunk. Doesn't quite get it. But it does force Immortality Field, so that's available, and that's a good opening. Ashton, meanwhile, trying to find some value in there. And the picks do come for the Vikings. They conquer, divide, and come around and Petal. Manages to take one with them, but unfortunately gets punished by Darkrai, and the cart will flow here. Still time for a contest, though.
Does do feel good, but it was a very nice focus indeed from Max and crew to just focus straight away on that back line. Like Soba, she was not really ready for that. And then Mini Pone couldn't really do much against that. Petal already, though, taking out the competition on the Widowmaker. That means there can be a more forward hold now, because they can progress to this area more cleanly. But not if you have Max just going straight onto Petal. Headshots all galore. Will have taken out that Widowmaker. No mercy to res it up. In the meantime, they do take down Lion, but that is all she wrote for now.
I mean, you've got the cart moving. You're fine with that. And Max took a bunch of space. Didn't quite hold on to it, but you know, that's fine, as they're still going to continue just to try to poke him back, and Soba will find one, try to keep that pressure up, but they are pushing right back, and UTD is suddenly in their faces trying to prevent this from going further. Will eventually get caught. The Orisa's still out there trying to contest back versus this Brigitte. Will eventually maybe get some help, but Kashir comes up big and cleans it up for the both. The reinforcements have come in, and finally, you know, they will be able to keep this cart moving again.
Yeah, they're going to be having a very nice progression coming out here. Opia trying to come back here through this same hallway. They are managing to push away the defense a little bit, but Petal is just consistently taking out numbers now. They know Max is trying to come for them every time. They're going to be able to counter that. Sights are ready, but they're not going to pull it out just yet.
No, but that is a warning sign. They know where the tracer is, so we'll just kind of hang back, take this deep flank here to try to get some value. We'll eventually get found out. Is going to try to beat Ashton on this tracer. Will unfortunately fall. Yeah, that's the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. So the cart will continue to roll, and there's going to be time for one more fight here.
It's been a fairly consistent, just slow push here. Like, there haven't really been that much times where the cart has truly stopped. They do manage to stop Max here, and they are going to be able to touch this objective, but it's not really in a very productive manner so far. Like, they're kind of poking and prodding, but not really getting a lot of eliminations out of it, and that Flux is to be countered by the Trends. There's the blade.
But the important thing, there's the blade, and that will go through and eventually find one. Will get punished, but the damage was done. But Darkrai comes up huge with two coming on top, and Ashton will not be outdone, find two of their own, and the cart is gonna eventually keep rolling here. Like you said, a little under 5 minutes on the clock. Petal just taking out one for the consolation. Playing those deep flanks, you know, like, they're buying the space for Petal to find these picks, but like, it's way too late for any value to be had.
Yeah, it's really to wonder whether Petal will just switch or not. I think they're going to stay on it just because the sidelines are pretty good on the last point. But there might be a call to switch on later on. So far, though, a lot of this has just been going wrong in terms of the tank line. Like Max and Max and Opia are really in tandem when it comes to like this defense. And so far, now we're going to finally see Louis and Jukebox trying to answer this with more mobility and more dive. That double barrier didn't really stop much.
No, and speaking of not stopping much, UTD is now out, and that will not stop much. Mini will throw out some ultimates followed by those dragons, but the damage is done for the side of UTD, and the picks will continue to fall. So the cart finally coming to a halt just around the bend there, and Louis just trying to chase them out, get some last minute values. The Tracer blinked back, and Petal finally making some value. You know, the rest of the team put in their work. Petal finally shows up to clean up that last one, and the hold finally comes in.
It is like Petal is definitely one of those the short anchors of that backline, just making sure that if anything gets through, a Petal will deal with it. But it depends on whether it's something getting through or everyone getting through onto Petal. And this situation, a lot of the time, the cart's just not really being contested by the defense, which is why it's been rolling so far. Like again, it's rolling right now. They're not on the cart.
No, they're fighting where they think they want to take their fights, but there's no fight being taken there, and the Pulse Bomb doesn't find anything either. So trying to find that work onto the Sigma, will find that, but eventually get punished by Darkrai, who swapped to that Sombra. Ashen's still on the cart, trying to contest this, and the picks will come in. Those fights have been so separated that finally, when the team comes together for the Vikings, they are able to complete this, and the cart will roll 3 minutes on the clock and probably push in this, and this will be where that time gets stalled out.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Petal still in the spawn on that Widowmaker. Might switch off now. No, just uses the walls to try and get their team some sites to get in. Could be just a few one-shots that take the fight just straight back into their control. But it doesn't work if Louis just goes down. Doesn't even get to use their mines. And Petal is just trying to go on this flank, but doesn't get anything done, unfortunately. And with 2:30 on the clock, this looks like this is going to be a map completion here for the Vikings. They're in such a strong position. No one can really touch anymore with a lot of value. Louis does come back in with the mines, but if there's no one on the cart contesting, they're not going to be doing much of anything at all. There's the Doomfist that gets immediately hacked, and the EMP from Darkrai finishes this off. And that is the Vikings just rolling it in. And I don't know, like, it really didn't feel like UTD was doing that bad of a job in fights. But
No,
there's
they
just
didn't.
an objective rolling through the entire time that eventually messes with their space and where they want to fight and how they want to do this,
Yeah.
which gives the Vikings the edge.
I mean, there were moments in the fights they were winning, but the fights they were winning were the cart, right? Like you said, the objective
Yeah.
never really stopped. They were able to take the fights and try to set up fights where they want. They were able to take the space, but meanwhile, the cart was just uncontested. It's like Papa, our old friend Papa Jeff used to say, there is an objective you have to keep an eye on, and they just didn't. The fights that they did win eventually came back to the cart, and meanwhile the Vikings were just able to corral them, right? They were just take the fights where they want them and eventually force them onto the cart when they were already at a loss, and then clean it up and keep it moving. But UTD is looking at double shield again. They think that the attack is going to be a better position for it, and I don't know class.
Look, we'll see what happens here. Like, obviously Vikings are looking good in this map so far, but it's also Junkertown. Like, if you keep that momentum up, you can just push all the way into that last point without much contest. So it's also sort of a reality of how the map works. Vikings are going to try for a close hold here, which with the Hanzo and the Genji makes a lot of sense. And especially if you want to just deny Petal space, that's how you do it. Just make sure they don't have any.
Yeah, denying them that space is going to be the name of the game here.
Wow.
And there's no easier way to do that by taking someone right out of spawn. So again, this close hold paying off in dividends. A stun will through, but the damage is already done here. That's some seconds off the clock, and now they just are in a good position. They've thrown them off kilter. They'll fight their way through this far side, and they're just going to, again, like you said, deny Petal that high ground. They know they need to keep an eye out for them. So trying to keep them in that spawn. Halt comes out, try to buy a little space and try to pick there. Nothing through though, and just still trying to find more. Darkrai still trying to fight Genji with Genji. Nothing there, but will continue to keep that space alive. Ashen finally on that flank, force him to look a different way. And again, these shields down, and the Vikings just continue to make cleanup for this Junkertown map.
Yeah, it's hard to get out of spawn in this way in general. I mean, Petal did go over to the Hanzo, but it was kind of already too late, right? Like, for the first fight at least, because that just starts trickling. You lose that first Brigitte mini. She just went down straight away. And then you're always playing catch up. Like you can see it in the ult charges, right? Even though they've been doing a very similar amount of damage, they haven't been getting the kills. They haven't been able to do as much damage because they can't find the angles as easily. So Vikings will almost always be ahead in that situation. So it almost feels like they need to lose a fight or two while ultimates are being expended, but they're not going to let that go. It's just going to be straight away amplification matrix and go.
Yes. Straight away, the rest of those will come up. Petal will eventually throw that out too, try to find anything, but no one's home. Well, they say that in Lionfall, so there will be one, and that is the opening pick they're looking for. Trade backs hit, but Darkrai does hold onto this blade, gonna try and look for a value, and they've spotted someone on this far flank, but they can't really afford to chase it around. So with the team a little bit split, they will find Jukebox there, and the Ultimate's still there for the side of the Vikings, but Darkrai can't really get an angle to initiate into this, and finally we'll get punished for it, and UTD Esports is finally getting themselves out the gate.
Some quality big gameplay coming out there from UTD Esports in the end, but it's a lot of time bought for the Vikings. 2 minutes, and they finally get to start pushing this cart. Like, that's just, you take that as a win, no matter how many fights you lose after this. Well, I mean, to a degree, of course, but like essentially they've already.
That's just a game. That's a win.
I think you can just almost not even make that 2-minute 15 time bank anymore at this stage.
Yeah, and oh, the blade into the Flux is a great pairing. Will eventually take out that supercharger, but the blade comes out for both sides, and Darkrai is going, trying to find one more. Doesn't find anybody, but creates the space for everybody else to succeed. And this Vikings team pushing back and taking that space back. Dragons from Petal will come out. We'll find one, and Lion again on the bad end of those dragons, but the picks come back. Ash comes up huge with 2 of their own. And again, the Vikings just continuing to hold and show that they have an understanding of how to play this double shield comp.
Turns out mythical beast of a pair of dragons will always win out against an ordinary lion. Of course, Lion not an ordinary player. Let's not keep it that way. But that's how that works. But twice in a row now, Lion is being caught up by those dragons. They've just been well placed and very like tempo dragons from Petal, because they split the team, they make space, they put them in a position where they might get a kill. And it's been working, but we are still looking to the defense right now doing just a better job. They know this map well, they're playing in the right direction, but Petal finally make use of this flank, gets one, almost gets the second, but then Opia does find the return.
The space is out there, and it forces the rally out, and the rest of the ultimates will come out too. Blue will commit one, but Kashir will follow up on that flank that Petal piloted for them. Flux there just to try to clean up the rest of it, and UTD will again come up and make some space, but with 12 seconds on the clock, they can't afford to step off here, and there's still time for a recontest.
I'm gonna be seeing UTD Esports finally making their way over to that first point. I think they'll make it without a contest, but there is an opportunity. I mean, you don't really have to contest right now. Dragon comes out, they do actually contest. Yeah.
I want to end this now, and it will just fall short. And with the immortality field out too, that's a big opener for this. There is some fight on that. Opia on that ball will get punished, but the picks falling for UTD. This last second hold not coming up, and it wasn't enough. Jukebox finds 2 of their own, including a rock, and you know that's a good metaphor for this, because they just threw themselves at that wall, and the wall won.
And especially on this point, it's annoying to hold that far forward, like to try and go for the last point hold. Because if you can go very far forward as the attacking team, which they're doing right now with Jukebox and Louis, they're going to have so much space to work with for those DPS, for the tanks, for the supports. They're going to even take over the whole high ground. I think that's the biggest problem that you're going to work against as Vikings. You're going to have such a limited space to work with. That's the Sigma duplicate. They're going to have a double Flux coming out here fairly soon. Nice rock as well on the Opia. They'll already be gone. And there we go.
Oh, the Flux coming out will catch several. Does find one to clean it up, and Jukebox, the actual Sigma there, gonna find the original. You know, the copy, sometimes better, sometimes worse, but Kashir gonna continue to try to pressure up. And again, like you said, they just had this front ground, but the Vikings not ready to give up. They are charging back into war, trying to find some picks and keep this going, but the cart continues to roll here. So with that, they are going to eventually give it up.
Yeah, Jukebox taken out by the Pulse one was a really big difference maker there, but also just like losing that 1v1 as Kashir was not really what you wanted to see. Comes back in as the Tracer, does almost immediately take out the Brigitte, so very good job on that Tracer play so far. But has to get some health and doesn't quite get it. The whip shot in the back of the head. We'll take him.
Didn't see that coming, and Petal will move over to that Widowmaker too. Trying to try to burst down a little bit further and try to, now they feel they've got the angles, but you know, the space is getting taken back in less than a minute on the clock. Class, this is going to be an ask. They're going to fight in this room, but it's going to be an ask.
It is, and you know, like again, they're still fighting from behind the time bank. They're not going to be able to complete this potentially even without going into overtime. They really needing to start winning these fights and just going over to that checkpoint. With another Flux almost ready from Jukebox, very fast charge. They're going to potentially be able to do this. Nice accretion as well in there. This is going to be everyone stuck in the rock and the hard place, like literally and figuratively. We'll eventually get the melee on the Jukebox there, but it's a lot of damage done, a lot of space created there. There's just a Tracer in that little room. Won't be able to do everything alone.
No, may be able to make the last second contest. We'll find one, though, and that is the start of something. They stepped off the cart, though, to finish that kill, though. They could have completed, and that might come back to punish them here.
I think they'll be able to complete it here, but the contest comes in here, I think from the Tracer itself as well.
Yeah.
Darkrai is on fire at the moment, and Sheer just doesn't know what to do on this Tracer on the counter. The overtime is starting to tick. I don't think they're going to be able to make it. No minefield, no nothing. And that's looks like to be a hold here from the Grandview Vikings Black. Already looking to improve their record against UTD from last time. No 3-0 repeats. Looks to be at least a 2-1 for now, maybe a 3-1 in the end. But map 4 is 100% in the cards.
It does, and it will go to the Vikings. The Vikings down but not out, ready to fight for more, and we go again. I mean, this was, I would attribute this a lot to the map choice, though, I would think, right? Like, they looked good on this. This was a good comp for them. This was a good map for them, and the Vikings, I think, really shined given when they put UTD off that comfort zone of that dive comp.
This is, I mean, like the big advantage, of course, you're going to get now is UTDs that you get to pick the map where you go to. It will be another hybrid map, so you'll be able to select which one, well, you're going to pick. First going to get the ban out of Grandview. But Grandview, I mean, what do they have left, right? So they last time around, they banned...
I believe it was
Blizzard World?
Dorado. No, hybrid?
No.
It's hybrid.
It's hybrid, yeah. Icon Ball and Numbani. Icon Ball is what they banned. So Icon and Numbani are already gone. Gonna get another ban out of this one as well. So yeah, you have Kings Row, Hollywood, and Blizzard World left.
Blizzard World.
If I was them, I would just not want to go to Kings Row, but I would also really like to see them play Kings Row just because they have not played any of those sort of classic heroes that you get on Kings Row. And I just want to see what they do with those. But UTD, it depends on what they prefer, you know? Like, it would definitely seem that these teams are way more happy to go to Blizzard World or Hollywood than which one do you ban? You know, like, which one do you not want to go to if you are Grandview?
I think if you're Grandview, you want to avoid Hollywood, though, because second point really invites that kind of a dive comp, right? Like, control of that high ground in that second point is pretty important, and it's really easy to do that with Winston Diva. So if you're trying to avoid them playing that comp, I think you might try to get rid of Hollywood. That would be my take.
Maybe I do think that Hollywood does lend itself to very Junkertown-esque shenanigans from both sides.
Yeah, it does.
And that did just get them a lot. They get them a win. It's a tough one. I mean, you know, we're just waiting for the teams to pick it, of course. But let's talk a little bit about, because we're talking a lot about the DPS, right? Like just popping off, etc. But there's way more to these teams. Like these tanks, especially the tanks from Grandview, has just been popping off in this game, especially when there's not this duplicate Winston Mania that can go on this side of UTD.
Absolutely.
But yeah, no, like, you know, we're talking about Opia and Max, of course, who are coming in here as the default tanks on this squad. They do have Guardian in case they need a sub. It's they are on the roster. It does look like Opia and Max are just the defaults, the ones they want to run with. Yeah, I mean, so far their hero pool looks to be, I wouldn't say limited yet because we haven't seen them potentially play everything. But they have been very, very flexible in terms of what they want to play, what they can play. And I think especially when you look at the Wrecking Ball coming out of Max, that was just a very strong pick. Just a lot of good boops, a lot of good assassinations. The minefields came out well. And Opia on that Sigma. I mean, I understand why they tried to run on Helios. It didn't quite work out, but, you know, credit where credit's due. That's still something that you might want to run on other maps too. And I think Hollywood could even be potentially good for that. But so could Blizzard Worlds. So could Kings Row. Maybe not so much. I think Kings Row would like be the odd one out in that situation.
Yeah, that's not necessarily where you like that's the kind of the least best option. It's not the worst, but it's the least best if I get it. But hey, guess what? We are gonna go to Kings Row.
Kings Row. It's one of those things where it just happens sometimes.
Yeah,
With
it's
the
just
ban
it's just
on
gonna
Blizzard
be.
Worlds. UTD puts in Artsy Fartsy instead of Mini Pone on the support. So yeah, we might actually be getting more than just the 2 supports. They have got 5 on their roster, so we might be getting all of
Five,
them.
a whole 5, yeah.
Yeah. No, we were expecting. I mean, Vegeta's getting 3 of them, maybe more if they go to
That's
another map
over.
after this. But we could just end the series here. It's possible. That does tell me because Mini has been playing the
Mostly Brig?
Brigitte most of the time. Yeah. So that does tell me that they might either not want to play the Brigitte, they might want to go more for like a Lucio type of composition. Lucio Moira maybe, Lucio Ana, depending on what you want to speed with. But if you're gonna go for something like a Mei composition here on Kings Row, then Lucio makes a ton of sense because then you can speed past walls, but you can also push in your own walls a bit quicker, move around walls, and just in general decide the tempo a little bit better. But the Vikings are not going to swap anything up. They're just going to stick with what they got, stick with the players that they had, and I mean they don't really have a reason to swap off, honestly. I don't think UTD have either. I mean, other than strategy, of course.
No, not at all. And I mean, you can talk about the tanks from the Vikings, but the tanks from UTD also have been good. Louis and Jukebox have looked very, very good on that Winston Diva, respectively. Have put in a lot of work, and Jukebox has had some good fluxes and plays of their own. They're going to opt for Reinhardt Diva here, which makes sense. And Artsy Fartsy picking up the Baptiste there instead. You were close. They are going to play the Lucio, but not who you were thinking.
Of course, the Baptiste is what I was missing. So Soba was playing the Lucio earlier on.
Yes.
On Ilios, so that makes sense. Artsy Fartsy and the Baptiste. I mean, Baptiste is a very, very solid hero, especially on maps like this where you get these more cramped situations in which immortality fields definitely do a little bit more. But it doesn't mean that you always need a different player for it. In this situation, they just went for it. So
I like it.
Again, it's just understandable.
I think the interesting thing to this also is that we're finally seeing Reinhardt's, which is like it's a different comp. We're used to seeing these rushes, these dives, these like coordinated things, and this is a different level of coordination, right? So we're finally seeing the other thing that flashed up was the Cassidy, and we've not really seen Ashton on that Cassidy. So a lot of those, interesting to see what happens when we get to that point and we see these like just like pure hit scan heroes come out from the side of the Vikings.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, got a little bit of a pause at the beginning, so we're just going to figure out what that's all about. But in the meantime, I mean, I'm excited for this. Whether you get the Zaryas or not, the Reinhardts are almost like a must. Just because of the limited space you have, it's hard to really run away from the Reinhardt, so you kind of have to just brawl against it. It just always depends, like what do teams pick with it? Do they want to go with what type of DPS do they want to go? What type of supports do they want to go? And the Lucio seems to be a fairly normal thing to do, especially when you have the Reinhardt, just because his limited mobility. You don't want to always be pressing that shift button because that's more of a suicide button than anything else a lot of the time in these situations. But and then DPS is really what you prefer as a team. Like the Cassidy makes a lot of sense, and Cassidy is a very strong hero. You also see a lot of teams just prefer that Hanzo over that Cassidy just because of the constant damage you can do. More shield break. The storm arrows are a little bit more accurate in that situation as well. And even though you don't have the flashbang, if you don't really defend against anything that needs to be flashed, or you're not really setting up a lot of plays with it, then the Cassidy is just a little bit of a choice rather than a mandatory thing. That being said, though, looking at this defense, I want to talk about this Doomfist because we've seen this before, and with all these high grounds, because there's 7 high grounds around this before you even get to the objective that you can stand on this Doomfist, and that you can jump down from. So they can never really. First of all, it's hard to predict, and second of all, he can also retreat to all these different high grounds. So I'm just waiting for this punch to come out.
And it will come out. There it is. That catches him so many, and that is going to open it right up. It is already fight over. Let's head back and reset. And they found the Doomfist, so that's going to be at least something they're now aware of.
Yeah,
right?
but he can just set up on another high ground now. Like I said, there's 7 of them. So you have the window there. You have the balcony of the high ground. You have the balcony with the sort of the cover over the hotel. You have the statue, which you can technically count as 2 because of the 2 sides of it. Then you have the front side of the clock tower. You have the mini health pack on the other side of it. Like there's so many high grounds that you have to contend with. And then there's a little the little platform that Baptiste is standing on right now. That's 7.
Yep. Naming all 7. I mean, this is the most educational stream I've ever been a part of. And speaking of educational, that will be an educational lamp taken down. So that's at least a part for Petal to kind of slow up the pressure here. But they do want to move in. They will take control from this back end. They'll try to push through, but getting met there. Nashton getting kind of thrown up into the air, separated a little bit. But the picks again fall to UTD. Not the Doomfist this time, but the team effort coming together, swinging back the other way, though, for the Vikings. And never mind, Petal comes up huge. Will catch the Doomfist out finally. But, you know, it's still a reset there.
Ashton called a cashier. So Petal not on the Cassidy right now. Made it absolutely there, because Ashton has been doing a phenomenal job, like definitely matching up against this caliber that you have on the other side. Has been doing a great job on the Tracer, and now just on the Cassidy. There's going to be a recontest here. Louis ready with the Shatter, and that's going to be a very big one. Gets at least the Baptiste out of there. Both supports gone, and that means you're in a great position to defend this, especially when your Doomfish just goes deep into the backline again.
Absolutely, and both support ultimates go into the next fight. You're sitting and looking pretty for UTD, and will eventually just get saved up. Kashir will hold on to that fist also. So again, just the reset here, trying to get this, and Ashton still going to be the last to recover for this fight.
And Ashton is in such a predicament, because there's so many things that can just outright deny him doing the high noon here. It's a tricky one to have to contend with. A blue sandwich already out of the fight. That's Opia gone. Like, how do you even attack this anymore at this stage when you just got Kashir? We've been talking about Petal a lot, but this is just everything.
This
like,
has been Kashir's map.
They speed into the spawn. It's what you like to see. Kashir Khan. We want to see more of this, and that is. Again, this is one of those where, is that a fat finger or is that just the confidence move?
Is that a flex or was it the fat finger? I don't know, but Kashir once more will eventually try to find the Reinhardt. Doesn't find anybody, but
they
will go into the
Doomfist
of their own. We'll get that out, and that will force out several ultimates from the side, finally committing that high noon. Doesn't get anybody, though, as the Eat is there, and will get punished for it. Petal holding on to yet another set of dragons, doesn't even need it, but eventually will fall, and the picks finally opening up for the Vikings will get tick 2, and UTD has to kind of regroup here. There's going to be a chance to still contest this. They'll throw someone at the point to kind of stall us out. So we're still alive, but there goes the last 2. There's going to be a last minute contest. They'll hold on to that corner and buy this out, but the shield is breaking, and there's not much more. The dragons from Petal buying that space back, self-destruct in just to clear it up, and they will capture with that space made for the Vikings.
That took forever for them to do, but they finally got it. At 30 seconds left on the clock by the time they got it finally. They boosted up the 2.5 minutes to a full 3. By the time this card is in the archway, they're already gone with another 30 seconds. And that's the thing. I think because they didn't go that aggressively, they might be able to hold onto the archway. I don't think they're going to, though.
No, it looks
nice
like
check there onto the window.
Ooh, he's going
to
take
they were
a
expecting
cheeky
the
shot
Doomfist
there.
to be there. I think they were expecting the Doomfist to be there, but he wasn't.
Nah,
RC Fartsy now. Just came in out of the bench and already doing a great performance in this Baptiste. Nice shatter.
Kashir is there for the cleanup, and they will get control of this. Yeah, you don't need to clean up on the Reinhardt. Kashir's got you. Kashir's got all those punches everywhere. Just making it look like a game of arcade Street Fighter for serious here.
You know what the worst thing is? All those 7 high grounds I was talking about before, they're relevant again. They're spawn camping them.
Oh,
they're
the
right
pin,
back
though,
to
comes
all
and
7.
The Reinhardt. Oh my gosh, Louis does go deep, finds Max, and keeps it going. The pressure just keeping him in spawn. Yeah, they're relevant again, like you said. But also relevant is just the control and the dominance from UTD, keeping them this close here.
We call this the Selfless defense, named after the team Selfless that just obviously kept people in spawn on King's Row. Every map, really. This is really where they were shown most on this particular hold.
I mean,
Ashton has the high noon, but has to find an angle first. It's definitely ready with the flashbang. You see him just hiding. Like, if this Doomfist comes, if anyone comes, they're going to be flashed and fanned.
I mean, they have to immediately. It's on site here, but on site doesn't really cut it, as Darkrai will take a Doomfist of their own. Will eventually find Kashir, and that is the punish there. We'll go a little bit deeper, try to find some value. We'll eventually isolate and find Soba for 1, but the damage is done, and the cart will roll.
Made a 10 on the clock. They started with 3, remember? And they're barely past the arch now, and they're already on 1 minute 5. It's kind of ridiculous to think about it, but that is the way that UTD wants to close this out. They want to show that they're consistently and definitively the better team of these two. Arch is very far behind them, but remember, Baptiste is more of a DPS than you might think sometimes. Metro
Oh,
is
yeah,
clear. They know there's no one else behind them, but Artsy Fartsy takes down the Echo with the Amplification Matrix. Doesn't want to give this up, and the Substitute just showing up big. There's a Doomfist coming to help out there. Baptiste doesn't live outside of this, and now you're going to fight with a number disadvantage, but both sound barriers at least keep each other up.
I mean, that was such a play, but it was an aggressive play, but it's going to punish them in the long run, because that's your main healing. You need that to keep the Reinhardt up, and the cart's still rolling here. But they bought so much time, Class. Like, the thing, like you said, is that they've bought so much time. Even if they're going to get this here, they'll get a couple minutes back, but, like, they can deny the ending here. They can deny this closure, but the picks keep coming for the Vikings, and the Vikings are not going to let that happen.
Yeah, they want to have some momentum now. They want to just push it into third. No more shenanigans, no more holding here. But Kashir has got that, got the Meteor Strike. You got the High Noon in, and there's even a Shatter almost ready for Louis. Yeah, you got some ult to the other side, but they're far harder to get value out of. I mean, the High Noons in general from both teams are tricky, but because there's a little bit more CC, a little bit more disable on the other side, Petal's going to have an easier time getting those off.
Oh, that self-destruct comes in, followed by the High Noon. Look both ways, catch one. The Soba is gone, but Petal will find two and turn it right back for themselves, putting their foot down. And, you know, the value was had. It just took, and the more value was had for UTD, unfortunately, for the side of the Vikings.
Yeah, 1 minute on the clock and about 40 meters to go. A little bit less. Let's say about 30. But yeah, it's close. You know, Kings Row. It's always a tough one to finish out, especially if your momentum gets broken into third. You're gonna even have the hero swap from Opia to get back into mech. They're not even gonna bother trying to get off the map or trying to get their mech back the normal way. The head just uses self-destruct, so they are in the it's okay. Like, they don't use like a ton of ult charge, but it's still unfortunate.
No, but that Shatter is, and Petal will find one on the flank. Will eventually punish Ashton, and that is a big pick. RC Farkley will take out a little bit more and keep the pressure up, but the damage has been done, and Opa, you know, now mech in hand will find some value. This hammers continue to swing, vying for that space. The charge goes long, and unfortunately, that's it. Self-destruct thrown out, nothing there, but Kashir doing their best heroic efforts, trying to put some value into there. We'll throw in the Meteor Strike, self-destruct out also. At least they're safe from that. We'll catch it. We'll catch a duplicate, and that's not enough there, but eventually does come up on top, and Kashir trying to do everything they can to put this gold medal to good use as the overtime ticks over. That's both the support ultimates coming out for UTD, trying to buy space back, and the ultimates continue to fly here. Darkrai will eventually get punished, but nothing really there. It's over as do or die here, and the Shatters are coming in. Self-destruct thrown out also. Does not find anything, looking for more, and the
I mean, that happens when there's a Doomfist on the field, but they're going to go back and forth, overtime sticking down, and no one's going to be able to make it aside from a small little Tracer. Darkrai will be the last one standing, and that is going to be the completion of this round. Grandview Vikings, I mean, it was a valiant effort, but there was so much stall and pickoffs and just general annoyance coming out from the side of UTD that it was hard to get it to that third point in the first place, and then in Streets phase, or in the third point like phase in the first place, but getting it to a point was just a little bit too far, and too much to ask. So now we're gonna find out what UTD is gonna do on their attack. It's trickier to make the Doomfist work on the attack, so I doubt they'll go with it. They might sooner go for like the Echo instead, or something like that. But it's a possibility, and then we'll see if Vikings want to answer in kind on their defense, or they want to throw out the Doomfist instead.
The possibilities are endless, and Kings Row. Well,
there's a finite number of heroes, so not endless.
All right,
but
all right,
there's
fine.
I tried. There are a lot of possibilities here. Yeah, they could go for quite a few different things. So far, defense not setting up with the Doomfist. They're going to set up with the Mei instead, which is nice to do, but it all depends on what they're running on the UTD side. Because if they're running something like this, where they can just all go over the wall, what's your Mei gonna do? You know, like what's your Mei there for? I don't think they've picked this yet.
No,
I mean they are practiced Overwatch players, which means that they're gonna try and debate casters as much as they can. So I'm not gonna fall for it.
Of course, yeah, no.
But it would be a logical choice to do. Like, you could actually play dive here. It's not out of the realm of possibility. They're not going to, though. They're going to go for the fairly standard thing. The only real sort of difference is that there's a Doomfist, which is not the most known pick on the attack of King's Row. But hey, if you can punch away a Reinhardt and then follow it up with the rest of your team, kind of got it going right there. It's just a tank CC hero at that stage.
Oh yeah, and I mean, and the value Kashir has gotten already from this map has just been impressive already, and that will be, speaking of that, the impressive dive in. Louis will find their counterpart, and it's already there, will eventually get traded, but the picks, meanwhile, on the outside of the hotel have fallen, and UTD just swiftly taking control of this. We'll get the first tick. We'll wall off just to try to get some, just try to get a little bit of a reprieve from the onslaught as the ticks continue to go, but they have to get a full 6 and get back in there. This double shield, not quite finding anything. Petal hiding, just going to try and get some value on this. Giving up a little bit of space, going to try to contest on this last instant. Will finally touch, throw the May block on there, and Jukebox will open it up with one of their own, but suddenly that Baptiste is out of healing range, and this becomes infinitely harder to shatter the ultimates. It's all there, and suddenly UTD, a dominant force here on Kings Row.
That right there is, by the way, why Baptiste is so important on this map. Not just because of the immortality field, but if there is a Mei, you can just jump over the wall and shoot them still. Like, an Ana won't be able to do that. And Mercy will have trouble getting around it. As Zenyatta can't see you anymore. Like, all the other healers really have trouble with that wall being in the way. Baptiste just jumps in the air and says, well, I'll just heal them anyways. What are you talking about? There's no wall.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
It's just a hurdle I can jump over. That's all it is.
No, and this
Petal
may be the
going
last hurdle.
on the adventure. Yeah, he's gonna try and plant the seed and get some flowers to bloom on the heads of their enemies in the form of skulls.
Looking for
Pick
it.
up the
There it
petals.
is.
There we go.
They found him. They found
The
him.
Mayball bucked the accretion.
All the rock. They threw everything. They refused to deny that pressure.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, Kashir is just going in, and the Blizzard will get thrown out also to support the ultimates coming out for the Vikings, trying to deny everything possible. But meanwhile, UTD has thrown everything else on the counterpoint. So while they were looking one way, they caught him the other side, and the Vikings continue to fight back. It's a lost fight for UTD after that flank. Oh, but unfortunately, that's just the way the cookie crumbles.
It kind of feels like at this stage they're also just doing it because they know they can. Like, it does feel like UTD kind of, you know how far you have to push, you know how much time you have. You can afford to mess around a little bit. Not the most sportsman-like thing to do, obviously, but it's entertaining for us, so I don't mind it.
I don't know. That was a calculated set play. Try to get Petal the advantage. You forced out a lot of resource.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely no way they could counter that with just like a simple right click. I'm totally with you there.
No, but it pulled out a lot of utility. And speaking of a lot of utility, that's a lot of utility towards that. And a lot of ultimates. But Louis comes up huge with that shatter and turns it right back. All those ultimates, unfortunately, never caught their mark, and it goes to waste as UTD again just pushes back and keeps the cart rolling.
Yeah, it's a fairly classical combo as well. The dragon with the gravitic flux, gravitic dragon, or the
Flux dragon,
gravitic strike, the dragon flux, whatever, draconic flux, whatever you want to call it. There's a couple cool names you could call it. But yeah, Petal once again on this same flank, just maybe hoping someone comes out of this door and just flash them, but. Otherwise, Kashir is just already in this front line, very aggressive, doesn't have the health back quite there, and that's Ashton taking them out on the Hanzo this time around. And that's going to be a tricky attack now to keep on going.
Yeah, no, they're going to give that up, but Vikings not going to give up that space yet. We'll find Artsy Fartsy in the picks. We'll trade, though, but the Vikings, the Petal will get one to trade it out, but, they're there. The Vikings not giving up more space. They know they need to keep themselves alive here. It's match point, and they refuse to let this fall out of their grasp.
2.5 minutes. I mean, it should be plenty of time in the streets, but again, if you take too much risk, if you try and put these heroes in your backline too much, you might get into trouble, and you might get into a position where you can't really do anything about it, or you can't really help them out. Because that's the big part. If they're that far back, your supports and tanks, they're not going to be able to help you. So you need to be able to get out yourself or find enough value that there's no need for you to get out because they're all dead. And that neither of those things is really happening at the moment for Kashir and Petal. So they kind of just need to start going back to vanilla. Do it like this, just frontal assault, get the Baptiste, and then push in as a team.
Yep, and they will open that up with some dragons. The Petal's having something to say about that. We'll take 2 and continue to push. They're saying, no, we're not done yet. We're ready to see more, but the ice wall is going to buy a little space just before it allow a regroup. Punch in, finds the Reinhardt again, just knocking the armor around, rattling them around, and that will capture point B. They want to push this all the way, and what an onslaught from the side of UTD. They know they need to keep pushing, and the gold box victory. Oh, there it is. There's the high noon. Oh, it comes up huge with the shatter for Petal.
So many ultimates.
Oh, it's so beautiful, but it's also so tragic, and they are in spawn. They're just not going to give them the space to control this and take this. They want to close it out.
Yeah, and they could push with like 1 or 2 extra heroes, like they could, but they're just taking this in stride. They're just having fun with it. Louis gets taken out on that Reinhardt. We're gonna get the touch from the Sigma here to get to the point in time, but in the meantime, peaks are falling on the side of the Vikings. 3 down, 3 to go, and that card only has a couple of meters, 3.5 to be precise. And there it is. That's the victory for UTD Esports. And University of Texas Dallas is going to be continuing in the NECC, going on to the semifinals over to face their next opponent as the Grandview Vikings take an exit. I would say early, but you know, you're still in the top 8 in its entire NECC. I think that's pretty helpful to think about.
I think
Top
so.
6 technically, actually, because there was only 8, 6 moving on.
Yeah, say the number 6 seed, I think you're fine with that. I think that's not the worst place to be. You can pick it up and come back next season. But the number 3 seed, that UTD, the Dallas team, will go on here, like you said. And I mean, it was a well-fought victory. And like you said initially, you know, the scoreline may not look as much of a fight, but every map was pretty dang close, I would argue.
It was fun to watch for sure. And I mean, did get a map back. Vikings did actually manage to take Junkertown, so 3-1. Already an improvement over the last 3-0. So they got to take that to the bank and say, hey, we got the extra map. Can we cash out for that? Maybe they just want to reinvest in some more training. It's all up to them, of course. But yeah, UTD going to be able to play against Northwood Esports next week in the semifinals of the NECC playoff bracket in the Legends division. For now, though, they're going to have to prep for that. You know, I could say there's not that much to know about Northwood, but there's plenty to know about Northwood, so they should have all the time in the world to go over VODs and practice specific strategies and make themselves ready for that particular matchup.
Yeah, but before we get to that, before we give them that chance, we're gonna hear from somebody. So we're gonna take a moment, grab one of the players in, do a quick interview, and see you. And we'll be right back. So hang tight. We'll be here in a moment. And we are back, and we found Kashir, the Doomfist themselves. Hello, Kashir. How does it feel taking home that W and keeping your team alive in the playoffs?
It felt like any other match. I thought we had a scrim today, but apparently we had a match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Hey,
Are
well,
they?
that's the best way to do it, right? If it feels as any other day.
I guess, yeah. I mean, scrim's a bit different, but yeah.
I mean,
It makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm curious, just because I'm not, for those of us unfamiliar with the collegiate scene as much. Tell us about your choice on the Doomfist. Is it a comfort pick? Was it something the team has been like playing around? What's the logic for it here? Help me out.
Oh, I just got bored on May.
I'm glad you weren't here in the beginning.
And
We're not doing that again.
dude,
well, I mean the cop.
May Sombra as a flex DPS player, it just rots your brain. Like, just imagine playing that hours and hours every day.
It could have been a little.
I mean, I get to play Genji sometimes, but I just gotta lock the Doom in. You can just set tempo and pace, and it's funny. Like, me and my off-tank Garrett, we just go on funny flanks together as Doom.
It shows.
Diva, it's just you can just do anything you want, but your line gets destroyed, so it's unfortunate.
Yeah. Do they complain about that as well when they get destroyed? Or like, oh, you just had to pick Doom, did ya?
No, I mean, my backline's complaining about Doom.
All right. That's fair.
All
Okay.
right, well,
Yeah,
What's the main complaint they use?
they're like, I try to force Doom in every comp, but they're like, sometimes no, you can't run Doom.
Yeah. I mean, you see your backline's complaining.
I mean,
You have like 5 different supports on your roster, so if they all complain about it, there must be some truth to it, right?
I mean, I think I'm better than
Yeah,
support
I
at
mean,
2 of them,
I just
so
think
I don't know. I have a better saying, so whatever.
Okay.
I mean, hey, at 5 supports, someone has to give you the leeway to do it, I suppose. But
Right.
I suppose that's the way to look at it. Looking ahead to the quarterfinals here, you got Northwood next. I mean, any thoughts about going into that matchup? Is it any thoughts, concerns, scares? You excited? How you feel about it?
Does it matter for the bracket? I don't even know.
Oh, no, I mean, you just have to play Northwood semifinals.
You just have to.
Yeah.
Semifinals.
give them a choice.
We're semifinals.
Yeah.
Top 4.
Oh, that's just good enough.
Okay.
This is good. All right. Well, that's a
doesn't
good
matter.
attitude to have with it.
I guess. Well, you know what? Maybe the mentality will switch to maybe wanting to win someday. Who knows? No, it's fine. Yeah. Now, obviously, you've been playing on this team for a little bit already. It's not your first rodeo in that regard. How's it been like transitioning into this whole collegiate scene?
And then 2, if they're considering OWCC, then
I guess it's
that should be
been
prioritized
easier for me
over the fucking Boston
Oh.
tournament.
compared to some
The
people.
Boston tournament's just free.
Okay.
Like-
Can you give more
So-
some insight on that?
So we have like a few freshmen
Mm-hmm.
that play
Mhm.
collegiate, right?
Like if Temporal doesn't
Some of them
see
have
that, like, doesn't see
Degenerate sleep hour schedules.
that it's not
Like,
really
it's so bad. Like, they're up until 3.
truly
They're doing whatever
that
they
the
want,
Boston
and
tournament doesn't truly
I don't know.
show
I just had
who's the- should be the higher
a more
seed.
set schedule of like what I want to do, and I plan out my day. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. Just having a lot to juggle as a college freshman and do collegiate sports can be rough.
It
Fair.
definitely can be, and I neither of us have had that, but I can only imagine how difficult it could be. So, I mean, any last thoughts before we send it for a break?
Shouldn't.
I mean, just go ahead. Anyone you want to thank? Anything you want to shout out? Anyone?
Yeah.
No.
Hmm.
You just
I want to shout out my DPS pedal, Abraham, Peter, as they would say. He's been going to the gym with me. That's been good.
Nice.
That is important. That is important.
that is very
Can't deny
important.
that.
Yeah.
Also-
nothing bonds like sweating together, right?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, thank you, Kashir. Good luck in the future in the quarterfinals. We will hopefully get to catch you then. But we're going to send it away for a quick break. We got a game coming up shortly after this. Hang tight. There's one more game tonight, and we will be right back soon.
Welcome back,
Hello,
everybody.
everyone.
It's Soph next to me, who's also, loves talking. We love talking. That's why we're here, pretty much. But yeah,
I was
NECC, match 3 of the night. We're, of course, in the first week of playoffs, and it's going to be over to another division because we've had our Emergent Yellow, we've had our Legends, and now we're going to go all the way to Challengers White. Cumberland, Phoenix, and Morningside Esports coming at you. And, in Challengers White, there's quite a few teams that actually came on through that have been put into a bracket. So let's take a look at what we got going on here between all these different teams. As you can see, Cumberland and Morningside are right here on that second bracket of the quarterfinals. We also got Murray State Gold and Purdue Sigma, Purdue White, and SIUE Red, South Alabama, and UARK Esports. So yeah, all these teams are potentially going to be in the semifinals next year. Well, next week. But they first got to beat their opponents in the first match. And Cumberland and Morningside are 2 of those teams that are going to be facing off against each other, coming in at the 4th and 5th seed. So on paper, closest matchup. But in their last matchup, which was last week, wasn't that close, Elf?
Nah, it wasn't that close. It was an unfortunate 3-0 for the side of Morningside, the number 5 seed. So will history repeat? We'll have to find out today. But before we do that, let's go see who they're bringing to play today, because that is going to be an important part of this. For the Cumberland Phoenixes, we have Cucumbit, we have Comet, we have Bondi, we have Dominator, Leon, Matt, and a young group of freshmen and a couple of leading seniors, and a good mix of a lot of business to be taken care of here from a big business team.
Yeah, for sure. Big business coming in right here. Management, marketing, it's all there. And last time around they did big business against Morningside, so I am not at all expecting them to not bring in the big business today. But on the other side of that side, which is of course Morningside in that situation, we have J Express, Sway, Ben HDB, Killer, Blinksies, Shinji, and Waffles Dude. A little bit of a different lineup. There's even someone who hasn't even decided what their major is going to be. But other than that, it is still some business administration, some graphic design, computer science. And these are the guys that the other ones are going to be managing and directing, is what I kind of feel, right? So yeah, that's also why Phoenix is coming out on top, because that's what they'll be doing in their careers later. That's kind of what it looks like, right?
That's the hope.
Yeah,
that's the hope anyways.
That being said, though, Morningside, another person we need to shout out on their side, which is not on their Overwatch team, but on their League of Legends team, is going to be True Profit, because it's their birthday. So happy birthday to True Profit.
Yeah, happy birthday, True Profit. Yeah. It's unfortunate we don't get to see them today, but that's important. But let's take a look at what we thought about this for a moment here, because we took a quick poll. Let's see what we came up with here, and I think we were pretty split on this, because it is the 4th and the 5th seed, and I don't know about you, but we at least agree on one thing on this, and we think it's going to Phoenix.
I think it's going to be a repeat.
We are the
winning
winning set of casters here.
Yeah, it's just a repeat from last week. It's very logical. Yeah, of course. Like, I haven't been wrong. Oh, actually, I was wrong on the first match today, so. But I have not been wrong since, which is
all right. Look,
match,
you're only wrong. Yeah, you're only wrong 50% of the time, and I'm backing you, and I'm 100% right. So therefore, something math, we're going to be right. But who knows?
It's going to work out. That being said, this is of course not the prediction from UTD Esports versus GV Vikings Black. This is the prediction from this match, which is also why their logos are there. But yeah, quarterfinals coming at you very soon here as we look at what maps these teams have been selecting. Of course, a little bit of a different system right now. The lower seed team has banned a map, and then the higher seed team has picked a map in that same category, which was Control. Busan is not going to be playable anymore if they go to another Control map, and neither will Lijiang after they've played it this time.
And Lijiang, is probably the preferable for most teams. I mean, that's probably where they want to go, and I did Control first. So Busan being out of the map pool, also that's kind of like a higher choice, so taking that out early might be an interesting case down the line when it comes to, what's left to play and what do we want to do. Maybe a good call. We'll find out if we need to get to there. But Lijiang is pretty much like a standard. Everybody pretty much loves this. I've yet to meet the person that doesn't like this map in reality. I don't know about you.
I don't know about myself either, honestly. No, but there's plenty of different maps that I like in the Control category. I think if you talk about Ilios, it's always like the odd one out. But something like Oasis is also a very interesting one. I think if I'd had to pick a favorite, I would probably go for Oasis. Personally. But I know a lot of teams have a preference on that Busan Lijiang Tower corner. So the fact that both of those are kind of already out after this one is kind of big. That being said, both teams coming out with the Symmetras and the Lucios, a lot of speed, a lot of power, and they're all going to be sticking with it. It's almost a mirror, except for that Diva on the Matter.
That Diva is going to be the difference breaker, but that wall coming out early will isolate, and that is a great setup for the side of Cumberland. No pick falls, though, so unfortunately kind of falling to waste, and they will eventually kind of push themselves out of this staging area. The point falling into the control of Cumberland for the time being. The point hasn't unlocked yet, but they have this positioning. So shields breaking, beams buzzing, and everything is kind of going down as this point unlocks, and eventually there will be some sort of a pick. There's an immortality field down, and eventually and a field coming up. The damage coming through big, and there's the first pick. It will be a Symmetra. That's a big chunk of damage, but a Shatter comes through, doesn't find any value, unfortunately, kind of stuck in that wall. But the picks continue to fall from Morningside, and Morningside will open up at this point for them.
And contrary to popularly believed, 2 beams is not better than 1, so Waffles Dude might have to make this decision. Do we stick with the Zarya, yes or no? The answer is going to be yes for now. But the Graviton, of course, a very big decision, part of that decision.
It is, but the decision to press up, getting slowly pushed back, and that will be an Amp Matrix coming out too to push that. And Reinhardt, Comet falling early, and that's going to open it up for everybody else, forcing out that sound barrier. Suddenly, all the reserves are out. The wall, too, from the side of Cumberland to kind of keep this rolling. Picks haven't fallen yet, but there is the ammunition being thrown. Bomb and a Blizzard not finding anybody, but the Remet kill will find one, and Cumberland Phoenix finding those opening picks to keep this going and build their percentage a little bit further. Counter Blizzard coming out, though, for Cumberland just to clean this up.
They came with a very aggressive start there, especially with Q Comet, so being so far forward. But they were able to just kite back very far, eventually get a few ultimates online, use the Symmetra wall effectively. And especially that Blizzard was just big. The Remet kill as well from Matter, and like that's just something that you can't get from that Zarya, who will have their Graviton on now.
The Graviton is there. Both those tank ultimates from Morningside going to be important. There is that Graviton. They caught several. Can they make the pick from it? No. Immortality Field will keep him up. And the Shatter finally comes down. But Ben also falls, and Comet coming up huge with that charge to open this up. And Cumberland will keep it rolling with 70% on the clock and probably enough time for maybe 1 to 2 more fights.
74% and counting. It's exactly what you like to see if you are Morningside. But, you know, Morningside likes to play under pressure. That's kind of what it comes down to. But Cumberland with a beautiful wall. Walls of the Reinhardt doesn't quite get the elimination, but it's a lot of utility and defensive power gone. Ben BHD Killer. What a huge Shatter comes out of that. Does a very aggressive play to try and get to this objective and touch it. We'll be able to do so. But all this utility and ultimates going left, right, and center makes it a very chaotic fight. And it's almost impossible to tell what's going on, but not for the players themselves. They're managing to get some value here and there, especially Shinji, who is just popping off on this Symmetra right now and cleaning up the points single-handedly.
Congratulations, Shinji. You are bringing it home. There's a 4th of Brocket in, and that will be the bomb. And, I mean, the great take back, they'll start ticking that up, and they've got a good chunk of percentage going because they flipped it early there, but it's only 1 fight for Cumberland to bring this home. They'll have this Amp Matrix, but it's the only tool they've got in Morningside. Well, they've got several more, right?
They definitely do. I mean, that's kind of how it works, right? If you haven't used them all, 40%, 50% and counting almost. They're definitely going into the right direction here. But Q Combo with that Shatter could just change everything with one fell swoop and pressing the Q button.
They're looking for when to use that Q button itself, but the ultimates continue there. Shatter finally thrown down, catches several, but the sound barrier is there to keep everybody alive. Pins back and forth, and the ultimates coming on both sides. The Blizzard will finally isolate too, but the beat from the side of Matter comes up huge to keep this in the side of Cumberland, and they will look to flip this back and take it. The wall coming out from Bondi to keep this moving, and they will bring it home. Cumberland Phoenix looking to close out Section 1 here.
Definitely only have to clean up 1 or 2 more members. That is at least the clock. Overtime will start ticking down. Can anyone else make it? Maybe with a teleporter, someone can try, but it's not going to be the charge of Ben HDB Killer to make it around the other side. First round goes to Cumberland Phoenix. Favorites in the match, but definitely went back and forth a little bit, although they did come out of the gates a little bit more confident and convincing. For now, though, Cumberland Phoenix in the lead, and they might be able to close it out straight away on the first map.
sometimes that aggression is all it really takes. Like we saw it in the previous map too. Sometimes it takes just aggression to win fights, catching your opponents off guard and not really letting them get comfortable and ready to take fights at their speed. So if Cumberland can keep it going on their speed and their play style, they will be good here. But again, we're seeing this D.Va and Zarya difference, and you know, it didn't work. It didn't come out great for Morningside that first try, but maybe this time will be a little different. There's a little more open space, so you can get some value on that beam here. I mean, anything's possible.
Morningside. They're also, yeah, both of them just teleporting straight to point, as we just kind of sort of like a standard these days. We're gonna see who comes out on top of this. The Wolf and Dominator looks to be really solid. They're able to follow up on a couple of kills from that, but it's going both ways, and it really looks like this Reinhardt staying alive on the side of Morningside is going to make the biggest difference. No one else is going to be able to stop this. And once again, just having the better Mei wall might not have been the play there, because it wasn't a better Mei wall. It was a Mei wall that actually gave Morningside some extra room to work with, or actually extra cover to work with, more should I say. And now they're going to have to make the decision, again, like everyone always does. Do we stick on that Symmetra, yes or no? The answer is going to be yes for now, because they're so close to that wall. And they're just going to try and jump to the top again. Well, no,
oh, but it's taken out early. No, it was a bait. It was a bait. That's a smart play, but they're looking to set this wall up there and trying to make this work. The hammers continue to swing, and that Amplification Matrix will buy them a doorway in there, and Comet will find one. That's going to be the opening they're looking for, and that Shatter will open up a few more. Comet will get punished for that Shatter, though, unfortunately, and they can't quite crack open this door. Shinji finding a few more, willing to commit the wall in to keep themselves going, but the doors have been closed for Phoenix here. They're going to have to find a new entrance.
Yeah, they're probably going to be able to. I mean, you drag out a couple of ultimates there, especially that wall is pretty big. And now you're going to come in with your own wall. They can almost immediately re-engage, but not if you just get shot out with Icicle. They do trade out the sound barrier, so they have the sound barrier advantage. They're going to try and use it, but by the time it comes down, half the team was already to the floor, so that sound barrier kind of finds very little to no value. And that's just another ultimate use in a situation where, well, now you're not going to have it, and they will.
They will. They will indeed. They'll have that and more, too. 3 for the side of Morningside, and the clock ticking up almost 70%. They can't throw another teleporter up there, but they will have both those DPS ultimates going into this. Teleporter looking in. They're going to try to rush this. They've gone a little too deep, though, and that Shatter doesn't really get the value looking for, but the Blizzard set up to try to find a little more. Hemlock falling there, and this Waffle dude Zarya coming up huge. The beams are looking superior here, and the rest of the team just finding the rest of, well, not quite the end of bullets, but beams and hammers instead.
I've actually seen...
There will be a touch. Hemlock will get there in time. Both walls coming out, but there will be something. That will be a Blizzard from the side of Bondi to try to get something to slow it up, but it's all kind of for naught. Morningside has already got control, and the rest of these ultimates coming out don't really do much. Self-destructs come out, forcing out that ultimate, and as the ultimates trade, it's Morningside who comes up victorious again, keeping this point alive and buying the overtime down. As it ticks, they will take round 2.
Yeah, what I was going to say, I've actually seen that play that they tried to do with the symmetric teleporter behind. I've seen that work in the past. And it's just been creating chaos and having a Reinhardt just teleport back and forth for, like, you just don't know when the Shadow's going to hit or when he's going to charge or when the Fire Strike is going to hit. Like, it just keeps going, like, in these directions. And if you're really good at that as a Reinhardt, if you practice like the 180s and on like all the turns and know exactly what you're doing at which point in time, then you can confuse your enemy without getting confused yourself. And it becomes a very Genji-like play where you just like continue to twitch around, or Tracer for that matter. But it's very hard to pull off, and especially in a team environment where like they're just going to destroy the teleporter or they're going to be ready for you to pull a wall up, something like that, right? Where you just don't find the value. But the teleport back could definitely have been an interesting strategy if they had done it again. That being said, we're going over to Gardens. No Pharas this time around. We're going to see the exact same lineups from both teams.
They will enter in, and those teleporters are going to get that value immediately. Then they're ready to throw it down again. Still just throwing these beams everywhere in those immortality fields, but Bondi falling first will open it up, and that's the DPS line from Cumberland gone, and the rest of the team will fall shortly after before the point even unlocks. And Ben HDB already to a Shatter just has been swinging and has not been stopped.
No, it's been a very consistent damage output from the side of Morningside, especially from Ben, but also from Shinji. Just, you see a lot of that come out. If you look at the ultimate difference, like that's where the real gap is between these teams. but we'll see whether or not they can close that from Cumberland.
The gap is closing from these two teams as they try to advance in, and Cumberland trying to buy some value. The shatter will go down. The wall isolating their own Reinhardt, though. Isolating the Reinhardt will find that, and the value is coming in. Dominator will trade one out, but the damage is still done, and the rest of these picks are just kind of going to fall in their own time. Waffles holding on to a little over half their charge, almost already to another Graviton Surge too, and the tools for Morningside are just stacking up here.
Very nicely done there from Cumberland to try and get in, but unfortunately Morningside is too strong on that side. I don't know if you want to go through White Room as well. It's way too easy to get value out of that May wall, which they've been showing just now. And now you're going to come in. I mean, ultimates are ready from both sides, but it's really that sound barrier difference that's making a comeback.
Comet getting isolated on the other side of that wall is not a good omen, as the rest of the picks will come through, and the boop onto Leon will fall too. Shinji finding their opposite, and it just, again, buys this free win. Hemlock will find one, but, that's a one fight without ultimates, right? Like, they didn't even have to spend anything to really win that fight.
No, they tried on the side of Cumberland as well. They had the Implication Matrix out, but now, I mean, coming into this, you might have to just try and teleport onto this platform somewhere. Just trying to get somewhere without getting it destroyed. Wall comes out from the defense. Matter already losing the mech and the life. Hemlock going down. I mean, what are you even going to do anymore at this stage?
Yeah.
Half the team teleports through and you're just dead. 90% and counting. Who's going to even touch at this stage? I mean, you need the teleporter to work.
They will take that teleporter, and that will be a Blizzard 2 just to try to put some in. They know they need a touch, and it will not freeze anybody outright, but it will buy some time. But that self-destruct in the wall gonna force the rest of the space to be. But it is not to be for Cumberland, and Morningside will take round one here on Lijiang Tower.
Victory.
We're looking pretty red right now.
3 is done. Map 1 is done. Morningside taking up the first game. I mean, we were looking at this, right? 3-0 for Cumberland just last week, and it just goes to show. Both these teams have a 5-4 record. They both kind of know what they're doing in that sense, but the problem is that performance week to week can just differ so much between teams, and this time this is showing that. Of course, we don't know what they played last time exactly, like which maps and which order and all that stuff, but kind of does feel like Morningside's coming in here with a different mentality, and they've practiced this strategy very specifically, and it's been working out. So if you are Cumberland Phoenix, you got to think about this. You got to be like, okay, so we're going to the hybrid map. Which maps are good to do that on or bad to do that on? I mean, I would immediately think instinctively of something like Numbani working out very well for you. Hollywood could be an option. Even Blizzard World works out a lot of the time. Like, just don't go to King's Row with this, because if they are this good with the May, you are going to get made on like hard as well. And potentially that's also a problem in Eichenwalde. So those are like the maps I would avoid. But then the question is, what are you going to get banned against you? What do they think you're going to go for?
Yeah, and I think I think you're right. I think that's a great look at this, because they kind of lost themselves there for a moment, and you can see it. The calls to like go through teleporters were kind of missed. Some of these like entrances, they weren't quite there. So this kind of coordination that's kind of struggling. You got to find a place where you can either change it up and give yourselves that advantage. But they think they can make that happen on King's Row, and like you said, like you said.
To be fair, so. Because it's obviously they played each other last week, so we have a lot of information about what happened last week. Last week, the map pool was Ilios, Kings Row, Route 66, Numbani, Busan, and Junkertown. So last week they won on Kings Row. So it makes sense that you can actually go there. Like, if you look at this map that we just seen, yeah, it looks bad. But they didn't get a lot of chances to defend. They didn't get a lot of opportunities to attack. And also there was like environment in the way, like the map geometry is different. So Kings Row does provide you with some more options. And like I said, they won it last week, so there's the confidence there that you could potentially get that going again. That being said, not a given. Just because you won it last week doesn't mean you're gonna win it this week. And obviously, because you've just played each other, you've both been able to really study that replay code or study that game in and of itself. Yeah.
No, and I think it's going to come down to, like you said, like both of these teams probably going to keep that May out, and like you said, the isolations, who kind of can get those better walls, who can work towards that, is going to be key, especially on a map like this. Like, if you're choosing to ignore those high grounds, you're going to have to be pristine in those decisions and those call outs and those wall placements too.
Yeah, you really do. as we go into King's Row, starting out in this lovely bar. Nice and dark and brown, proper British pub. Yeah, I mean, what are we really gonna be seeing from these teams? Like you said, it's gonna probably be the May. But maybe we'll finally see the difference between like the Diva and the Zarya. Like, do we actually see a change coming out? We do know that on the side of Cumberland and the Morningside, they haven't been swapping anyone out. Like, we haven't really got any changes in terms of players. They're gonna stay in the same roles as well. But Cumberland's gonna attack first, so we're gonna see them set the pace or set the tempo. Morningside is gonna have to react to that. They're coming in with the exact same thing they've just been running because it's been working for them. There's no reason to swap it up, and on this map it will work again. At least it should work again. But Cumberland Phoenix has the opportunity to just sort of like teleport past this wall in a very different way because there's high ground to play with, which Morningside does not seem to be wanting to use.
No, they really don't. So they're gonna play this low ground. I think they're gonna play the old surprise attack. I think out of this, just based on what we're looking. But this is kind of a tough spot because this is a one-shot deal. If this fails, it's gonna go rough. But they will take the high ground here, and will eventually catch them out. I guess that was a set play they knew was coming, but the stuns from those charges will be in, and the picks will hit. The Symmetra Bondi will fall first, and the rest of the Cumberland Phoenix will start to fall as well. And meanwhile, Morningside has just stayed healthy. They've stayed up until Ben HD proves me wrong there. But the picks, it's too late. The picks have already started to fall, and Morningside will have a successful defense.
There's the double beam, and because they got the teleporter up, they'll have quick enough respawns that the attack spawn advantage doesn't even matter. So now how are you going to play this if you're Cumberland Phoenix? I mean, you've been bested by this comp on Lijiang like 2 rounds in a row. So they bait the wall with the Diva, so they at least can get a clean entry here. And if they're quick about it, they can potentially use their own wall, just go past the Symmetra shield, which they exactly do. That Symmetra shield score sort of already been negated. And now they can go in and try and actually fight this. But there's another wall from the Mei. It's in the way, and you don't have a way to walk around it. Nice immortality field, but it's not going to save you for long because you're just going to get run down by this enemy team. And the walls are just in the way. They need to find their own wall diff. They need to start using these Mei walls from Dominator and actually get some value out of these, because otherwise they're just going to keep being, well, stopped.
Yeah, not exactly living up to that name in the Dominator, but, you know, there's some ultimates coming in, so maybe they'll get that. But Ben has that Shatter, and if they can find some good use of it, again, you can see it. They're going to try and isolate this again. They'll bait that out. They'll spot the Mei, but no real value find. They will force that wall out, and that'll force the reset. So, you know, that's a time to move on this. Teleporter in will put them in kind of an odd position, maybe a little missed there, but they at least are in past the worst of it. And Ben looking for that Shatter. There it is. Does get one good block, though. And the Blizzard will get eaten on the side of Matter again. Dominator coming up huge with 2 of those, and those ultimates will come out to try to push for Cumberland Phoenix. Blizzard goes long and will eventually catch 2. That catches both the tanks. Then there's the setup and knock him down. Doesn't find anybody, but the damage is already done. And Cumberland Phoenix finally getting that first tick and succeeding. They're going to clean this up, but it cost them a lot to get here, and they earned it.
Yeah, I mean, both teams using a lot of ultimates there. I mean, Bondi will actually have that Symmetra wall. Comet will have the Shatter. And yeah, I mean, that Eat really changed it. I mean, sometimes you want to make this play. In a Blizzard, you got to sometimes kind of act relatively quick on. So the fact that Blizzard came out and was eaten just changed a lot in this fight. Now, the wall finally working out, the wall play. Finally, they get that elimination on the Reinhardt they were looking for like five fights already.
Yeah. Try again. Eventually you'll get there, but now they got the hardest part to get through this.
Well, it's gonna be fine now because that cart will just break every wall that you try and do. If you don't push it far enough, that cart actually provides you the opportunity to just walk through anyways, and they're able to do it as a result.
And there is that wall.
Nice
There's
Shatter.
that wall. There's that Shatter. Huge, catches several, but the follow-up is there, and that is CU Bondi coming in for several, helping the cleanup, and the cart will continue to roll. The gong will sound, and that is all she wrote.
See, it's one of those things, right, where we're not really used to people having these add-ons on their name at the start. So we're keeping calling like Q Bondi or Q Comet, but it's just you. It's Cumberland, you know. That's
it's Cumberland.
University.
Forgive us.
Yeah, it's how it is, you know. And I hope this becomes more of a thing that you can like put a tag in front of it. You know, we'll see. Maybe Overwatch 2 guilds or something. I don't know. We'll see. Something might happen.
Yeah. Oh, but the
Ben
isolation
going very
there.
deep though. Might have a Shatter opportunity here if he gets to, but is looking forward. And there's a lot of healing on this side of the attacking side. Nope, Reinhardt goes down. That's a free shatter, and that's going to be the follow-up as well. This fight's going to go handedly to Morningside, and Cumberland's going to have to go back to the attacking drawing board.
I'll have a couple we'll have a wall and those DPS ultimates, you know, offensive and defensive in their own ways, so they have some flexibility into them. I think that's a good place to be. But Matter's bombs, Matter's self-destruct hasn't been as successful as you might want. They've had some great eats, but not too much success with the ultimates.
Cumberland's looking for an angle here, but they're gonna get Blizzard on. Oh, gonna eat some
they eat
Lynxie is on fire today. No more made for you. Oh, that's what you love to see. Just in the back, being ready for it. You know it's going to be online. The Blizzard on the other side is just going to freeze up the entirety of Morningside, and they're going to be able to continue. No more tanks to protect you against anything. Matter's ready with the self-destruct. He wants to throw it in aggressively. You can see it.
Yeah, you thought you were clever. You thought you were clever, Lynxie. You thought you had it, but no. Matter's had your number the whole time, and the wall is there just to buy the rest of the space, looking for that ultimate. We'll force out the immortality field, and that's a pretty good time to send it. Probably going to buy the rest of this. The rest of those ultimates will come out for the side of Cumberland, and let's see what catches this time. Just as I commented that they were missing, there it is, proving me wrong. We'll catch that, and we'll push them all the way to B, and you know, still a great run with 2 minutes and 30 on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the fastest time we've ever seen on King's Row, but with all this slowing and the walls and the Symmetras, and it's very logical that it's not going to be a full stomp unless you win every fight really quickly. And they are very explosive fights, like when they finally do conclude, but now no one has any ultimates, so what's going to happen in the neutral fight? It's wall time.
It is, and Shinji looking to lock the legs here and try to give a little more pressure out in this neutral and try to get some more range out. Doesn't want to deal with that brawling, but the beam from Bondi pushing in some pressure, trying to burn down those shields and clear up some space. Just this is the equivalent of a poke, you know, just try to feel each other out. We'll force immortality field, but the wall comes out and will punish Comet there. Killer is going to come out on top, and the pick's coming up blue from Morningside.
Now looking at double Blizzard once again. Time to see if Matter can eat a third one. I mean, 3 for 3 would be pretty nice. I mean, one of them wasn't blocked, so I think it would be a 3 for 4, but still, that's a pretty good braid. If you eat 75% of the Blizzards you see, I'd be happy with that.
You eat 100% of the blizzards you see on site, I suppose, in that regard. There's a quote for that, I don't know. But there is a quote for the shatter coming in, and it is going to be looking big. Both of those blizzards coming out, trying to buy that space. Doesn't get the eat, but the picks go back and forth for it, and Matter is coming out on top again with that. Still some beams in their face, though, and not quite ready to give this up. But we'll have to back out. We'll force out the field there. We'll force out the window, but blocked off, and the value has gotten and Matters out of that mech, which means it's time to go back to the drawing board and reset.
Reset is gonna be there. Cumberland Phoenix looking for the next part of their attack, but the shatter is out, and that's not gonna be boding well for them. They're gonna have to reset one more time, and with 50 seconds on the clock, that will indeed be one more time.
It is one more time, but 3 more ultimates from Morningside up, including, you know, it's not the most practical, but grab visor still pretty good. That can get you some value if you can draw out that wall there. That's a win condition above everything.
I kind of feel like they would use one of those to bait out the sound barrier or the immortality field, and then go with the other one after.
I can see that.
At this stage, it's definitely going to be looking for Hemlock sound barrier to be online a little bit quicker, so they can kind of counter those. But the wall from Bonnie could be like the biggest thing ever.
Absolutely, and it's going to have to be. There is that Graviton Surge does buy it. Will get several of those ultimates out. Too many possibly here because Shinji is still holding on to that, looking for that value. Hasn't popped it yet, but it has put out some damage. But the picks coming up for Cumberland will get out of dodge, and will just try to keep themselves alive. No, it's probably their win con for this next upcoming fight. Overtime is going to keep this rolling, but they can win this in overtime, and they can keep this rolling if they push this right.
Yeah, Cumberland, I mean, they have the sound barrier. That's really what they're looking for at this stage, or Morningside do. Cumberland does have the implication matrix and the self-destruct. They could be huge, but this attack visor might throw a little bit of a wrench in their plans. A lot of damage coming out. 2 targets already fallen. That's 3. Oh. That's 4. No self-destruct kills at all. And that's Cumberland Phoenix being stalled, being halted almost at the end of King's Row.
Get on the cart, Shinji. That beautiful visor to close it out, preventing that. And now there's a win con there. Not quite all the way, but you know, hey, I think if you're Cumberland, that's a pretty good run. You got pretty far on that, so now you just got to take a breath and just put the hold before that. You know how you can win. You know what you got to do. So just put your minds to it and do it. And I know I'm making it sound way easier than it is, but at least you have a win con in sight.
Like, and a lot of it just comes down to like the combination of the of the tank line and plus the maze. Like that's really where this difference is mostly being made. And then you can start looking into like, oh, how they're using their speed boosts and how they're using the immortality fields and who's getting this done, this done, this done, etc. Like the fact of the matter is just that with those bubbles, Waffles is able to rescue people from being frozen or being slowed down too much. It cleanses them of it. It's not even just the charge and the damage. It's a lot of that cleanse that just helps you out, where you will have like the Reinhardt being almost frozen, and on the side of like Comet will just get frozen. Ben can just be like at the when they're almost frozen, you can get that bubble on it, and then the entire process has to start over. Plus, you protect them from a lot of damage. So there's a lot of opportunity there that helps them out. And both teams playing this Symmetra like this actively, this also doesn't help with the shields being up for long. And then you have the walls behind it that kind of block off the Reinhardts from really getting supported by any of their team. So if you really look at the positioning of Waffles, you can usually see that they're further to the right, like to the side of it. So even if the wall comes out, they're usually able to bubble the Reinhardt around the wall still.
They will. The teleporter will get moved, and they will sneak themselves up to this high ground. Keep that pressure up, but, you know, you were saying it, but Matter, also the other big part of this equation, eating several of those blizzards has been big, and they will boost them up and meet them on the high ground there, and that's their sign to move and take that low ground, ready to push them right back with those beams out, ready to go. The immortality field keeping Comet up for a little bit, but will eventually get punished, and that level 3 Symmetra just putting so much out there. With the rest of the team coming back from Cumberland, trying to get this out. Maywall does manage to isolate just enough to punish again, but it's still there, and finally Shinji will fall with that high-powered beam, and Morningside gonna have to struggle it back out. We'll see themselves back to spawn for this next attack.
Yeah, they had to protect Comet really hard. It was like absolutely a sliver of HP away from going down. But because they were able to keep Comet alive for that long, too many resources of Morningside had gone into getting the Reinhardt. They didn't get it. They lost their own. And that just put a lot of power back in the driver's seat for Cumberland.
It does. And in the driver's seat is where these Reinhardts will be soon, as I feel an aggressive charge coming in from somebody. I don't know who, but call it an instinct. But the shatters are both available, so let's see if they bait this high ground again. Trying to lure them up there and just buy the space, shield burning way, way low. But there is the Amp Matrix just to fight this out and try to push them there. Will meet them aggressively on that high ground and force them off. Finally able to kind of put some pressure up there. Shatter comes out, does catch, and suddenly it looks like Morningside is gonna get there. They finally gotten the picks, and they're coming in. The walls come out, and there's a Blizzard too to put a little more pressure outside. Cumberland trying to turn it back. It's not over yet. It's still anybody. Those bomb catches too.
Yeah,
and there it is.
Slinksy on the May. They get Waffles, dude. It's not over just yet. 150 on the clock, and they still have to cap this point. They didn't even get the second tick, I think. No, it didn't tick through. So 66% is where it's going to stop, and they're going to have to try again here. Now the Blizzard's online for the attack, though, so Cumberland's going to have to be wary of that, but Matter with the Matrix. That's what it's all about on this one. Gonna have Bondi as well with the wall, Hemlock with the sound barrier. There is a lot to defend against this Blizzard, but there's so much more coming online from Morningside.
There is, and that's going to be their win con. They have those ultimates to try to keep up. It depends what happens with Cumberland's in these defensives, so just defending a little bit higher. They're going to try to keep that high ground. They're going to keep someone down. Matter just looking, trying to keep an eye out for those Blizzards and trying to see where it might be coming from. Wall comes in, will try to isolate, doesn't catch, eventually able to get out, and Comet is safe for now, but the rest of them there it is. There's the E again, and Matter has just constantly had Blinks' number. There's the charge from Ben HDB, and will be a little bit too deep, unfortunately. And the Cumberland, will catch several with that shatter there, but there's not enough follow-up. Will eventually get punished for it, and they're with less than a minute, they might just have to reset this and save what they can.
Yeah, looking like Cumberland Phoenix is going to be in a little bit of a good spot here in order to be able to close out this map. Even if they cap it now, even if they cap this first objective, they're gonna have a still large hill to climb. They will have some ultimates online, but once again, Cumberland just has tools to work with as well. At least almost has tools to work with. And that
Almost
application
as-
matrix just kind of has to be huge with the Graph combo, but Graph can also be eaten.
It could get eaten, but Matter's not known for that right now. But they will give up that space. Will eventually catch one. That wall not catching anybody. Shatter not getting anybody either. But instead, Comet again goes down and gets punished for that. The Blizzard is there, gonna try and get that off. Can't get me if you can't see me, I suppose. Will eventually get that Blizzard off. Try to isolate there, and eventually this point will fall to Morningside.
Yeah, definitely. It took a little bit longer to get a couple of these ultimates online, get a couple of these things going, and that amplification matrix especially just really put it through. Gonna have sound barrier from Prez as well in the next fight, which Hemlock is not even close to. That could be a good defensive tool, but there's a lot coming out on the other side in terms of self-destruct and the wall. So photon barrier, probably the biggest tool between these two.
These defensive ultimates gonna come up big here, and no real just giving up some space for now. Got a full regroup, so this card will make a little progress, and 2 minutes on the clock is it's a couple of fights, so a good hold from Cumberland can keep them in the game here. They will show themselves here on this corner on the other side of the bookshore, just trying to see if they can find. There's the wall, doesn't catch, but the teleporter also went out there, will eventually catch someone out, and those walls will eventually collide and keep each other in there. A lot of the utilities down, and the Diva down early will open this up for the side of Morningside. Barrier comes out. They want to play aggressively. Pin deep does catch two from Ben HDB, and is looking for more with just a sliver. Hope will eventually get punished, but the damage was done, and the card has been rolling the whole way through.
Yeah, and now because they lost so much time on first, they really want to make a quick pace through street space, and they're going to be able to do so. Barely one fight has taken place, and they're already just going to be able to roll the card in right now. 244 to get it almost to the end, and that's a good time bank to work with. Only have to really win realistically one or two more fights, especially with the way that Cumberland Phoenix is setting themselves up. They're fairly far back.
They are playing a bit passively here, and passive's that's just not how you need to be right now. You need to take some stances and get yourself out there, but the what is out there are several of those ultimates, including that photon barrier, self-destruct, and more incoming. Will catch two from Matter coming up big with that, and that is a fight one right there alone.
Now, of course, Matter just in mech, ready, waiting to eat another Blizzard or another Graph, because Waffles and Slinksy are getting really close to those. There's a lot of ultimates online, especially from Morningside. They almost got all of them. Like, they will be missing the sound barrier, but that's about it. And that's exactly what Hemlock's strength is right now. They can just Immortality Field, sound barrier, wall, shield. There's a lot of Matrix. There's a lot in the way for these ultimates to get value. And especially if Shinji goes down that early, just to some Baptiste fire, that's what you like to see. This buys a lot of time, an extra 10-15 seconds at least.
Yeah,
that drains the time back. It puts them in two fight territory, right? Like they have to win this one or the next one, and then just push the card in straight away.
But the plus side to that Morningside is that they will have that. They'll definitely have that Graviton Surge, and they'll be even closer to that last ultimate. So they have the tools. Can they make them work? The wall will come out. They'll force out the Mortality Field too. But the Blizzard on the flank, they didn't see it coming, and there it is. Will eventually catch up, and the picks will come. And Cumberland will again stall this out, make it with just one more minute on the clock.
It is a war of attrition thing, though, because you do notice that those lights are not going out on the side of Morningside. They are keeping these ultimates. They're not using any of them. And it's Cumberland that keeps having to make a move. Sure, they'll have almost five ultimates in this next fight. Like, they're close to them anyways. But it's not as easy to keep fighting knowing that you cannot lose a fight. Not eats.
Again, though, Matter comes up huge again. Has just been hungry all game. Will open that up, and Morningside will force themselves in there, forcing out those other ultimates from Cumberland. Not really getting value from it though. Sway will fall in that with their amplification matrix out though, and Cumberland again just coming up big. They forced a couple ultimates out, and again with just a little under a minute on the cclock, they want to play aggressively here. They want to play aggressive and force them back.
And now they'll have the ultimate advantage. They'll have the wall, they'll have both tank ultimates, and they have the sound barrier. So that extra shield is just so huge, especially when the things like a Graviton come out.
The Graviton not out yet, but the Lucio falls early. Hemlock out without that, and the Shattered will get the rest of it too. The Graviton Surge to follow it up, and it's basically all she wrote for the side of Morningside. There's no, there it is. Matter. Cumberland gets two.
Quadruple.
Quadruple gets four, comes up huge on that. Matter has been playing incredibly all this, and with just that's going to be it. They will get the hold.
Matter is just everything that you want in a diva. Is just in terms of
Yeah.
peel, the aggression, hunts down target, but then makes the U-turn as well. Doesn't overextend a lot. Gets all these eliminations. Eats as many blizzards as are being thrown out by the opposition. And it's exactly this last fight. So you can see it right here, right? So it's just thrown on the card. It's very hard to hide from that if you place it rightly or correctly. Immediately throws it on with the remech. Gets the damage on the Slinksy to kill them. Gets a lot of damage onto the Zarya, so you can just finish them off. Like, it's all just over in a matter of 3 seconds. And that's what, like, that's a good play, but just the general play around the map was just so good with all those blizzard eats. Like, I know you're not supposed to eat yellow snow, but these snowballs are good to eat. That's all I'm saying. Like, Matter found them. Well, 2 maps down, we're in a 1-1 situation. You can see that it's close between these teams. So the 3-0 from last week might not have been a sweep 3-0. Might have been as close as this one. But it does mean that because they don't get to pick their own maps, we might actually see a very different result again because they get to pick where they're going on their escort map. But before they have to make that choice, they can think about it a little bit. Gonna throw it to a break. We'll be back in a couple minutes with map 3. Welcome back, everybody, as we're gonna go into map number 3 between these two teams. It is Cumberland Phoenix versus Morningside, and looking pretty good because it's a 1-1 right now. And going into the escort map, we got the ban on Dorado, and the pick was Havana. You guessed it right because it's underneath your screen, so you didn't really have to guess. But I'm telling you anyways, it's Havana. And we saw Havana earlier today, which came to a pretty interesting thing where one of the teams just almost got to third, and the other team got a little further almost to third, which is always a fun one. But Havana, of course, one of those maps that is very, very defender favored, especially on third and on first to a degree as well. So we do see a lot of full holds. We do see a lot of holds on third. We see very rare completions. If one of these teams completes, the other team has a mountain of a challenge, and Morningside can put that challenge in front of Cumberland Phoenix with their attack. Whether they're going to be able to do so is, of course, the next question. That's how we're going to go into this game. And so, we've seen fire defenses here, but I don't think these teams are going to go for that, are they?
No, if I had to guess, we might even see that close hold that's kind of sparked up in some areas. These comps that they are running, these kinds of May comps, like would benefit from that kind of a hold. We'll see if they actually opt to do it, and it looks like there might be. Yeah, there's the old crouches and the squats as we can see them trying to make a little noise trying to get up. I don't know that you need to. Like, it's kind of expected, but I do think that this is a good play. You buy a bunch of time as long as you can win or hold out as long as you can. And, if you're not going to play a double shield and snipers, I feel like this is your, number 2 strat here. So I'm with it. I like the choice.
And all you need to do is eat those blizzards, and that's what matters. You're going to be good at Symmetra turrets on the side. They're going to come out the left door, so they won't matter. But that is, just a mirror comp again. Again, aside from the off-tanks.
Off tanks are the only difference there, but that wall will find one again, and this time it's the Lucio who gets caught out, but the point is still under duress here. Cart still just being held down. Bondi just keeping this beam going, and will eventually catch even more. Back into the spawn. It's a very, very short trip, thankfully.
Oh, gotta get the Fire of Mercy to get out of spawn here. I see how it is. Don't even want to go for the matchup anymore. The Maeve Dominator is going to be unchallenged in the wall department. I'm going to be able to win that ground war without having to worry about the fire too much. That's why you run the Diva, is the unequivocal thing, and indeed immediately gets taken out. Matter just takes care of them both.
Wow.
You know that May could snipe a little bit, so it wasn't just a solo Diva kill, but man, gotta be worried about Matter.
Oh yeah, Matter's been an absolute
the wall
master this whole game. That wall too. Oh, the Baptiste just cut. But yeah, Matter has been an absolute monster. Just everywhere, has just bullied the maze, now bullying the pharmacies. Like, you got to be aware of that. You might have to rethink what you're doing here.
Oh, and the thing is, last week they played Route 66, which you can do like a very cool May hold on as well. And I'm just could imagine that they did a very similar thing there. Now this Fire is going to have nothing to worry about because there's a big photon barrier in the way. That doesn't mean this is going to be an easy win for this team. You don't see the health force dropping that far, but there goes Reinhardt. There goes Matter out of mech pretty soon. And Sway already, Sway does get traded. So it's not a complete easy win, especially with a Baptiste gone. You gotta have to be worried, but the rest comes out. Slinksy gets to just fly forward, trying to get some more picks out of this one. But so far, definitely Cumberland Phoenix on the run, and Morningside finally getting out of the spawn door.
And now there's not as much to contest them, so it's just going to be important on Matter to get that.
Interesting
shadow. We'll have something there. Yeah, we'll try to get that. Does catch, but that's all it needed was to take the fire to the sky, and suddenly the fight's a little more lopsided. Morningside going to give up that space, and they have to now because they have to wait for that main a good chunk of that damage to come back. With the ultimates on the side of Cumberland, though, they can continue to hold here, and they do as they take 2 out with them. Ben just going to try and get out of dodge and unfortunately fail, but the rest of the picks will come through there.
They can almost just push them back to their spawn door again if they really want to. They're not going to. It's a bit too risky. But like you said, they have 4 ultimates in the bank. Why not? Just keep on fighting here, which is exactly what you should be doing. 1 minute 20 as well, so it's only really realistically 2 good pushes. And there's there's some ultimates to work with, but like that barrage is hard to find value with against such a comp like this, especially with that Diva in the way.
Oh yeah, the D.Va and Matter's been on top of everything, so that will be there, but that's not getting eaten. The Blizzard will land, and it will force some space to be made, and Waffle's getting punished for that Blizzard coming down, unfortunately. We'll get res back into it, so still strong. Shatter out from Ben. Doesn't find any cleanup into that, but Blinks is still just looking, trying to find some space to unload these rockets, but there's no one there. Yeah, D.Va's just got their number, and Matter has just been everywhere. They still can't keep this pressure up. The Amplification Matrix will push that out. Graviton Surge will eventually get eaten too. Matter has just been hungry all game and has absolutely just found this value, trying to find something. Blinks just trying to find a spot for the Blizzards, for this barrage, can't put it. But finally, they will make some cart progress and push them back. But Phoenix still has one more chance to push this.
It's just a problem because as soon as Matter is gone, the fight's kind of already won anyway, so you don't really need the barrage. But then if Matter is there, you can't use the barrage because Matter is there. Like, it's a big problem that they're trying to deal with. There's another photon barrier. They're going to be able to get over this wall or past this wall to touch, I think. Yeah, that's at least someone that just go around the other side. There's finally the barrage.
Yeah, there it is.
Will get taken out by Matter, but it does at least lead to 2 kills, which is a good start for them. Gets res back up as well, does the Farah. It looks like this fight is definitively going into the favor of Morningside. But it's not as easy as it appears to be. Full overtime was needed to get to that first point, and that's a big slow on a map like Havana. It's not a full hold, but it's definitely as good as it can get other than that.
Yeah, you're very happy to eat up as much time of that as you can be. And now in this brewery section, like, it is gonna be tough because you have to maintain this high ground control. You have to give that up, and Slink's giving it up and going to the ground Farah, as it's known in some circles. We're bringing in the Junkrat. So keep an eye out for that. Still want to keep the pressure up onto those shields and those, and those bubbles. But I like the adaptation here. I think this is a good take for a place where you can't fly as a bird.
It's looking like we're gonna see a little bit more pressure coming out here on the side from Morningside. It's a good Blizzard that I thought I hear going. That's Shinji's Blizzard indeed. Not even this time by Matter. They'll have to come back and try a little bit later on the side of Cumberland. They're gonna get another defense out of this. And a lot of ultimates have been used now on the side of Morningside, so they're not going to have much to work with for this next one.
Dominator's Blizzard is going to be the only thing, and if they can make it in time, that's going to be the start of it. But there is a trap in the way, and there is going to be some spam.
Yeah, they're just going to go through the side, honestly. They're not going to go
they'll take the side. Yeah, they're not going to take
the main. And that wall won't last long enough, so they're fine.
Yeah, they will get there. There's that Blizzard. Didn't get eaten this time. It was a good attempt made, and Comet is down already. Self-destruct is there. Matter comes up huge with 3, though. Just swing it back for the side of Cumberland. But is it enough? The Reinhardt still swinging away, just trying to keep the D.Va alive, and they are doing successfully so. Hemlock will find one in the background, and Matter again with one more. Ben throwing in the Shatter, trying to make anything work, and unfortunately, oh no. Did not make it. That was, you might want a refund for that Shatter.
But that's like the confidence that Dominator can have with these Blizzards. Because there is no D.Va on the side of Morningside, they can just walk in and throw them out. They don't have to worry about a Matrix in the way. And Shinji wishes they could be as liberal with their Blizzards, but it's just not possible.
No, it's not. Remech will come through, and Blinks will have this tire. Got to find a way to use it. Drew out the wall. That's going to be a good start. Maybe you can use it as a distraction. They're trying to buy an angle here with the high ground in their control now. It's a good way, but Sway falls early, unfortunately, to that, and that's going to make this even tougher to go through. Hemlock committing in that ultimate, and there is all the ultimates coming out. Tire through. Will do on the side of that, and Blinks coming up big on that. Blizzard to follow it, and they are layering these ultimates just not enough to make this work. Overtime will tick through. And Morningside will put their foot down here in the brewery to keep this going.
At number 2, that's another checkpoint gotten to get in overtime in a minute 27. Traditionally, this would not be enough to you can barely get to the bridge with this, right? Like, there's no way they're going to cap this last point, is what you would normally think. But this Junkrat has introduced this new element to this game where Symmetra can do like this, she can do a little bit of burst, she can do the beams, she can deal with shields a lot, but this Junkrat just does it in a much more effective way while also doing a ton of damage to multiple heroes most of the time. And that ultimate is also, it's not a photon barrier, it's not that defensive, but it can just immediately win a fight in the same way that self-destruct from Matter has been doing. So it brings this new element to the game, which is very different, and these teams are getting more and more different the more they play against each other. They're making these different choices.
The adaptation's coming through. The wall will come through as well. And Ben looking to see if they can bait into this shatter. A counter wall come out too. In addition to that, May wall will come out, and that is going to force out a lot of this other utility. Still looking, trying to buy some space from the shield, kind of waiting for the right moment for the Reinhardt to fall, but 26 seconds on the clock, gonna give up a little space here, take a minute and regroup, keep the pressure up. There it is, going aggressive. Will eventually look to swing that hammer down, but doesn't get there in time. But the Blizzard will, and there it is, connects to 2. Is not enough to follow up though, and Slinks is just trying to play in this angle, waiting for their moment. Unfortunately, not catching it yet, but the Blizzard has down. There's the tire to swing it back. It is just going, it is just changing sides here. Waffle still putting in effort, and the cart will continue to roll.
Are gonna get Hemlock trying to stay alive. At least they're close to the sound barrier, and that's gonna be a big tool for both of these teams. If either Perez or Hemlock goes down, they're gonna probably be losing their team fight for their team. They're gonna be very careful about this one as the Lucios.
And there is the sound barrier committed, catches everybody, so that's a great opener to this shatter too. Try to throw and we'll catch one, but we'll get punished on the side of Ben HDB, but Slinks is not gonna let that down, saying, I'm still here, I can still throw bombs, I still got damage to put out, I want to win this, and we'll catch another one. The Graviton Surge to clean this up, and they will roll this over into overtime, it looks like. Oh, I say that, but the pick comes through, and they will contest this. It looks like it's still anybody's moment here. The Maze still just trying to freeze up. They step off too far.
Yeah, that overtime had been pushing for long enough that a Lucio could just single-handedly win this. Our spectators also nodding their head, being like, oh, no, you don't manage to get this one. That is Morningside's attack almost getting to the end, but in very slow fashion. They almost didn't have any time left at either of these points, and that's going to be up to Cumberland Phoenix to try and see if they can complete this map, or at least almost complete this map, because it's, it's about half a meter away or something. It's ridiculously close.
It is.
And they're going to be coming into this. Obviously, we had a very close spawn hold from Cumberland coming out against Morningside. And Morningside has been adapting the entire game, throwing in different heroes. Whether it was the Pharah, whether it was the Junkrat, whether it was the support hero, so the Mercy came out as the Lucio for that reason. But we could potentially be seeing this. If this comes out for Cumberland and Morningside doesn't do a close hold, this could be problematic.
I completely agree with you on there, because all it's going to take is one Bastion not quite figured out where they are, and suddenly this comp could just fall apart here. No Junkrat on the side. The Hanzo instead. Still the same amount of shield break though, so I like that pick. But I mean, do they keep the full hold here? They don't keep the full hold with a Hanzo and a soldier. They have to play back, right?
It doesn't feel like a comp they play the full hold with. And I think as well, when they played Route 66 against this team, they would have known this. They would have seen this. They would have figured this out. So the Bastion is going to come out. They are going to try and run with it. And they see no one on the cart. No one's close. They know. They don't have to go back to spawn and change. They can just do this. Set up this Bastion.
It's off.
Start rolling this pirate ship. It is on. And of course, you have both the Symmetra. You have the Symmetra, the Diva, and the Orisa to block a lot of fire here. And they're doing so. They're just eating all of this up, which means that also Leon Master is just charging this amplification matrix with ridiculous speed.
Already at 81%, they turn it
so
rounding the corner.
They got him!
Doesn't quite get there. Eventually gets picked. The picks will come in, but the application is there, and it's unfortunately going to waste all that hard work and all that HP regained, just taken care of. And there's the swaps away from it. We had some fun. We sent the Bastion out there, but that's a pretty good run for that, all things considered.
Yeah, I mean, so remember when there's you're in quick play and these teams say, oh, but it's so easy to play against the Bastion. All you have to do is you just have to know how to beat it. Well, see, this is what happens if you know how to beat it. It doesn't really do that much. There's not enough cooldowns anymore. There used to be, but you can't really do that anymore as the way you could.
No, they cannot, but those dragons could clear off the cart and buy some space, and Bondi will fall due to that space coming through. When that space comes through, Matter will find one on the other side, and the ultimates will come out. Ben trying to find something, but no one's there, and Blink's putting in some work on that Hanzo, coming up huge, and well, Ben is just kind of left alone. Will eventually circle himself back to there, but ooh.
That Transcendence just saved everything, because Ben was about to go down, and then Prez just presses that Q button, and that changed everything. Because then all of a sudden, Ben is at full HP, doesn't even need the Shatter to just clean up, and now he'll have the Shatter. And there are ultimates online for both teams, coming or close to coming online, for that matter. Also for Matter, because
Yeah, trying to fight underneath that high ground there, trying to buy that space and keep the cart moving. We'll get it a little further, but at what cost here? Because now they're playing from the defender side. The wall, that amplification matrix will come out, but there's plenty of coverage in the way, and Ben looking for that shatter. There it is. Will catch several out, though. Can anybody follow up on it? Doesn't look like there's anyone there. Now he's playing from behind. That charge in, the kidnap pin will find one, but will get punished for it, and they still are now fighting down. Morningside trying to fight down. Matter sends in that self-destruct. Will find one, and that's plenty to make that two with the remet kill. Matter don't miss, friends. He just comes up huge on that, and they will capture the point.
And you said, like, now they're in trouble because they're in the defender's perspective. But remember, they held for like 4 minutes from the defender's side. Plus, they do that so you just pull the other team from the high ground. So that entire high ground position is kind of pointless, and it only loses them space and advantage because you know exactly where they're going to be dropping from. So very nicely done. Nice pathing from Cumberland there, and now they're just going to be able to, with time advantage, run into the second phase.
They caught the Reinhardt out. Oh, the map was isolated. That so close to that. Tried to find it, but did at least draw out some important cooldowns. But the rest of those cooldowns will come out from Morningside and trade that out. And what looked like a great moment was turned on its head there. So Cart will stall out a little before halfway in a little over 3 minutes.
That was so unfortunate. Dominator uses the Blizzard there. I mean, I get why, but it's one of those where I don't think it fell where it needed to, so it didn't get anyone on the high ground. I think it like may have fallen off. Ooh, Matter.
Oh, ooh. Matter falling early there.
I think they were expecting the shield to be there, and it just wasn't.
Yeah, Blink's coming up big already, working themselves towards another Dragon Strike, and well, they'll have 3 ultimates. It's 3 ultimates apiece here, and you know, it's still the important control of this high ground is falling to Morningside, so they are holding this front pretty well.
Got a couple of ultimates coming up. I mean, so do Morningside. They have them. You know, they have 3 of them. But again, the symmetrical is just a huge tool to have because it really blocks a lot of like angles that you want to attack from or that you want to use that Morningside can't. But then you still can as Cumberland. Like that's mostly a positional tool that's super helpful.
Position of that high ground also super important here. Both of those amplification matrices just buying out that space will just force each other away. Trying to see where they're going from. The rotate came through though. Yeah, there's the rotate came through. They were like swinging at the empty door there.
That's fine. We like that. We don't mind that. Now they're gonna push Cart for a little bit again. They could use the Symmetra wall. The Shatter's gonna try and do a drop Shatter. He's gonna try and do it. Just feel it coming.
No, I don't think so. No, there will be that, though. The Shatter is looking. He's hunting. Takes the charge. Caught by their own May wall. Unfortunately missed there. But they've made enough of a space here and will eventually catch it out. Force out Transcendence. There's that Shatter. Doesn't catch anybody because that Transcendence is still there keeping everybody up. With the Blizzards out also, though, they will make this work. And Morningside will hold once again.
And Morningside is so good at pulling the trigger second at this stage. Like, every single time it happens, they're just like, no, but we still have a Transcendence. Oh, no, but we still have a Shatter and a Blizzard. Like, you've used all these things, and then we still have this, and then we still have this. And it's really annoying to fight against for Cumberland, because they're just, this reactive play shouldn't be working, but it does.
No, but they are getting the last laugh, and well, that wall does catch one, and they're playing from behind again, so this has worked for them last time, and it's working now, but Comet will get forced out and eventually find their opposite, so it's working for their favor as these picks just continue to fall. Matter finding too, not to be outdone, assisting in those last picks, and the cart will continue to roll. Probably not going to get it before this last second, but you know, it cost Cumberland Phoenix a lot to get here through the brewery.
It really did. I mean, they're at a very similar pace now that Morningside was when they got here, which is kind of ridiculous seeing as they come. There's a Grab Dragon combo.
Oh, the Grab Dragon.
Already. Matter cannot
so
throw out an
huge.
ultimate of their own. It is huge indeed. But, you know, now, you know, they only have a Shatter, probably. You're going to have your self-destruct. You're going to have a sound barrier. Not much to fight against on the side of Morningside. They're truly drowned out now, but someone needs to make it to this objective in the first place. Otherwise, what's the point? Matter will make it.
Get there and be the one to touch. Will throw in that self-destruct. Falls a little further than they wanted to. Does manage to find some value, though, and that's all they really needed because that opens this up. Cart will continue to roll a little bit, but the picks still trading back out. Matter will eventually punish, but it's coming up red from Morningside. The sound barrier is there, too. Will get thrown out, and that is going to keep a second life into this. Morningside still just looking, trying to find some space. Symmetra wall out also. The defensive ultimates are there. That Amphield coming out a little awkwardly to buy this, but Morningside is capitalizing with it. So they are finding that value through. Overtime still burning, trying to find and wait off. There it is. It drops, and no one's home. Morningside taking Havana, bringing it to 2-1.
Yeah, and then you're feeling it as Cumberland. You're like, we almost held them twice in overtime on both those checkpoints, and we just couldn't stop them. Gonna get the Junkrat play of the game pretty much secured to be just a tire here. I think this was a double. Yeah,
Double.
right there. Let's open it up.
Ooh,
But
might have taken that Blizzard too. Oh, no, I almost didn't take the Blizzard. Almost
it's
did,
just
but-
kind of a ridiculous thing, you know, just Junker just pulling it out just like that, just getting all those kills with it, get the tire really quickly. But yeah, unfortunate right there. I mean, you can just see, right, the sound barrier does come out, but it's kind of a little bit late. And then it's Bondi just behind as the Symmetra, who's in the back just getting targeted by Shinji. And Shinji just has the time of their life. He's like, hey, there's Bondi, not looking at me. I can just beam them down. That's easy. That's fine.
Yeah.
Then they both with the wall ups, and it just keeps equalizing or winning that entire situation for them. But yeah, that was map 3, and now map 4. Gotta go back to hybrid. We know how this ended last time. Last time around, this was a narrow victory here for Phoenix. But Eichenwald is still banned. They played King's Row already. So we're going to see what they're going to go for this time around. Like, obviously, they still have Numbani, Hollywood, and Blizzard World left. So one of them will be banned. One of them will be picked. And I'm going to see what they're going to go for. Neither of these teams seems really enthusiastic to go to Numbani the way they've been playing.
No.
So I'm going to guess that might either be the ban, or they're going to ban which one they like less of Blizzard World and Hollywood, because they're going to figure they're going to pick the other one. But
that
neither
was
of
my thought too.
Yeah, like Blizzard World seems the most logical map for these playstyles, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you know, it depends.
A lot of Hollywood can
do you
brawl.
want to potentially, like Hollywood with the high grounds are a little bit annoying to deal with because there's more potential for dive. But they're gonna ban Numbani, which because they just don't want to go to dive, and then we're gonna go to Blizzard World because that's the most logical option in that situation. Indeed. Not at all surprised about this. Blizzard World, we might see some things, like some different things that we haven't seen so far, because there isn't really that same spawn hold potential. I mean, you can do it.
Yeah.
Just teams never do it. Doesn't mean you can't. Like, that's kind of the thing, right? Like, they could potentially do it.
Yeah.
Would be really interesting.
Yeah. The old just because you can doesn't mean you should is a big thing.
That's also.
Here.
I think Numbani. That's actually one of the things I always talk about Numbani. Like, there is this mega health back that's like really close to the attack respawn.
Yeah.
Like, there's actually a lot of, and the high ground as well. Like, there's potential to fight there. Like, you would think it would be possible, but it kind of feels like if you lose the fight there, you're never going to be able to recuperate onto that high ground on the actual objective, which is just stronger. So why would you? Is the question, right? And the same kind of goes for all of these maps. Like, yeah, you have a lot of coordination to set up on. And if speed boost and like all these mobility things weren't a thing in Overwatch, you could take that fight further forward. But you can't because it's too fast.
No, but both these teams enjoying going fast here, and you know, there's unfortunately they won't get the speed of the roller coasters, unfortunately. But they will have the chance to keep these brawl comps moving. And I mean, I don't assume they're going to change too much here. They're probably going to see those sim maze again. Like both teams feel confident in it.
Very similar.
So.
Yeah. I mean, the Symmetras, the maze, like again, it's mostly been like Cumberland, Phoenix that's been like just sticking with it, really like hardcore sticking with it. Aside from the one Bastion stint that they did, that was fun. But other than that, they've been very, very stuck on it. And then it's really been Morningside that is just swapping things up, and it's been successful for them. So maybe, just maybe, you might have to try something else for a change. You know, that's all I'm saying. Maybe you want to go for something else that's not the Mesometra Reinhardt diva. But hey, it's up to them.
I mean, the other thing worth considering is that Matter has been eating. Has just been the hungriest hippo in the room, really. Has eaten everything. Has eaten almost a half dozen blizzards.
A little less
like, it's
so
just been
on
insane.
that last map, but you know, it's been, especially King's Row, which is the Fiesta.
Yeah, absolutely. And like that might be something worth considering if you're Morningside too. This is a map you can kind of get away with some different comps, so maybe now's the time. If you didn't show something last week, this seems like a good chance to bring it out and throw the old curveball out there.
Power of Echo. Really real on this map.
Shows what we know, though.
I mean, look, when you're talking about the defense, it's always set up as like comfortable and as like versatile as you can. And this does seem to be like their go-to in that situation where you pick the soldier over the Symmetra. Just because the Symmetra doesn't have like if it's a very open map, it's hard to make that Symmetra like guaranteed work. Because you don't know what they're gonna come out with, and sometimes you just get kited around as a Symmetra, and there's nothing you can do, especially if they start playing dive all of a sudden, which in this map is a very real possibility. But Cumberland Phoenix, like currently in spawn, they're just locking it in. They're just not swapping. I don't think they will. No, they're just gonna run out with it. It's gonna happen again.
I don't think they need to.
They're gonna be pathing. Well, I mean, so far they've won one map and they've lost two, so there is an argument that they might need to.
Fair enough. They obviously are feeling confident enough on this, so let's hope it pays off for them, and they will get through here. Just try to set up this teleporter through. We'll catch a Maywall to the face, but hey, them's the breaks. Trying to figure out where it is. No teleporter needed. Trying to maybe bait it, but finds they don't need to. There's the Reinhardt engages. Will eventually try to isolate. No real success there, and that's kind of been the story for Cumberland. Good attempts and no real success, unfortunately, but will force out an amplification matrices on both sides, so now suddenly the backup is there. We're going to regroup and try again.
Oh, that finds a soldier as well. That's a pretty good pick. Immortality, the amplification matrix is already out. The immortality fields are not there, and that's another pick. No DPS on the side of the defense. Is Sway falling, and that's a pretty good first point take for Cumberland Phoenix. At least it's bound to be. Like I don't know how they could not take it at this stage.
No, the stalls are just there. The stalls will be there. They'll come and go. And I mean, what do you think of the backline there, the Baptiste Zen? Because that's like a very aggressive backline. Do you think this is like I've not? You don't usually see this with Ryan Zarya. Do you think it works here?
I mean, so they're trying to find new ways in which they can like make a mirror matchup more interesting. So because you run the Zenyatta, you increase the ability for your team to focus down the mirror target faster, which is exactly what the Reinhardt is usually. So the downside is that because of their movement speed, they're going to be able to overwhelm you a little bit more, which is a Zenyatta you're not always ready for. But if you keep that orb on the Reinhardt, you kind of do the same amount of healing as you would normally do with a Lucio. If you keep the Discord orb on them, then you will win out in terms of war of attrition, right? Because you do more damage to them. Problem is that if they don't just focus the Reinhardt, you're overall going to lose, usually.
Yeah, and with the lack of that high ground there, they may lose out a little bit too. That will be some ultimates coming out. Blizzard does come through. Doesn't seem to catch anything, but the ultimates are out there. Will eventually force out some utility, and there's the pick starting to fall. Ben will be the first to fall, and the counter Blizzard comes through on the side of Morningside just to try to keep this pressure up, and the picks do continue to fall from that Blizzard, though.
There's the sound barrier from Hemlock, only one. The Reinhardts are just not there right now for a little bit. Will be Waffles going down, so is Prez, and it's just a May, a Reinhardt, and couple of stragglers. This is not going to be going well for Morningside, and what was such a good defense on both sides on Havana is just now turning into a complete roll through for Cumberland. They're not there just yet, but it's a very good start for the first 2 points.
Now in Morningside opting back to what was successful there, they're going to bring back the Symmetra, as it were, and they will take this aggressive angle while the cart catches up, and I like it. No ultimates. I mean, a couple ultimates from Morningside. They will have that grab, so look for that to be the win con here as they catch one out. The teleporter comes through. Will find Blinks though early, and that's going to be an opening for Cumberland to kind of keep this push alive and keep going. Will also find Shinji. That's the DPS down, and suddenly they have to back off again. There's no ability to fight.
Yeah, so you're calling it the Symmetra. I'm calling it the Ghostbusters because you got so many beams.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, I can't argue that one. Matrix has come out. We'll keep this pressure going. The teleporter bait is there, but it did what it nedded to do, and they have to outplay out on the other side of this. The cart has rolled through. For this.
Is
he ready? He is! He catches another one!
Let's go!
Matter caught the other one, but the Blizzard comes through, though.
That's our own Blizzard, though. It doesn't matter.
And the
Blizzard.
No, we'll catch there. The cart's continuing to roll, and the picks continuing to fall, though. Cumberland continuing to push their way by brute force through this. Shinji falling and trading out for Bondi, but the cart continues to roll. A little under 4 minutes left, and again, down again. There's a sound barrier from Hemlock just to keep the rest of them up. Has to force out the other ones. Matter throwing in that self-destruct to try to force it out. No one home, but it will beat up a bunch of those shields, and it'll eventually give way a little bit here. The Reinhardt will eventually get caught out, and finally they'll buy some space here.
3.5 minutes, and they got a bunch of ultimates as well on the defense. It's only really going to be the DPS ults and the amplification matrix. Actually, also the shatter. Never mind, they're pretty close in terms of ultimates. Yeah, I mean, big tools missing are obviously the sound barriers on both sides, but that graviton, unless it gets eaten, and the blizzard, unless it gets eaten, are like main tools to look out for, as well as the shatter and the photon barrier. Amplification matrices have been like very back and forth in terms of how much value they've been getting in these fights. I will say that much, because they're both really able to block them with walls. It's like make sure, like, you know what, you're just not gonna hit us because there's a wall in the way.
Yeah.
An application matrix and all that stuff, defense matrix. They already get that photon barrier off the board because it's just not there. Both blizzards out.
The eat matter coming up huge again, and the one blizzard stands supreme, and Cumberland Phoenix will again try to push their way through there. Hemlock bringing in the rest of it, Shatter cleaning it up too, and finding a second will try to buy the rest of the space. The cart's still not really moving. Will push up, and there it is. They will clear the rest of this with just a little under 2.5 minutes.
You tried so hard, you had 5 ults, but in the end, they're just getting eaten by matter. It's very unfortunate for Morningside that keeps happening, but I will say they're being so transparent and telegraphed with these blizzards and these graphs like half the time. I think actually Waffles Dude has been able to pull it off the best, because what Waffles Dude usually does with their graviton is they just start looking only at the diva, and there's always this window between when they end their matrix and when they can start their matrix again. And Waffles has been abusing that window very well. They've either been tracking when the matrix is fully depleted or just when the matrix drops. So they can straight away graph, it cannot be eaten, and they're safe. I don't feel that Shinji has been keeping track of that in the slightest. They think they could just throw in the blizzard. I mean, not saying they think that, but that's what it looks like. And it will just work. And like we've seen, 80% of the time, it just gets eaten because it doesn't. Like, there's a matrix that can eat it. And I know the range has been limited, but Matter knows where to be. So it will get eaten every time. And it's just annoying to see. And May get so much less value out of their blizzard than they could have. Because I honestly think without Matter eating this many blizzards, this series might have already been over.
I agree with you there. Matter has been really a shining piece for this Cumberland Phoenix team, and opting into the double shield here, they're looking to play a little bit more defensively, not looking to fight and get in faces here. They want to try to force them out, but those quick engagement tools from Morningside looking to be the difference. They'll rotate up, take this high ground, try to buy some pressure, but I mean, they can't necessarily engage on that double shield comp here, so they'll have the high ground, they'll at least own it, and it'll buy them the rest of the map. So the space control looking very good for them. Looking for the teleporter, we'll try to find something on the far end, does get it. The team will start to move through onto that high ground and force that space off, but they are ready and waiting, and Blinks will get punished for that, as the rest of the team just kind of now on this high ground has to figure out what to do with themselves. There's down some damage, and unfortunately doesn't really have a lot of options to go forward, so waiting for that moment to drop, maybe going to try to buy the time to Blinks to get back. Will eventually just kind of buy the space. Shinji has fallen though and try to put the pressure on. Team has eventually dropped in. They have to just run past these shields, but they will find a couple of picks onto Morningside, and this defense with the aid from those dragons will come through. Dominator finding some with those arrows coming up true. Will keep their hold here, but respawns are starting to come in, and it doesn't matter because they've just got this hold on lock.
Yeah, this is not going to be a successful first attack. 2 minutes 35 on the clock, and if this keeps going like this, or might just be going to a map 5. It might already be happening, and that would be truly playoffs now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, this would be truly playoffs. And speaking of truly playoffs, here's a throwback Ryan Winston comp for everybody that I don't think anybody would have bought and put on their bingo cards. So we've got some double main tank action here. Try to buy some pressure, and Blinks over on this Pharaoh. We did see this a little earlier, but trying to just deciding they'd rather poke it away and try to just pick apart this from the crossfires, which is I like it. But with 2 minutes on the clock, it may be a little slow to push onto this.
Might be, but on the other hand, you know, speed is not everything. Of course, when you have a 2:23 time bank to work against, you want to be a little bit more, have a little bit more tempo on it. But they at least find that first kill on the Dominator.
That is the opening pick there, and it forces out several of those ultimates. And Blinks is looking for that barrage. Can't really do much until that pass. All those ultimates pass, and the rest of those will come through. Matter holding on almost to that flux, and we'll try to throw that out there. There's another Amp Matrix trying to bring it out. And looking for more. There's the barrage. Comes up. Will eventually
cool.
we'll get punished, but that's hugely bold play. It was a great idea, but it paid off for them in some ways. And
I mean, it was cool on both sides because the barrage through the amplification matrix just does more than it would do with a nano boost because it's a higher damage boost. And it also, like, it's a wider area too, so it's pretty cool like that. But then it's even cooler play from Matter to just say, like, well, you think you're at that height, but I'm just going to put you higher so you can't do that anymore. It's just so not... Because it's a burst attack as well, so it does a bunch of their damage to them, and then the rest of the team has to finish it off. It was very nicely done, and I like seeing those type of plays, right? Because you don't get to see those things, those situations all the time. It's not like a common thing that happens like every other game.
No, but that's uncommon too. Is Matter finding that early pick on a Shinji who couldn't quite decide to get away, and now it's slowing us up again. Class again, they are slowed up here.
Looking like they're going to try and get into this. I mean, it's only really a Shatter online for them, and close to attack Visor, Primal Rage. On the other side, there will be a couple of ultimates close, but not really any time in time for this fight. We're gonna look for this angle, but with 2 shields in the way, no, he's not gonna get it. Just into the barrier.
No, so many shields everywhere. The Reinhardt will charge to try to free up some space. Not quite there, and that was unfortunate because the Deadeye came through from Dominator and just picks that up, and that will be all she wrote. Cumberland Phoenix taking home Blizzard World, and we are going to 5.
Cumberland Phoenix, they had a 3-0 last week. This time they have to fight a lot harder for it. When we go to map 5, we are gonna go... Let's see. I'll have to find this because I honestly...
I believe it's Control?
Oh, I think so too. I think we're going to Control, and that is indeed round 5. If there's another map necessary after that, which is impossible now, of course, it would have been Escort, but yes, we're going to Control. Yeah, I mean, what's even going on anymore at this stage?
I just don't think they were ready for the double shield. I think they weren't expecting it.
It was a good defense, and the attack was, of course, very good as well. Matter eating a couple ults again, but yeah, that double shield defense was very strong, and that goes to show that there is still stuff we haven't seen from Cumberland Phoenix that can be very good if they want to pull it out at times. But we're probably not going to see it on Control, which is where we're going to go next.
No.
Busan and Li Xiang are already out of the pool, and now we're obviously going to get Cumberland gets to pick a ban a map. So either Oasis, Ilios, or what's the last one that I'm forgetting? Nepal. Either of those will be banned, and then the other ones will be picked. We're gonna give the teams a little bit of time to think about that, to talk about that, to figure out what strategy they want to go for, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with the conclusion of this series. Map 5 time, baby! Let's go! It's gonna be time for map 5 between these two teams. It is Morningside versus Cumberland Phoenix, and we're going to Nepal. They had the chance to go to Ilios. They had the chance to go to Oasis. Ilios was banned, and then Nepal was picked. You know what? I can't blame them for it. It's a very strong May map. It just happens. They're going to go to Sanctum first, though, which is not the strongest of May points, but it could potentially still do. I am looking forward to see what Hemlock can do here on this Lucio, and potentially as well with Prez, because I think Prez was playing the Lucio most of the time.
Yes.
And then we'll see what the rest pick around it, because like I said, you know, you can play it if you want to. I definitely will say that Matters Diva has the geographical advantage versus Isaria.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, has also gotten incredible value on that Diva alone. You know, arguably enough to make it work for versus Waffles, but the rest of the team kind of, unfortunately, not pulling up the rest of the weight. And I think a lot of that comes from this Comet kind of getting caught out a lot of the time. The support falls apart to keep Comet up if they get isolated, and that's kind of the end of that. But Morningside showing not... I mean, I assume they might still swap back, but they are showing... There we go. I was just saying, thank you. I was just saying, don't do that to me.
Breaking Ball's a pretty good pick here, but if you expect them to run Mace Symmetra, you're going to get slowed down so much and booped around by the Lucio and all that stuff that you're just not going to get anything done. So I definitely understand the reluctance to actually stick it.
Yeah, I agree with that, but they will see each other on the battlefield. I say that, but then the wall comes out, and the later wall comes out, and that tends to be the thing. Here's the later wall, but hey, you said it. Hemlock finds 2 immediately, and I mean, the fight's already done. I don't got to say anything more. It's just going to be catching up the stragglers here and cleaning up the point.
I like that they're still taking it control. They don't just rush in. They don't want to get booped themselves or lose players that are like a little bit lower health. So they're going to be able to, they're going to try and get them out of this room. This is also tricky to do, because if there's so many symmetric turrets in there, you got to be careful about it. But eventually they get them out. They get control of the point. They get booped off by the returning Prez. That's a double kill, and that's something you weren't ready for. But then Matter gets the remake double kill. They're just not done just yet. It doesn't even matter, as we say it. Another boop from Hemlock. I want to see these cards at the end of the game. We're already going to get a card for most environmentals. It's just a matter of which Lucio is going to get him.
Who is
it? At this stage, Hemlock is leading with 1.
I mean, yeah, and Hemlock is looking to control that high ground a little further. Already has, I mean, look at that. Already has the sound barrier. J-Prez isn't even is just getting to halfway there.
Yeah.
That's already a great tool coming into this. And Morningside.
Because he was A alive, and then he got those 3 eliminations. So much ult charge. The charge from Ben doesn't really get anything there because he got stuck on a little bit of a staircase. But they are splitting themselves up now. They've been trying to rush away at this team. They're going to get past them as well and get onto the objective. The shadow goes into your own wall. That's not what you want to see, but the sound barrier is out. A nice boop onto the Reinhardt. He goes off the map. I don't know if we count that one, because the game doesn't. But I want to count it. That would technically be a 4-2 right now for Hemlock.
Keeping track on that. But most importantly, it's about 60% of the point for the side of Cumberland Phoenix 2, who has come up huge and want to close this out with it. And I mean, let's just talk about the fact that they're coming to life here. Hemlock is showing so much boot potential. Matters getting some, continuing to pop and get some impressive plays here. But you know, both these Blizzards online, there's something to be had coming up.
If you're talking about the fun factor, this is definitely it. Slinksy coming in with the Blizzard, though. Is it going to be able to be thrown out and not eaten? Always the question. Well, Shinji's not going to be happy about the Blizzard that comes out from Dominator. They're still going to try and push into this with 5 of them. Blizzard time. Freeze up the Diva. Throw it out now before it gets... Oh, nope. Don't have to use it. Linksy's so careful about this one.
Does not want to get it eaten, and Waffle Dude.
There we go.
Come into theirs. There it is. There's the Blizzard.
By that
it
time,
will
they had
find
already
the value.
won the fight. It kind of feels like why even use it anymore at that point. I mean, I get it. If you don't, it's just gonna get eaten next fight. I understand, but it still feels a bit odd.
No, it does, because you kind of need it for next fight, right? Like Matter's always a threat, but there has to be a point where like you hold on and be like, oh, we've already won. Let's not do that. Now it's dependent on Waffle Dude's grab to not get eaten. Yeah, like they have to. Waffle Dudes has to come up big with this grab though to keep this going, and hope that doesn't get eaten instead.
A little bit of this and that going on, and they're trying to go around. I don't know where they're gonna go. They're gonna just drop down. No, they're gonna go back to the point, just straight main angle. Because Hemlock is ready to boop and bop. Oh, B gets actually pushed in really far there. Nice charge coming out, but that's a really big... Ooh, the boom from Prez. I saw it happening. I saw it going off. 4-3 now. Is both Reinhardt's going out of it as well. So it's a Mei advantage currently for the side of Morningside. But they don't really get anything out of it. They don't want to use this graph because they might get eaten and they just might go off the map if you aren't careful. Will eventually throw it out, but there's a self-destruct as well. How are you going to defend against that? Well, J-Press is not going to be able to, and that's the Zarya down. That's the Baptiste that's going to go down. Point's going to flip back, and that's overtime ticking as Ben just falls against the wall. Oh, that's a nice roll, though. Like, a lot of mates will not think to do that.
Wow, that's a highlight clip moment there. That was a great. Well, even you can see
even Ben can
in the
laugh
chat.
about. Yeah, he can laugh about it.
Yeah. All you can do is laugh about that because you had the right idea and someone just caught you out. But I think that speaks. I think that speaks to it. I think that speaks to Dominator's Mei play.
I'm so happy we're getting this map though, because I would not like to see these teams play on Village. I just don't, because they're all going to be in that little room and they're going to be constantly fighting and there's going to be so much chaos that you're like, how do you even know who's winning this? You know, like, unless aside from the kill feed, obviously. And that will be the same for the teams. Yeah. So I'd rather have them slug it out on this map, and if Cumberland wins, they just win, rather than having to go to that, like, it can go either way chaos village map.
The chaos will reign supreme, but they all have to get to the point for it to start also. So let's see who manages to get there first, and it looks like it will be Matter on the Diva trying to get themselves in there and fight those turrets out. The wall will come out. There's a great isolation, and they will take that, and they will try to isolate Ben again, but with no avail. That will be the... that'll be an immortality field out and taken away, but the picks, no picks yet still. Slowly just trading these resources and these cooldowns off. Eventually, there will be the first pick, and it will open up everything else. Those freezes and those beams coming on through, and as you called it, the Ghostbusters are here and from Morningside, and they are here to clean up.
Yeah. I mean, who's gonna call them? Well, it's not me, but it's the Ghostbusters, and that is Ben HDB Killer away with the Earth Shatter. You could also see that the main, the Symmetra, got the better of their counterpart. The only one that's really winning here is Leon Master, but not by much. It's like a couple percent, so they're already matched.
Yep, both of those amplification matrices out, though. One a little more awkwardly positioned, not going to get nearly as much value, but there's that Shatter, catches, Mei right immediately, and Ben coming down with a vengeance. Sick of being frozen, sick of being blocked off, says, no, this is my time right now, and we will keep this point alive.
Looking at this, though, you see like one clear gap, which is just Prez versus Hemlock, and that kind of means they can pretty much win this next fight sort of for free. Well, it's gonna cost them the sound barrier, but that's about it. Yeah. But it's really gonna be like, again, this is one of those things where Matter just has to eat an ultimate, maybe two, and then they might try to pull it like straight again. But so far they're just getting dumpstered by this. This Reiner just doesn't get anything done. Just tries to get in, and the wall's there, the freeze is there. Nope, I will say, I think Slinksy's playing super aggressive on this Mei. Like, he's playing so aggressive that every single time he's just walking into the other Reinhardt, into Comet to try and freeze them, and they freeze them every single time at this stage. If they can find a way, and that's, again, like, that's something the Dominator cannot do because of the Zarya bubble from Waffle. So, if they're able to, like, prevent that somehow, or play around that, play against into that, then that would be ideal, but so far they're kind of getting to a position where it's not possible.
No, and it's not possible. Comet will eventually fall too, but Shinji will come up huge. The Shatter will throw down also, and Morningside again continues to find value from this. Matter just hiding out, just going to wait for the last second to touch, and eventually get themselves on there, force out the Blizzard from Dominator, but the picks still continue to go through for Morningside. We'll find one, and Waffles Dude and Slinks will find a Blizzard pick, but it's too late. Morningside completes it, and we will go to Village. The chaos lives on, class.
I think I kind of jinxed it. I'm sorry, Cumberland. I'm sorry I did it to you. But I mean, if they still win, no harm done. That's kind of how it works, right? That being said, though, like, this is going to be an equally annoying point. I think the big difference between this is that A, there's a high ground, and B, the routes of entry are not that far away from the objective. Like, there's not this long open space or this long open thing that is easily holdable by Morningside because they can see you coming from a mile away. And I do think that Cumberland would have an easier time. But it's all about who wins that first fight, it looks like. Like, whoever wins that first fight, it just has so much advantage in terms of resources, in terms of positioning, in terms of everything, that it's very hard for the other team to even come in anymore. And that's really what we're looking towards here. Like, who is going to be the one that wins the first fight? It's going to be Cumberland going for the high ground position, Morningside going for lower.
Yep, and they will get walled off, and force their way in, and Ben will find Hemlock immediately, and that is a lot of speed gone, and suddenly it's a good idea to back off and just try to poke your way through here. Just vying for this position, trying to get this through, and the value
fire strike as well.
Yep, and they will push themselves through here just by the space, and that point will unlock now that they've got that full sticks. They'll look to re-engage just before this opens. They will capture it though, and the Amp Matrix will come out to try to buy some damage, and will catch Matter over there on the Diva, and this attack not looking so strong here.
It's just they keep losing something, like something small. Whether it's, I mean, Lucio is of course a small hero, but not like it's a big deal to lose it. Then Matter's mech, and then they lose something else. Like, they need to find something that they can poke back. This wall's now out. It hasn't been used to their detriment. They can actually find an opening potentially. That shatter is blocked, because they saw it coming. Then they can do their own shatter. Don't hit anything with it, and that's a charge onto Comet. This gets Ben out of there. It's ridiculous that actually hits and wins anything, honestly, but it does. Like, it just works. Somehow it just works.
It just works. Sometimes you press it and you get a kill, and sometimes you press it and go back to spawn. But
I kind of feel like that's the way that they've been playing these last few rounds. They just go. They just keep going. They keep pushing, and Cumberland just is not able to push back hard enough. Like, not able to push back hard enough consistently enough. This entry will be relatively free because I don't think the May will be ready for this wall. Yeah, so they can actually come into this.
Nope.
And it will be May Symmetra time for the ultimates, as well as the off-tanks, the Lucios, the Baptiste. They're all pretty close to this. No eat this time on the Blizzard, but no one can really get frozen aside from the Reinhardt, and no one can touch because of the walls in the way. So that's actually a very nice ultimate. It doesn't do anything, and a big Blizzard on the other side. This will definitely freeze up a few more people.
Oh, but the picks come through, and suddenly it's not enough. There wasn't enough follow-up to that. Matter will clean up one more, and Amp Matrix to try to put a little more pressure out there. Meanwhile, Morningside continues to grab this point and continues to run it. Graviton Surge will grab the rest of it, and the rest of the ultimates are forced out here. Meanwhile, the point continues to tick up, and it's basically almost a one fight here. Matter will find one to turn it back, and it's still open as this is going to get to overtime. The picks are continuing to trade, and there's still survivors on each side. Shinji died, though, with that important ultimate, and that is going to be the cleanup. They'll flip, but all it takes is one fight, and Morningside will bring themselves into the quarterfinals.
At least they're able to win, like, one fight. This is semifinals, by the way. They're already in the quarterfinals. That's what this is.
I'm sorry, yeah.
But yeah, it will be Cumberland Phoenix having a couple of ultimates. Like, it's definitely stuff to work with, but it's so, like, close and back and forth. Like, it's really hard to really figure out who's an advantage here. Shinji going down early again will not be able to use that Symmetra ult, but there's the charge on the Dominator, who was close to the Blizzard in the first place. Oh, nice shatter as well, but it's a counter shatter too. They just keep going back and forth, and eventually it's Ben that goes down. But can the May get anything done? Slinksy's looking for it, potentially getting that Blizzard back online, but he walls off the Reinhardt here, and that's just evening up the playing field. This is so hard to fight against, especially when the Amplification Matrix comes out versus the Photon Barrier, but Waffles will get beamed down by this other team. There's the Blizzard finally. Shinji gets 3, and that's the freeze onto Matter on the Diva, who gets counter frozen though by the other Blizzard. That's just Matter and the May on the point. Baby Diva plus the May. There's the Reinhardts on either side. The pin comes in again, and it's just pin luck here, or pin skill for Ben. And it looks like with the overtime ticking down, that's going to be it. Just the Lucio. We will not be able to stall for long. And Morningside Esports, after being 3-0'd last week by this very same team, now clutch out the victory on Nepal. And with a 3-2, they're going to be the ones moving on to the semifinals, playing up against a team that just escapes my head at the moment because there's been so much going on. Yeah, like I said, I knew it, but I'm just
it's okay. Just enjoy these boops. Just enjoy the boops, class. It's fine. Look, there's some beautiful Lucio play. We don't even need to worry about it. That's for future us's problem. But I mean, yeah.
We'll look at the bracket in a little bit, but yeah, no, that was what a finish. And I mean, it was chaos. It was definitely no one really being in control of that control point in the last map there. But Charlotte, no, I keep saying Charlotte, but Cumberland Phoenix, as valiant as an effort they put in, and as much as the result from last week kind of spoke for it, Morningside just came out with another level of the May comp today, and you got to reevaluate. Like, is that as much as Matter eats those ultimates, is that enough to just keep running the D.Va? I'd say yes, because the value was really high, but maybe on some points it might have to be a Zarya sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a point where you got to decide, is it worth meeting them at their level? What do we value? And it is hard to make those calls in the moment. So, congratulations and condolences, because they both put in a heck of an effort to get this far, but we will see what happens after this. But for right now, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to grab someone for an interview, and we'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh, that's me.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back. It is indeed you. Welcome to the interview part of this. Obviously, congrats on winning the last game.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was I mean, I don't know how you felt it went last week, but this week's obviously a bit better.
We switched some things up. We got our mental back, and it went a lot better. This week we did some hard thinking and redid some things, and we came back strong.
Yeah. So the main question I really want to ask you is Zarya or Diva, because Zarya or Diva.
Yeah.
Well, so our tank lineup did switch this week. So did our DPS and our support lineup. And with the cards we were dealt, Zarya was our best option. And I mean, we really wanted to run the Diva, but we made the Zarya work against the Mei freezes and for the grabs, the bubbles. Yeah. And I think we made as much as we could with it. So
yeah.
I completely agree with you. Yeah, I mean, given that it was so weird to see the Diva on one side, and that's not normally a typical thing. I want to jump back for a minute about that last map in Nepal, because that pit got a lot of value. I mean, you were the main, you were one of those people using the pit to your advantage.
Yep.
Do you feel like you got do you feel like is that a comfortable place for you on Lucio? Is that something you're really used to getting value on? And is your team aware that you can in fact just jam on that?
Yeah. This semester I haven't really been support, so it was kind of weird everyone seeing me back on the support role, but they normally know me for my boobs, and I was trying my best, but man, I think that Diva, for example, would not fall off that map at all.
No, that's the strength of the Diva, right? You can just boost back up. Yeah. Well, I mean, hey, you got a couple. You got that one double that was pretty nice.
I wish that would have been the plan, but I'm not that lucky.
Right. Nah, it's hard. It's hard anyways to get those plays at the right moment, right? Yeah. But I mean, the one thing I do want to know, again, I keep kind of coming back to the Zarya Diva thing, right? But was there anything specifically going on in comms every single time one of those ultimates got eaten?
Our Mei Slinks was outrageous every time. He goes how? And I'm it's fine. We just got to keep working forward, And
I think if he looks at the VODs, he's going to be understanding why and how. But yeah, a couple of them. Some of them were really good, but a lot of them were come on.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something to work on exactly for the semifinals, which of course you are going to. Talk to me a little bit about that, because you guys started this season. Was it a specific goal that you guys had to get somewhere?
Every semester or every season, we just always want to improve from the last. If we lose, we want to learn from it. What we can do better. And especially last week, we came back for a grudge match against the same team, so we learned from our mistakes. Then we decided we're just going to try to mirror comp them, and play at their own cards. So I don't know. I think just everything we got to do is just to improve each other.
Yeah,
I think it worked really well.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it worked well. I think that tape playing.
I mean, you won, so yeah.
Exactly. But going forward, looking at your next opponents, what do you think? What do you think is going to be an important key for your guys' success going into these next couple matches?
Truly, I believe it's just us keeping our heads on straight, and then alt economy, because we either send too many than we needed to, or we don't use enough. But I mean, that's just easy things we can fix during a week. So
yeah,
I think we're looking forward. We got this.
Good. Love to hear the confidence, and of course, good luck with getting it.
Thank you.
And a little bit about you guys as an esports organization within the school. How's that been the development of that? You feel like it's going in the right direction? Are you getting specific type of support that you're really happy with?
Yeah, our program has grown tremendously, especially since my freshman year, and then we've been doing LAN tournaments. We're hosting a LAN tournament actually this fall, having a bunch of the close schools coming down. We're going to have big LAN for Overwatch, League of Legends, Rocket League, Valorant, which is awesome. We've gone down to one for Valorant, and it's just been awesome. Every year, I think we're just going to keep getting better and better for us. And I'm happy to see so many new people coming into the establishment or the building.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah. I agree with you. It's nice to see that these experiences go.
Yeah.
Okay, a bit of a personal question.
Yeah.
It is rumored that you have the best hair on the team. Is everyone's hair that awful, or what's the story there?
Wow. Come here. So this is my roommate. This is me personally. I think my hair is better, but
Okay. I can see how it is. Yeah.
I like to say
I
I
can see
have the
that.
cleanest hair.
I mean, I have to
I
have
think
a
that's a
hat
fair
on to hide it. So does Soph. So apparently, we are.
I mean, I don't really have hair, so I can't talk.
I was gonna say we're not contesting you on this one. But yeah, on your team, I believe it. I believe it, Colin. Is anyone you want to specifically like thank or like shout out or anything you want to mention for anyone?
For most, our coach Quentin or Sneaky, he's a big help to our program. He always, he's the guy. If we're down, he's boosting us up. He tells us the things to look after. For sure, him. Our head coach Jared, he's also another big mental game coach. Like he's always there. Like when we went down 1-1, he was like, guys, let's bounce back. You're 1-1, no big deal. And then especially my team, the team here, like we're a family. Like ever since day one, we've been a family. Like today, we went out to eat for our buddy Jackson's birthday at Red Robin. We always have a team meal before the game just to keep that closeness. It's like if you're gonna trust me to heal you, you gotta trust to eat with me. It's just something we gotta do.
Makes sense.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to hear that relationship is also forming in that way. So yeah, keep it up. Good luck next week, of course. And I mean, if you can do this turnaround with this short of a week, I'm very curious to see what you guys got going on next week,
for
and
sure.
maybe the week after.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Thanks for your time.
Yeah.
And thanks everyone. Thanks everyone else as well for watching. We are gonna cut it out here. We had 3 wonderful series. Not all of them went the distance, but some of them definitely did, especially this last one. We hope to see you in the future.
Yeah.
Going to the semifinals next week. Have a great night.
Yeah. You too,
around.
guys. Thank you.
Take care.